clothing, right? Whereas they grew up in an environment where it was cold, harsh, right? And nothing survived, nothing grew. So they had to think of ways to survive. They had to think in the future, right, to survive the winter. So when they came across Africans who were living in this land of abundance, right, they were able to take advantage of this type of environment, this type of people, because of, you know, how they were living, right? So Africans, we have, until this day, we have a very, how can I say, it's very innocent. Africans are very peaceful people. I will say we are very peaceful people. I know
wrap it up.
Yeah, I know it may not seem it, but we are very peaceful, innate people in our hearts. We're just peaceful people. We Europeans are not peaceful people. They are a very warlike type of people, savage people.
Savages.
Thank you, Nessa. Thank you. So I am God. What is it you care to add?
Oh, man. I have so much to say, but we're going to jump to some of the less. Brother Daniel.
We'll give you a fresh 5. You got 5 minutes to say what's on your mind.
Thank you. Les, I think that's his name. You talk about things take shape, things that man does that. Steve has said a lot of it that was correct as well. We are the creators, we're the destroyers. We give life, we take life, we move mountains. We feed the animals. We look out. There's evil on this earth, yes. We look out after each other. So all that you said, I didn't understand. Factories is what made your couch to look through that shape. Factories made the TV look the way it looked. Factories made these clothes, the hat, and that shape, that knife, and that shape. You see, factories done, and we ship these things to you, and you accept it. You don't never push it back and go, I don't want that because that's man-made. I'm waiting for God to send me out his own image. You see, when you're on that table, that doctor, make sure that your heart is beating, that you pull through that surgery. You see? So I'm going to leave that one. And Nessa, brother, oh my God. There's a saying where you should just keep quiet and let people think you smart instead of opening your mouth and moving all reasonable doubt. The people in this room, I'm sure we're older than you. We're older than you that you may have to give us no history. Woman matter, drop it down on you real quick. That long, that drawn out, nice and simple. And you just sat there and said how Europeans are evil, how they're nasty. But what you didn't understand, how you just came in this room with white people and just said about the things you said in the manner, in the tone of your voice. So you pretty much wasn't representing good Africans. You see? So I would say to you, don't go in a space that makes you uncomfortable. Hear me when I say that. Let this be scripture. Go where you are happy. Because evidently your soul isn't good. It's not nice. It's just like the last man who kept saying, oh, y'all racist, y'all racist. Why would you put yourself in that area, in that room, around those people? You see? It doesn't do good for the soul. It really doesn't. It makes you respond like you're talking now because you look at that. No, we white. No, we're not looking at the world or America through. I'm wise enough now. Got my third eye open. Don't blame no white man. Don't blame the black man. I will blame myself because of the situation that I put myself in. And you should be grown enough to know that. Anybody got to put you on the pot to piss no more. You should know. Don't look at that way because evidently it makes you angry. I'm just like Steve up there when he said, I don't care your race. I don't care your color. You're an asshole because you're an asshole. Now, prejudice, yes, but there's some things I don't like. And there's some people that I don't like. But you're too old, brother, to be coming here, probably come to America that you probably dislike, you don't like, but you come here. You're taking our resources. You see? Then you go back to Africa. I don't know. But the way you're turning okay. I said I don't know. But I said you may come to America. You may have been to America. I didn't say you are American. But why go to a place that you don't like? That's my point. I land.
Thank you very much for that, Eric. We'll come around. First, I'd just like to say, if anybody would like to come on up.
Hang on,
guys.
Hang on, that's it.
If anyone else would like to come on up and add to the conversation or, talk about whatever's on your mind, you can come on up and get your Fresh Five too. I am now going to turn it back over to JCC to decide which direction we're going next.
Excellent. Thank you, Violet. This is fun. I really enjoy this conversation. I want to, Elliot, we were chiming in when asking you to speak in hour number 2. It's now hour number 3. Elliot, you got a moment to talk. You can get your Fresh Five while we still got time for Fresh Fives, bro. What's on your mind, Elliot? Are you there?
I'm just listening. I don't know. The conversation about the race is always cringe, but thanks for that.
But of course, Elliot, of course, you're so welcome. So, Les, you want to respond? I'll give you a minute or so to respond. What was on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone who spoke and addressed what I said, didn't say anything that felt was substantial. Like your guy Steve up there, I spoke about order, and then he's talking about cancer. Where does cancer happen? Do you have sand and water? Isn't cancer in cells? That's order. Cancer don't just go and grab on the metal and
okay, so let's dialogue back and forth. So actually, cancer is disorder, right? He was using that as an example in antithesis to the order that you're claiming, right? And also give you
disorder within the cell.
Please do not interrupt. I also gave you a response to your intelligent design argument. I don't know if that's what you knew you were doing. You're making a claim. Look at things that, look at the trees argument. Trees seem to be ordered, right? Therefore, there must be an intelligent designer behind these trees. There's nothing to conclude from that because we can see things that are ordered by intelligent beings like us, and then we can compare and contrast things that do not need a quote-unquote a designer. And that's why Steve brought up volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes. Those are the opposite of order. And if you're claiming all things are from an intelligent designer, it doesn't follow because there's disorder in the same thing. So just because you see complexity does not mean it's intelligent design. That's it.
Thank you. See, I was able to allow you to speak and you communicated clearly without interrupting you. Let me be able to speak. Okay? So when we talk about volcano, does volcano happen in the air? It happened in the earth. That's order. In a specific location. You don't expect planes to be flying on the ground. So your idea of disorder is happening in a specific vicinity that accommodates for that activity to happen in that location. So it's order. So whatever you say about volcanoes, tornadoes, they're not happening in random places that they're not supposed to be occurring. So it's still order. And the brother who spoke and talking about couches being manufactured at that factory, brother, who runs the factory? Is it human being running the factory? Don't they design the couches before they make it? So the factory just build themselves and run themselves and ship things. Nobody shipping things. So I don't know where you're coming from with your idea of laying on the kids factories and you don't send it back. That's kind of like, I don't know, that's a childish way of looking at things. That our world is well ordered and is designed by God. So, and a lot of the people that claim that God did not exist, they don't even know where they're from or how to even survive without food, and God created the earth and put everything here to sustain us. And we are enjoying his order. And I asked a question that no one has been able to really answer.
10 seconds, wrap it up. 10 seconds,
show me something around us that have an order that wasn't created by someone. Show me something that has an order within our vicinity, in our home, in our environment, that have a shape, that have a specific function for that shape that wasn't created by someone. Show me something like that. And if you answer that question, then I'll...
Thank you, let's go on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, hang on, no. Everybody go on mute. Firstly, standing ovation for Violet and JCC. Thank you guys for running the show while I took my break. I definitely appreciate it. And I want to give a quick response to Les, and then we'll go over the rules of the show and take it home for the last 29 minutes. So according to Les, anybody that does not believe in God, this is what I gather from Les. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what I gather. If you don't believe in God, you are not logical, you are foolish, and although he didn't say it, Well, no, he did say not logical, and he said foolish. So basically, according to Les, over 500 million people on the planet, because there are a minimum of 500 million atheists on the planet.
That's according to you. That's not according to me.
Oh, no. That's according to statistics and numbers. Go on mute, please. Hang on. Go on mute.
Go on mute.
Go on mute, please. Go on mute, please. Thank you. It is a statistical fact that 8 to 10% of the population of both the United States and the world are atheists. The world's population right now is between 7.5 and 8 billion people on the planet. Now, we can go 10% of that. That would be 800 million. I took the more conservative approach, 500 million. Basically, what you're saying, Les, is if you don't believe in God, basically you're not logical and you're foolish. You did say that. So you are accusing between 500 and 800 million people of being foolish and not logical, which is fine. You're entitled to do that. We will not kick you out of the room for that. That is your opinion, and that is fine. I got no problem with that. Please go on mute. Thank you. We'll give you a chance to give your closing thoughts. It's not a problem. For those of you that are here for the first time, the South Show works. We encourage you to come on stage and give your opinion. You can talk about whatever you want, just like we let Les give his opinion. Even though we disagree with it, it's his opinion. No problem at all. Just have a take and don't suck. That being said, I show Jonetta is next to you. Jonetta, it's a pleasure to see you back on the show. What would you like to talk about?
Hey.
Hey, if you could speak up just a little, that would be amazing.
Okay. Let me see. How is that? Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Absolutely, especially because you're here.
Thank you. I love being in this room, hearing all the conversations, what folks love to say, and thank you so much, Steve and the Mod Squad.
And do you know why we love you being in the room?
I heard you say something to that effect.
In fact, I'll say the first half and you say the rest, because the show is better with you
than without you.
Love that. Go ahead, Jonette.
Okay. All right. So what I'd like to share is a book. Actually, a couple of books by the same person. It's by a guy called Donald Grady. He's a PhD. And the title of the book is The Injustice of Justice. Now, this guy, Don Grady, he's a person who was an international negotiator, and he's like a chief of, he was with like FBI Academy graduate, Northwestern School of Police Staff and Command.
I have to interrupt you very quickly. You guys, I'm being texted by Norm. He claims he's being blocked. I sent him a direct invite. He claims he's being blocked. Just an FYI. Jonette, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please continue.
He's not blocked on my list.
And I appreciate it. We don't have too many mods today, so, whatever. But and I sent him a direct text invite. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. This Don Grady. He was also United Nations staff at the United Nations Staff College of Turin, Italy. He's part of the police commander for the International Police Commander for the United Nations. Okay, so he was involved with a lot of stuff. And what I like about this book is that I haven't read it yet. I read another one from him, which I'll mention. This other person who's a co-author of a book called Stress Management for Law Enforcement Officers. And he's also a PhD doctor, a professor of criminal justice and that kind of stuff, right? So anyway, I like that this Dr. Anderson, or this PhD Dr. Anderson, said Don Grady has presented a policing model that is way ahead of its time. So what I found interesting, he said way ahead. He didn't just say ahead, he said way ahead. And this book was published in 2012. Anyway, I was led to that book actually by another book he wrote, which is The Absurdity of Compromise, the art of resolving conflict so everyone wins. So now that actually inspired me to write my book. It was part of the inspiration for my book, The Prosperity Mission. But let me see. I wanted to say that because I work with groups who are concerned about children, we're here for the children. And because I was also in studying this stuff here, I've connected with a lady in North Carolina who has a prison ministry where she focused on the effect of imprisonment on not only the prisoner, but the family. And how when someone goes to prison, it's not just that one person, it affects the whole family, including the children. And sadly, so many folks are falsely imprisoned because we do know that there's more folks in prison than there were in slavery, I heard. Anyway, it's a sad state of being, I would say. And hopefully we'll be able to, those who have an interest and desire to empower, make the world a better place, I think, will consider that there is an alternative to, let's see what they call this. There's such thing as restorative something. I don't know. Be about restoring rather than tearing down families. That's the idea from the folks that I've connected with in terms of thinking about how the humanity and inhumanity of humans. So I just wanted to say that and thank you for listening.
Jonetta, as always, it's a pleasure having you on the show. You came on at the end, so we're going to give you a first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. You are the first one. Again, if you're in the audience and you want to come up, do it within the next 5-10 minutes, because after that, it's going to be impossible. But JCC, if you could unmute very quickly. Have we gone to Andrew in the past 40 minutes?
Andrew has spoken earlier, but he has not had a second go-round.
Okay, has anybody on stage right now not spoken in the past half hour? Round 3. So
I would say Mo and Andrew have not.
All right.
Madam, I am God in the last.
Yeah. Mo, okay, so we'll go to Mo. Good. It's a pleasure to talk to you again. This is the final opportunity. Would you like a few minutes for closing thoughts, burning desires to say goodbye? Mo.
I appreciate the opportunity. I don't have anything, but I wish everyone a well day. Thank you.
Mo, on behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your family a fantastic remainder of your day. first class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. You go. And I think Madam would be next if Madam wants.
Well, Paul is new on stage.
Paul is new, so we're going to go to
came back.
Right. Yeah, we called on him before he wasn't available. Thank you, JCC. Paul, good morning. Pleasure to see you on the show. And what would you like to talk about, Paul?
How you doing, Uncle Steve?
You care.
You know I do.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing marvelous.
I love that.
I have nothing to say, but all I want to say is people stop bothering each other and respect each other and have a great week.
I love that, Paul. Thank you very much. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. JCC, I need your help again. Do you have a recommendation of what she should go do next?
Andrew, maybe, or because I want Les to hang around because he asked a question for us to give a response to something that we understand that does not have order to it. I have an elaborate response, and I hope.
Well, I think we should do that now. Okay, so what is the question again? Something
he wants us to demonstrate something that exists that does not have order. So there are a couple of things.
That was not my question. I'm sorry.
All right, fair enough. Les, what is your question?
My question was, show me something out of nature or that we observe in our environment that has a specific shape, and that shape has a specific function. For example, a plane have a wing on it, and that causes the plane to fly.
That is fine. That is fine. No. That's fine. Go on mute. We got it. A specific shape, a specific function, such as an airplane wing. JCC, do you understand?
No, there's
and that wasn't created by someone.
Okay, so you want a demonstration of something that has a function that was not created by a thinking agent.
It has a shape, and that shape has a tree.
A tree.
You know what, JCC? How about if I let you say goodbye to him with his closing? You take this over for his closing thoughts, and then maybe you want to throw it out to the rest of us. Take it over for Les. Go ahead.
Sure thing. So Les is asking for something that we understand, like a plane was created and made by thinking agents. I agree to that. Now there are other things like a tree. We can look at a tree and we can imply intent behind it because when we watch what a tree and other plants do, right, they provide oxygen for our mammals and other living things on the planet. We can imply that has intent. However, there's nothing pointing to it actually having intent behind it. So a tree is a great example of something that exists that does not require the hand of a thinking agent. Now, a theist is going to say, yes, that thinking agent is God. However, that is a subjective belief. That is the issue there.
Well,
and hang on, Les, I'll pass it around to other mod squatters who want to add to that to help Les understand what. Steve, what do you say?
I have no idea what the fuck you two are talking about.
I don't know what I'm saying. I guess not.
I really don't know. Not what you're saying, JCC, but the idea of the question. I mean, is he asking, like, did anything that we use functionally just appear fully shaped? Or, I mean, I guess I don't understand this question.
Very nice. Violet is not saying she has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Even though it's true, she's asking the qualifying question. Good for you, Violet.
I would agree that everything that has been designed by man has a function, but I mean, I guess I don't see how that applies to a creator exactly. Because, I mean, he's not just, like, making this stuff appear for us.
AJCC, and again, because I don't understand, but what about enriched uranium?
What about it?
Well, does that qualify as something that man has created that does not have a specific shape or a specific design? Does it qualify or does it not? Because I don't understand.
I don't see the analogy with that. I'm not too sure because I was going to give things that exist that do not have quote unquote inherent purpose. Right?
Please do. I'm going back on mute.
No worries. Go ahead, dude. What do you want to say?
You mentioned a tree.
Yes.
When you look at a tree, your example is supposed to be an argument because the tree has a root and the root is supposed to be in the soil. Have you ever seen a tree with the leaves in the soil and the roots up? So there's an order there.
I understand that. Yes, that order. That order comes about through natural processes. That's why I give you that example, right? You're wanting an
created by God.
Okay, so that's where you're just inserting your subjective belief. I'm not denying your belief in God, right? However, we have what's called comparison and contrast. When we understand how a car is made, right, we know that car is made from thinking agents. We can interact with the thinking agent. We can, back in the day when Mr. Ford was alive, you could shake Mr. Ford's hand. So people who say the same as the way a car was made, so was planet Earth, right? However, that is a belief system, right? We cannot shake the hand of God according to my understanding God existing objectively, right? So you're making a personal subjective claim that because I see complexity, this complexity aligns with the car. A car is complex, therefore it's designed by an intelligent being. I agree. However, when you apply that to the earth, it doesn't follow because we don't have a comparison and contrast to our understanding how the earth came about, right? It came about through gravity, stardust with instincts. We don't see a person, a thinking agent putting it together the same way we do a car. That is a problem, Les. I hope you understand.
No, I don't, because when you look at science, there's a lot of aspects of science that you don't have a direct molecule that you can.
When you look at, I know I'm interrupting you. When you look at science, there has never once, not once, ever been a scientific. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. There has never once been a scientific experiment to prove or disprove the existence of God. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to give your closing thoughts uninterrupted, and then we will give you a first-class escort to the VIP.
Thank you. So what I was saying is, when you look at science, even we have electrons. Have you seen and touched an electron before? But you believe it's there, right? So why wouldn't you believe that God is there based on all the evidence that is around us? But it has something called the Pauli exclusion principle, where it said no two electrons, no two quantum element can be in the same space at the same time. And let's say if we're doing the horseshoe crab, for example, the blood of the horseshoe crab is used for biological tests. You don't see the virus, but you look at the chemical reaction and the readout. They have a colorimetric readout. So if I'm testing for a virus using the horseshoe crab blood, I'm going to look for a color that is produced as a result of my experiment. So I don't see the virus. I don't know the virus there, but I have evidence of the virus being there because I see the color which I experiment to let me know that the virus is there. You understand? So science, when you talk about science, not everything in science is definitive. Some things are inferred, okay? We can infer that this is happening because of our readout and what we get as a result of our experiment. So that's the exact same thing you can infer that there is a God because there is an order to the universe. The sun, you expect it to come out tomorrow, and the sun rises from the east every day and sets in the west every day. That is order. God designed everything. So for you to come here and look at all these complexity and order that is in our universe and say it's all happening based on a big bang, I mean, come on. That's like elementary, okay? Because if we ask you, talk about the Big Bang, we say, what is the Big Bang? You say, it happened from a particle. Where did it come from? It's the God particle. Or now you call it the God particle. Huh? You still say there is a God. Within your own theory of the Big Bang, and you say that the universe is expanding infinitely. Those things were plausible when people had knowledge. Now people have knowledge to think, to know that the universe is not just designed randomly where you have bacteria. When you look inside of a cell, you look at a mitochondria. It has a specific function. It's
60 seconds, sir.
Okay,
60
you have to produce
seconds.
energy. You have the lysosome that clean up the cell. You have the semi-permeable membrane. Let's just take a cell that we don't even see that exists in our body. The amount of order that is in that cell is not even an accident before you can say there is no God. From the microscopic things that we do not see to the most complex things that we see, everything has an order. It's all designed by God. You can talk to your elementary student and convince them, but no adult with brain cells will ever believe that there is no God. And if you do believe that, yes, you are insane. That is my stance.
Thank you. Do not go away. Please hang out for a few minutes. First class escort to the VIP. And I want everybody in the audience and the mod squad to listen to what I have to say. Get your tape recorders ready. What we just experienced is exactly why we do this show. And it is exactly what we say once an hour. We encourage everybody, regardless of if I agree, disagree, like you, don't like you, to come up and get your fresh five. Just have a take and don't suck. Les clearly had a take and he didn't suck. I completely disagree with him, but he is a classic example of why the show is designed the way it is designed. And I will say this, and then we'll move on to Andrew. For Les to say that if you don't believe in God, and he didn't say you're an idiot, but he did say earlier,
He said we're insane. He said
we're insane. No less, we're not insane. I can tell you for 100% certainty that I am not insane. JCC is not insane. Violet believes in God or a higher power, but she's on the show. And the other 500 million plus atheists on the planet are not insane.
Alfonso's not insane.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot Alfonso, and he's not insane. So the only thing wrong that you said, the only part of your take that did suck, was because we don't agree with you. We are insane. I know plenty of people that believe in God that have enough respect for me and other atheists not to call us insane. You, on the other hand, find some reaching desire, not only once, not only twice, 3 times, to call us insane. I got news for you. We're not insane. Andrew, pleasure to see you on the show. Would you like some closing thoughts?
Speak for yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've been cleaning my fridge listening, so I wouldn't have had an opportunity to speak.
You've been cleaning your house.
My fridge.
He said fridge specifically.
Okay, fair enough, fine.
But, I would have appreciated an opportunity in each of the hours. However, that didn't work out that way. And I know you get a lot of people.
We called on you in order. I'm sorry. I humbly apologize for that.
Now, since Prophet, so speaking of Prophet, he did say something, and it's in the replay, and if I'm wrong, but I think he said that only racists call people racist. And he was calling us all racist the whole time. So that's kind of bizarre. In terms of order, there's a famous phrase, I was only following orders. So that's my response to that one. Yeah, because things exist, therefore there's a God. That's pretty well the equation that the gentleman was giving us. Because it exists, therefore there's a God. So I'm sure that I completely agree with that one. I think I need a little bit more evidence, like, putting something into a horseshoe crab blood, perhaps. Anyway, Other than that, today I'm off to a little birthday party for my stepdaughter-in-law. I guess that would work out that way. And we got the cake now, and my fridge is all clean. We got company coming this week. My wife's brother from Vancouver is coming out for a visit for 3 or 4 days, and then off to Toronto. So it's going to be a busy week. I'm in the middle of an audit, so I got to kind of mix that into the flow here before Wednesday. So lots of fun. Anyway, everybody have a great week.
And Andrew, don't go away. Stick around for a minute or two. First class escort to the VIP. And on behalf of the Mod Squad, we humbly apologize, sincerely apologize for missing you in the future. If that happens, just shout out at the appropriate time. Hey guys, did by chance, did you miss me? This is Andrew. And that's okay. That's definitely within the way how the show works if we miss you, because you are right. We have to deal with keeping an orderly stage. That being said, let's say goodbye to Alfonso. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, thanks for the show.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it went well.
Yeah.
I will be running a room inspired in today's room. I just pinned the link. There was nothing on the Jumbotron, so...
Right. No, you can pin stuff on the Jumbotron if there's nothing there, sure.
So, because of today's conversation, when it was questioned or we went into whether atheists or spirituals or religious were happier,
And we were accused of being insane multiple times, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I gathered a few articles from the web that seemed to be quite reliable to study and read them so we can actually know what the numbers say in terms of happiness and secularism and spirituality. So I hope to see people there. And thanks for the show today.
Right, and before we move on to Violet and then JCC, I wonder, I didn't ask him, I forgot. Got caught up in the heat of the moment. When he accused me multiple times of being insane, am I insane when it only comes to God? And yet the way I raise my family, I'm completely normal. The way I've succeeded in my career for 35 years, I'm completely normal. The way I've dealt with this show, my partners, my friends, my lovers, completely normal. Or when I was accused of being insane 3 times, am I insane for my entire life? Aspect of it. I forgot to ask him that. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Well, I know he wasn't technically accusing me of insanity because I believe in God.
Yes,
but I tell you
right.
what, Steve, I'm crazy for you.
Love that.
No, show today, no pun intended. It was really popping the whole time. We had a lot of speakers. I'm really glad everybody joined
Violet,
us.
you're right. It was popping.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to go through a little bit of withdrawal next weekend. I'm really excited about going to Oregon and meeting up with Cora, but I'm going to sure miss you guys too. I hope everybody has a great next 2 weeks, and
I'm sorry
I
I won't be able to see you, but I completely understand the logistical nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. But another time, Steve, I'm going to get out to Cali. I know you'll roll out the red carpet.
I've got a guest room waiting for you and your hubby anytime you want.
Absolutely.
No problem.
All right. Well, I will see everybody again in 2 weeks, and goodbye for now.
And last but not least, JCC, standing ovation. Fucking excellent job taking number 3 with Violet, running the show in the way that I wanted you. Would you like to say goodbye?
Of course, Steve, and thank you so much. And Violet, thank you for co-modding with me. It's always a pleasure having you by my side, whether you're taking the reins or I'm taking the reins. I think we're a great team. Steve, thank you so much for your compliments. I appreciate it. Les, so I definitely want you to hear this. I don't think any of us atheists or any of us mods have insinuated God believers were insane. So I do appreciate that the courtesy goes both ways. There's no necessity for saying either one of us are insane. It is your belief that God exists, and I would not take that away from you. However, when it comes to discussions on whether or not it's a requirement and a necessity and exists in objective reality, that is the problem. Like Steve said before, there's nothing definitive to demonstrate God does exist or God does not exist. It is a belief. And when it comes to science and scientific method, you are correct. It does change. It changes with more information, more data, that we lean towards the better information and we change the position. However, it doesn't change that drastically. It actually improves and expands on that theory, and it supports it better. So that's how it works. So this claim that God must exist, that's your belief, and that's where it lies. And I would never take your belief away, and I would never call you insane. So that's all. But to that, a great Sunday, great room, great pop and convo, and thanks again, Steve, and wish you all happy trails. And Violet, I'm so happy you're going to get to hang out with Cora in real life. How exciting is that? That's awesome.
Yeah, and I would be more than happy to further discuss insanity, because us atheists don't believe in God. I have never called anybody who believes in God insane. I believe it's perfectly logical to believe in God. I also think it's perfectly logical to believe in God. There is evidence on both sides of the aisle. I just believe that the evidence on the side against the existence of God is more believable and more substantial. I realize people, 80 to 90%, believe the evidence in favor of God. It's more believable, more substantial, more compelling. But I'm not going to call anybody insane because of their belief. I don't even call flat earthers insane. Okay, and I know that the world is not flat. But that being said, we are done. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your weekend. We will be back next Saturday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and next Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And JCC, why don't you say the standard last words for the show?
Another great show in the bank of bullshit and waste of time.
Decent service in customer service about spirits, tears, because they know they're paying for cheap tickets. So not only is it they're in the back of their mind, they know they have a better chance of getting to their destination safely because they're on a plane, but they're like, I'm at the lowest probability because I decided to fly with Spirit. Like, I think that was both that and them knowing that they're paying for an uncomfortable seat. Like, people are dealing with both. Even if it is just a joke, the joke shouldn't be there because the other airline will go let the joke.
We lost you, brother. We can't hear you.
I have to fly a lot of these airlines just because of where I'm at in the country. And at the end, though, Spirit did get comparably worse than Allegiant and others. I don't know what was going on. Maybe it was just a self-fulfilling prophecy with the ultra-low budget stuff. But the staff was bad. The seats were terrible. And I'm talking relative to, like, really crappy airlines.
It's like socially, when you're having conversations, I jumped on Spirit, people kind of look at you crazy, like they put you in a category, right? But here's the thing. I used to travel quite a bit.
And suddenly, I just really, I don't know, I got something with flying all of a sudden. Hopefully that goes away. But, so that's why I wouldn't even take spirit, because of that stereotype right there. That right there, I'm automatically, even if I get a good price, I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. The plane, in my mind, I'm thinking that the planes are faulty. So, yeah, I'm sure other customers feel the same.
Okay, so so then that goes to Jamal's point. They had no major crashes. Their fleet was younger. They had all Airbus. That's literally what Jamal's point is. I don't know why Jamal was getting mocked for his point. If people feel, and that's the point we were making earlier, if people feel Spirit is less safe than United or Delta, they would be wrong. They'd actually be wrong. That's actually the point. So what you just said is wrong. And that is all narrative building. That's the problem. The other thing is that, and I mean all due respect, if someone's ego is bound up in any way by people looking at them suspect because of what plane they just flew to get across the country, you should go to a therapist. I may be a square BAN. But that's the most insane thing. Hey man, how'd you get here? Yo, we took Delta. Oh, you the man, son. You took Delta. Oh, it was the ladies one. Okay, would you take Spirit? Oh, you took Spirit. Oh, I gotta go inside and cry. Like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. We're trying to get from point A to point B. At the house, you got a 1999 Honda Civic that your great auntie left you when she died. But you're worried about being on Spirit Airlines. Like, that not saying you remember, but anybody, that means you really have some deep self-esteem issues, and you probably need Lacanian and Freudian psychoanalysis because you were caught up in an Oedipus complex.
Right, I agree.
The third degree. That is absolutely insane to me that a grown man or a grown woman would care what somebody says what airline they took. That is the most and this is the problem, but that's why y'all gotta read Harvard Business Review, Stanford Business Review, etc. I read every month when I get it. Because it's a form of it's a trick bag. It's a mental technology.
Hey Dan, look at Q's tagline. I love it. A to B safely. That's a dope campaign right there. Okay, I like that.
Hey,
along those,
that's a dope. There was one other interesting fact about Spirit, believe it or not. A lot of the customers were able to join the Mile High Club with Spirit. Cheap, relatively, not really monitored that well. So you could really join the Mile High Club pretty easy.
American, I don't know if that's true. Americans, according to data from the Fed and economists, sociologists, etc., $1,000 cash. $4,000 cash for emergencies. But you just to Dallas to get a turkey leg from the turkey leg. Jump off that you're gonna meet in a lounge. What's happening? Who cares how it's the plane? It's in the air.
Now see, Ben, that's what I'm talking about in terms of marketing. You said jump off. Now, if they had targeted that demographic, because that demographic was loyal to Spirit. I was ever hearing people on Clubhouse talking about they fly the flute. What was it called when I first joined? Flute out. They were flying them out on Spirit.
Wow. Yeah, America. It's just a bizarre thing. But this is what I love. We'll have a conversation, and many people are, I couldn't take Spirit. It was too cheap. It was in an hour. Motherfuckers will be complaining about gas prices that went up 6 cents last night. Make that make sense. So you'll spend an extra $300, $400, $500 so you can be on Delta business class, balling. Because you got a free Coke Zero girl. I got a free Coke Zero girl. Okay, you do that. But then you need to stop at the gas station on the way home and only got $6 in your car and use that $6 to get home so you can then call somebody to get cash out to pay for your gas. We're complaining about gas going up 87 cents a gallon, but you'll spend an extra $300, $400 to get to the same place. Are we listening to ourselves? This country is so schizophrenic around markets and capital and spending. It's insane. Oh, I can't take Spirit. That's cheap. Cool. Why are you complaining about gas prices? Oh my God, I heard the other day. It's an extra $10 to fill up my tank. Miriam, how many hours a week? A month? That's like 2-3 times. Cool, that's $30 a month. Will you take Spirit? No, it's too cheap. I have to take United first class. That's why the country is the shithole that it is.
That is very bizarre. That is so true, though. But people was looking at me like I'm crazy because I bought an EV because I like to not pay for as much gas. But all those people crying about these high-ass gas prices, I'm winning.
To the Spirit one time and had almost the whole back of the plane.
Yeah, see, I guess I'm mini crashing by going to all caps. Someone said it's not cheap when you have bags. You have to pay for bags for Delta and everywhere you have to pay for bags. That is a constant cost. It's still cheaper. Oh, not the carry-on. So the carry-on costs $15. Like, what are we doing? Let's look it up. Spirit cost or carry-on. $36 to $65. Still cheaper.
That's crazy.
This is what you do.
That's crazy.
Wait, when you have multiple carry-ons, you can only take one carry-on on the other one too. See, people are just not making up. People are just making stuff up. Now it's multiple carry-ons. You don't do multiple carry-ons with Delta. You have to check those bags. Huh? This is what you do. There are bags online. I bought 5 of them on Amazon. They have the same volume as your carry-on bag, and they just happen to fit in the Spirit thing. Guess how much they are? Free $99. All you have to do is spend $80 for a bag. Those little bags, they're thinner, but they have the same volume. You can buy those bags. I know you said multiple bags. You have to pay for multiple bags for Delta as well. But wait a minute, I know people are not suggesting, of course, FNU is not suggesting that Delta, United, American, you get free multiple bags. I'm confused.
Air France will weigh your personal item and charge you if that's over 13 kilograms.
Oh, as soon as it's gonna come up. Hey, what's up? I'm trying to understand what you're saying, bro. I don't know if you're a male or female.
Yeah, what I was saying is that the carry-on you have to pay for it with Spirit. But if you go on a regular flight, you don't pay for the carry-on, but you pay for your other bags. When you add everything all together, when you're somebody that travels with multiple bags, when you add everything all together, it's the same thing. That's all I was saying.
I know, but it's only a $35 difference. And the Spirit ticket is
but I don't just have the carry-on. That's all I'm saying.
I know. On the other airlines, you also have to pay for bags now. That's my point.
Yeah.
So if a bag costs $30,
I know. But the point is, when I went to Florida and I had a carry-on and a checked bag, when you add the carry-on and the checked bag with Spirit, and then you go on a Delta flight, it's the same price.
it is
That's
not.
all I was saying.
Because when
I went to
take
Florida,
Delta,
it was. That's what I was saying in the chat.
all right, cool. When you take Delta, how much are bags for Delta? Bags
I don't
for
remember. I
Delta.
would have to go to my receipt.
Bags for Delta cost
It's like $45.
$45 and $55.
Yeah, and
the
I
third
just
bag
paid
is
the
$200.
The carry-on free. I paid the $45, and then when I go on Spirit, I got to pay for the $35 for the carry-on, and then I have to pay for my check bag.
The
That's what I'm saying.
$45 is the same across each one. Do you not? I'm very.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying when I went to Florida, it came out to the price, which is why I just went with Delta, more leg space. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so we're using an anecdote. All right, cool. So you had one time.
Yeah, that's why I said
Delta was cheaper. Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
It's okay. One time I got a free flight first class to go to Japan. So there you go, everybody get a free flight. Come on, man, we're talking about, or ma'am, I don't know if you're male or female. Sir, we're talking about, I don't know what your gender is.
That's why I said I'm a she.
I didn't hear that part. Oh, sorry, man. Okay, so we're talking about generally. If the bag costs $45 for Delta and $45 for Spirit, they're the same. The difference is the carry-on bag. So if the Spirit flight in this instance was only $35 cheaper, cool. But generally, Delta, the base fare is much higher than a Spirit base fare was.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that not true?
$65.
I
thought you said 65.
Well, it depends. I mean, with Spirit, it depends when you paid for it. So if you waited to do it at the gate, I think it could be $100. But if you did it in advance, it was $35. Again, and the other thing that these carriers did that Delta does not do is point to point. There's a lot of airports Delta doesn't fly into. These places did that, but okay. I get that now Spirit is and Delta the same price, whatever.
As someone who, well, also good morning, afternoon, everybody. As someone who's flown almost twice a week for like the past 3 years, I agree. Like Spirit was always the cheaper and more convenient option. Yeah, they have some revenues on the plane, and they're a little bit less. You know, you get that less like hospitality, but it's always been by and large cheaper. Like the only time I would take like a Delta or another airlines is if it wasn't direct flight there or it wasn't the time, the convenience of it. But I think the biggest difference is like if you go on one trip once a year or once every 4 years, you get on a plane and fine, yeah, it's the same like going to Disneyland. But by and large, Spirit was always a cheaper, more, and also too, sometimes a more convenient option. I think it got a bad record. Everybody loved to hate on Spirit because it was Spirit. You know, just the green high in the skies. That's what people say. So it's just interesting when I hear these conversations about that.
It seems like the company didn't, like they weren't aware of the stigma, or they didn't care about the stigma of their airlines. I mean, based on what I'm hearing, I don't know. I wonder if the executives and the marketing team realized that. I wonder if they were. Yeah.
There's so much you can do, right? Like as a working for a company going to IPO, like people are going to have rumors. Rumors are going to be rumors. Like really hard to take off that phone once they get it flown as well. So
it also bears note that it's not only the so-called low-cost carriers that charge for carry-on. I don't know if people know United has what they call basic economy. You have to pay for carry-on there as well. Just give it time. You'll be paying for carry-on Delta soon.
I think it's only free if you're a Delta member, right? You have to be part of the Delta club to even get.
No, I think everybody on Delta gets the free carry-on. But again,
with Southwest, you did get one free bag and your carry-on.
Yeah.
As long as it was under 50 pounds. But now you'll be paying for bags now. So
yeah.
I think they were the last one.
Yeah.
So it appears that Spirit might have been the innovator, and people are now just following what they did.
I don't know. People like being done. People think that there's a thing in America where if you pay more money, you think it's safer. I don't know why people believe that. And I guess, according to the Rambler, when you got to your destination, you got clowned if you flew Spirit. I couldn't even imagine a friend of mine. I'm trying to imagine a grown person. Hey, man, how'd you get here? Yeah, I took Spirit in there. Oh my God, you got this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've never experienced it, but I know what company
y'all had. That's why.
Yeah, I've never. First of all, I'm saying this is the conversations that I'm hearing. I mean, like this is what people talk about. So it hasn't been my experience like that, but I don't. And based on what we're hearing, that's what it is. People psychologically feel when they pay for more money, they're getting more safe of plane. It was talking about the psychology behind it. So. know how this country is. Everybody want to floss. Everybody want. For some reason, I don't even think like that. I think anybody that can get a dope product and not spend a lot of money, that's gangster. Not spending all your money and not getting value. I think that's dumb as fuck, and it keeps people poor. That right there keeps people poor, wanting to look a certain way. That keeps people poor. It's a poor mindset. They don't think about value and none of that. But yeah, you hear this all the time, this conversation about spirit.
The other thing again about spirit, because Jeremy put this in the chat, is it means you're budget conscious. It's also the route. They would fly direct routes to a lot of places that the other airlines don't. If you want to fly into New Haven, for example, it's usually only the low-cost carriers that fly into a place like New Haven. You have to go to Hartford. You can go from like a New Orleans direct to New Haven on Breezy. I think it's called Breezy. Can't shout out Chris Brown anymore. But it's also a matter of routes. So when you get rid of these carriers, you're also getting rid of what's called point to point. It's not just whatever. I'm done for the day. Yeah.
All right, so we're moving on. Is that the?
Oh, no, you don't have to move on. I'm sure people would rather now get to the full portion. Good, do you think?
What the phone? Who's laughing?
The point-to-point stuff is very good.
Just for that.
Good, PV.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's very good. What I was reading that they don't have on Spirit is any of the business routes, and that can really create a buffer. So JetBlue, they'll have like a New York to Chicago, and people flying business, a lot of times they don't care about peak pricing. They just have to get where they're going. A lot of recurring customers and stuff, where Spirit just never really had that. And so they didn't have a cushion when there was peak pricing. People just would drop out and not fly.
You said it didn't have business routes?
Not in the same way JetBlue does. And also, maybe certain companies wouldn't select, for a lot of reasons. People are saying a budget airline for their employees, right? People tend to pay a ton of money.
I've never had a city that I couldn't go to to Spirit. It was actually better. Like Denver Frontiers actually was more convenient ones. It'll be JetBlue. Actually, JetBlue only go to like Northeast, right? Like it was very selective what JetBlue goes to.
Sure, but if you're a corporation, are you going to put your employee on Spirit, or are you going to put them on JetBlue or American, United, whatever?
Whatever's cheaper for my accountant. That's what we do.
You know what I would do? I would give them an option, and I would say the difference in price, you can add that to your per diem. Or you can add, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a way to do it. But I do want to say this, I said something at the end, because I'm not going to crash, but when we talk about this, the Delta thing, Black people, I don't do race things. You're a warning to the people who don't like race talks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, it's an 8-second trigger warning. Man, do 7 because Kevin said that you can't do 7. The Delta thing is Atlanta ghetto fabulous bullshit. It's a bunch of people in Atlanta. It's Atlanta ghetto fabulous bullshit where people swear that these parvenus, high class, high culture, that leap. I take Delta as if it's your PJ. And it being in the Atlanta hub is a bunch of ghetto fabulousness. That's what it is. I'm telling you, that is the narrative and the effective attachments that people have had with fucking Delta because it's Atlanta based. And people started rapping about flying on Delta business class. That's exactly what it is. It's a ghetto American airline. You can go to a basic airliner in Europe and their airline make Delta look like a trailer park, a trailer in the ghetto. It is a basic. It's Atlanta ghetto. That's what it is. I'm done.
Absolutely, 100%. Also, too, most companies, they just kept the price and telling all the employees to pick whatever airline they want. It's not this whole, even when you have a personal assistant, they just
giving the option to airlines. It's all about the time and the convenience more so than like particular. I never lost a deal because someone's like, ew, you went to Spirit? Most of the time, I don't really care, as long as it's low.
Yeah, it's true. When I was, used to travel a lot, we dealt with a travel agent. And people in the travel industry know they have shit in bulk, right? They were a national travel agent. So it didn't really matter. We did fly Delta a lot, but we also fly United. I think we fly United more. And I asked her, I'm like, what's up with United? I'm like, well, the North. She's like, well, we do get these things in bulk, and you're moving a lot of people. I was like, oh, okay. It didn't happen to me. I just didn't like going all the way to fucking Newark, New Jersey. It's not my favorite place to go when I could just go to LaGuardia or JFK. But as far as Europe, it's true. EasyJet. Igor is he still here? Igor brought up EasyJet. Really nice planes, reasonable prices. Even the airports are better. That's a whole nother discussion. Our airports compared to not everywhere else, but European airports and our airports, like you ever going to Germany? I wouldn't say so much about Heathrow. Heathrow is like a fucking city. But yeah, that's what I wanted.
I think the airport's the worst. I hate that damn thing.
Was it $500 million? Is that like the actual thing, or is that? Because I just thought it told cost my feet because I was just doing some research. That the government was going to take 90% stake. Did y'all talk about that or hear about that? Yes, sir. That's the genesis. Yes, we can. Brother, either. I don't want to get into it, but this airline thing, it's all habitus. It's all habitus. It really is. It's all habitus. Bourgeois habitus. Yeah. Oh boy would have a food that tastes. Oh.
So I've been waiting to say this because we were talking about Omar going down. The Sixers are going. Knicks at 6, baby. Knicks at 6. We got this. That's gonna mess with Omar because of his PTR. But looking forward to that series.
Hey, Sixers 6, Devon 6.
Sixers and 6. Oh, okay. I don't know who watched the Celtics game. Van called it. I don't know what Boston was thinking. They weren't. I thought they would have won that game. But to let the Sixers, rarely do teams come back from being down 3. Like this is crazy.
Joel's block shot on Taylor was kind of nice.
Hey, we just got to steal one in Madison Square Garden. I just want one.
Omar, you going to see any of the games in Philly or no?
Absolutely.
I know it's a long drive from Delaware, but
I'm going to be outside, man. Absolutely.
Philadelphia.
Be outside, Mr. Cool Man. Where you watching the games at? Who wants it to?
If the Knicks win, they're gonna call the National Guard. They acting crazy with this Atlanta series. My city, something wrong with these people, man. Something's really wrong. They just don't know how to act. I pray if New York is gonna sink into some kind of black hole or something. This is gonna be crazy. They go and hundreds of thousands of people that can't get in. I think I'm gonna go check that out because tickets right now it's not gonna happen. But
you saw him on the billboard last year, Divine? The Jumbotron?
Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna go. If the weather's nice, I might go out there for a game just to see the man.
Do it. Tell
Why not? I'm thorough in every borough.
Yo, I'm telling you, bro. You know what? I'm looking out for your safety. They wild out there.
Hey, also,
you should kick out a little rascal.
As long as y'all don't come to the Sixers arena, just stay up there in New York.
Whatever.
Try to invade like last time.
Nobody's scared of Philly. Ain't nobody scared of Philly. You see the dude that the little rap song about the Knicks? Kind of fire. Yeah, I think he used the Money, Power, Respect beat, and I forgot which player he had next to him. I'm horrible at names. But we're not talking about sports. The lady's not gonna talk. Any news, anything going on, please let us know. We would definitely we had a nice conversation about Spirit Airlines. We spoke about government bailouts and lack thereof right now. We spoke about the nationalization of the airline industry. That was a good one. But if anybody got anything, raise your hand, come up. DWI.
How many of us on here? Most of the ladies on the stage are into some. If you can change subject, you can.
Yeah, I mean,
don't do it on my game.
No, that's whatever.
I'm just the only day sports guys and athletes.
Oh, there we go.
Excuse me? The women take enough to do
First lady, you women, you treading water. I don't know.
Please.
You going in and out, First lady.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I said, don't stop on behalf of the ladies because the women take a lot in this space. We don't need you putting any additional fault onto us on this wonderful Sunday. So if you guys want to start talking about sports, do it on your own, not because of the ladies. Thank you.
No, it's not a fault. I just didn't want to alienate anyone. I know you guys, you First Lady, yes, and the women on stage definitely are sports watchers. I'm not going to repeat what Omar said. He trying to strike it. Oh, welcome DWI to the stage. I was scared to bring you up. Please tell me what that stands for.
It stands for Damian Williams influence. I'm probably one of the first influencers that was using that word back in the early 2000s before they made influences on the internet. And I didn't even know that was going to be until now. But you can call me
Daquan?
The Podfather.
All right, welcome to the stage. Welcome, Mr. to the stage. I think you made your way up. Again, the mic is open, guys. Y'all can continue to talk sports or whatever. Any breaking news, please let us know.
I seen the topic about the Spirit Airline, and I was like, all right, since you went through that already. Then I seen...
Go ahead, brother.
Global, and that was like more intriguing to me. So I'm like, oh shoot, Boston lost. We got to play against the 76ers. So I guess we got to create some type of rivalry now with them. So maybe my guy Kevin Pryor could tell me how many games the Knicks are going to play around with them before they can go out.
Knicks is 6.
Ain't nobody worried about Philly.
Yo, Divine, check that link up in the chat. You wanna go outside to that? Be my guest, bro.
All right, copy that. Well, since we're still talking about it, I did check the Knicks records historically against the Sixers. I don't know what's going on this season, but historically, the Sixers have been putting EPA. I'm just saying. Y'all can push back.
Iverson was there? Iverson was there? Or
I don't know the time span that they put, but it was like 290 to 230. I don't know how many years was in that search I did.
I'm happy to use another one of the good East Coast cities, kind of hype. Toronto, Philly, Atlanta, it's good for the cities.
Ain't nobody's word. Go ahead, Kev. Tell
man. Philly put out a mandate where they won't allow anybody without a Philadelphia or surrounding areas credit card address to buy tickets. Because we took over last time we took over the arena, so it worked. Embiid was limping off last night. I mean, like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, that's nasty work. Wait, you don't have a credit card, you can't buy a ticket? What?
They put a mandate because obviously, they knew obviously game 3 and 4. You cannot buy a ticket. I mean, do their ticket. I don't know who they are, but they're the preferred vendors. Obviously, people can sell their tickets, but you can't buy a ticket direct if you don't have an address attached to your credit card within the Philadelphia or surrounding areas, like South Jersey, for PA, Delaware area, but they won't. If you're in New York or North Jersey, they'll refund you your money. And that just came out today. Crazy.
And Kevin, we're not selling no tickets to y'all either. So we.
Don't be selling tickets. Trust me. When people start offering money, they're gonna start selling tickets, just like the last time. I mean, listen, Philly has come a long way. Like I said, obviously, Embiid had the hernia. Some type of surgery last month. He's back, and then Paul George had 25 games off, so he's kind of fresh. And Maxi's the truth. I mean, listen, y'all deserve to beat Boston, but I think the way the Knicks are playing right now, in a whole different groove. I mean, the wings are finally starting to defend.
Embiid owns Karl Anthony Towns, right? He owns him, right?
Yeah, I know.
But you're still gonna lose. After all that, they're still gonna win. Oh my God! After all that,
I just think the Knicks take care of business.
Hey, man, be quiet on them Washington Bullets, man. You can't come in this argument, bro.
I'm not a Bullets fan. And after all that, he's still gonna win. Oh my God! Yeah, it would be very hard for me to see the Knicks losing, but they would be the team to lose.
I'm a Philly fan. We know he's gonna choke though. Philly's always choking. Fuck that team.
Oh my.
Now, for some way Orlando can pull off an upset in Detroit today, then that would really open the floodgates.
I can't wait. That's why I went to the grocery store. I had a long morning. Did all the things with my non-existent family, bike ride, did all of those things. They don't really exist, we found out last night, according to somebody, but did all the things with a bunch of fake people. Went to the store, getting chicken, fish, everything ready. I have not looked forward to a Game 7 in a long time. Now, if Detroit comes out and blows out Orlando, they're going to be pissed. Because Orlando should be going on to the next round. In fact, they lost Game 6. The way they did was insane. They choked it out.
Yeah.
I want a good game, but I also want Orlando to win.
I'm with you on that one. You never know. They're a young team. Young teams, after, what happened, they look shell-shocked what happened on the other night, but you never know. I mean, I'm rooting for them, though, because like I said, they open that door up, and the East is completely wide open. And then obviously there's another Game 7 with Toronto and Cleveland, so
yeah,
we'll see how that play out.
I mean, the East is wide open, but I think it's essentially what the AFC was this year. It doesn't matter who makes it to the end. Matter if both Knicks gets hurt, they were going to lose to whoever the NFC was. Didn't matter if it was the Rams or if it was Seahawks off one. But what I was going to say, what I was going to say though was two things. One, I love Orlando's success because low key I want Giannis to go to Orlando. I think Giannis and Pablo would be dope. Two, I want the Pistons to lose so I can add the Pistons to my Lions sweatshirt I have. Number 1 seed for nothing, a Detroit special.
That's nasty.
The way the Lions lost to the Washington Commanders 2 years ago was an abomination. If this
Detroit Pistons team loses to Orlando, Jesus himself should re-resurrect.
That was the Lions' year that year, right? When they lost to Washington. That was the year everybody said they were ready to go. They should go Super Bowl. Yeah,
15-2. Everyone on the defense got hurt, but they were still winning. And they lost by double digits against a number 6 seed with a rookie quarterback and a roster that had been turned over by like 60%. Other thing I'm gonna say today on the Orlando, Detroit. Yeah, I think I said it. I haven't looked forward to a Game 7 like this in a while. I'm not as much looking forward to the Toronto Cleveland one. But I will say this, and I'm a LeBron fan, but the East is giving LeBron didn't have much competition in the East. This is the kind of East where if LeBron was in the East, he would just carry the team all the way to the end and get clobbered in the finals. That's what this East is. Sorry. Look, 90% of our look, Kevin. Now 90% of the defense, 90% was on IR. This is about the Lions. They were so hurt. They were double-digit favorites. They were so hurt. I have a whole YouTube page, set of bookmarks with predictions from the week after we beat Tampa Bay, where people were saying, "Yeah, it doesn't matter." And remember, David Montgomery came back that game. He was coming back. Yeah. He was coming back that game. I had a whole thing on them saying that the Lions was going to smoke Washington. Whole thing about how they didn't have to worry about Washington. A whole thing. Now 90%. It's amazing how before the game, Detroit knew they were going to win. After the game, they have an excuse. You cannot lose as a 10-point underdog to a 6 seed at home as a number 1 seed with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, that's playoff battle tested. No, you can't lose that.
100%.
Yeah, can't lose
100%. And by the way, I say Washington, brother, because of Doc. You'd have to know Washington. Well, you just have to know football generally. You don't know anything about the sport of football.
Oh, my God. You're right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I thought we were talking about soccer the whole time. God bless. I didn't know.
Who y'all like coming out of the West?
Hard to go against OKC. I mean, I think actually San Antonio can give him a series, but until proven otherwise, I just think the Thunder, the class of the West.
Are we allowed to have a dynasty conversation after they? 2 questions. Are we allowed to have a dynasty question if not are they a dynasty, but begin to have the conversation beginning next year? If the Thunder win, are we allowed to have that conversation? Do they need to win a third? 1.
We can have that conversation.
Thank you. I agree. And 2, am I the only one who's now ready to put SGA in the top 30 all time and on this trajectory? Top 10. Too early. Have you? As I said, trajectory. Have you seen his numbers?
Top 30. I'm okay with your top 30. 10 right now is premature. Premature counts.
I said top 30.
I would say top 30 personally.
Should I put it? Maybe I'll say it in Greek for you tomorrow. I said that if he stays on this trajectory.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. All right, he's nice, man. He's nice.
Okay. And y'all not gonna like this. He's gonna have 2 MVPs after this year. How many did Jokic end up with? 3 or 4?
3, I believe.
3. He's already better than Jokic. I know everybody loves Jokic, the Serbian sensation who has a 1.5-inch vertical, who smokes cigarettes, drinks beer, and is not a shape, and it's great. But some of these numbers that SGA are putting up, y'all not ready for this tape, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
But man,
they're better than my... 1 second, let me give the tape before you respond. Even give him the tape.
About to say some blasphemous shit.
My new thing is when people interrupt, just stop talking. Go ahead, say it.
All right, thank you, Ben.
He said thank you. Oh my God. Just like Giannis don't have to deal with Elijah Woods and David Robinson and Patrick Ewing, Shea don't have to deal with defense from Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, killers. And so it's easy for him to just to be fair. So when we put him up, line him up to greats. I look at if Michael Jordan was guarding him and he had to guard Michael Jordan, he would be getting that work as well. So we have to put it in context. So I think it's premature. Top 30, I'm fine with that.
One of the things I love about that is when people think that the defense was better and you name Patrick Ewing. You just said that he didn't have to go up against Patrick Ewing.
No, I'm talking about Giannis. No, I'm saying Giannis.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Giannis gets busy.
You think Patrick Ewing could stop Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Oh, no. Not at all. The point, he would have to work on the defensive end because Giannis is not stopping those people I named.
He's not stopping Patrick Ewing?
Yeah, he's not stopping him.
Okay. Do they play the same position? I just want to know for the record. I'm just asking.
Patrick Ewing and Giannis?
Yeah.
Yes.
They don't. Kevin, do they play the same position?
No.
Thank you.
Why do people... 5, Giannis the 4.
This app is when we get to the Creto and the Republic and Sophocles' Oedipus being superior to Seneca's, then I'll ask you to chime in. You don't know basketball.
Touche.
You don't know basketball.
I don't disagree. Who is the center for the Denver Nuggets?
The center for the Denver Nuggets?
Nikola
Jokic?
All right, and Patrick Ewing was a center, so they play the same position. What are we talking about?
You're talking about Giannis. Are you drinking great wine?
Jokic.
You just said Giannis.
No, I wasn't talking about Giannis.
Oh my God. Did he not just say Giannis?
He just said Giannis.
He just said Giannis.
Hold on, watch this. Either way, we're talking about foreign players.
I got you.
You should actually be rooting for the Pistons.
I got you. Come on. You're moving the convo. Come on. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. So, what was your point about Jokic? He could play defense against who? Or they would have stopped him, or he couldn't have stopped playing against Jokic now? Because you had said Giannis before.
Don't worry about it. We can move on.
No, but I think you're making the claim that the defending was better back then, or the offense was better from the center position back then? Is that what
you're saying? No, it's not just defense. All of these people look really good.
Who's a better defender, Rudy Gobert or Patrick Ewing?
The guy that's taller, Rudy, he's taller, so he might. I don't know.
I know, but you don't follow basketball. Who's a better defender, Hakeem Olajuwon?
Historically, Olajuwon, but it could be good coming up.
Y'all got it.
Well, yeah, you should be rooting.
Yeah, man, I see why you stay on mute for a lot of the sports conversations. I got it.
You're 100% right, but for the sake of basketball, since you seem to like it, you should want the Pistons to win because Orlando Magic. That doesn't do anything for the NBA and their low ratings these days. A lot of people have stopped watching basketball. But the Pistons, hold on.
The lowest ratings.
And imagine, and when we talk about these great basketball players, we're talking about like Canadians and Europeans. And I think, I don't know if is Cade an American? Hopefully he's an American because that's my whole point.
Yeah, he's American.
Be rooting for these American superstars, Cade and Anthony Anderson, because we're not talking about foreign. It's neither here nor there, but just because we're Americans, we should want these American superstars to flourish. And so you should. I'm saying all that to say, hope the Pistons win, brother.
personally, I'm indifferent, but.
So who does Detroit have that makes people run to the television?
Well, they have the tradition. Isaiah Thomas going to bat for Pistons, and then the second rendition with Ben Wallace, and then they're back again. They've always been.
Yeah, but that's over 35 years ago.
Well, no, I mean, okay, if you say
Isaiah.
But also going to the Ben Wallace and Rip Hamilton, the dudes, and now Cade Cunningham. They have a tradition.
And that's 20 years ago. I mean, there's nobody on Detroit that makes you run to the television.
They've been a mainstay throughout the NBA, and they, I'm just saying to help with the NBA ratings, if you will. Orlando does nothing for that.
Detroit wins. If Detroit was in the finals, nobody's rushing to the TV to watch the Detroit Pistons. That's just reality. I mean,
if the Lakers made it, that would be a compelling story for somebody. The NBA would love that if that happened.
But it wouldn't be because of Detroit. That's what I'm saying. Detroit does not move the needle as well. I mean, it's just got a great player, Cade Cunningham.
But Orlando's not. They do nothing. The Pistons, at least, they're
Orlando to win for selfish reasons, but that's just me. But I'm just saying that there's no. Cade Cunningham's a great talent, but he's not box office to a point where people outside that market will say, "Well, I got to go watch Cade." That's what I'm talking about. It's again, I hear what you're saying from a range perspective, but you need a team in that series that's going to move the needle from a eyeball perspective. That's just the reality of it, and that's what the NBA is starting to deal with. The guys that are coming up, they just seem to be foreign guys because those players seem to have all-around games, whereas the American kids that are growing up playing basketball, it's AAU driven, and it's sometimes the fundamentals are not there. Mostly kids in the States play more games. The kids out of the country, foreign kids, practice more. And you see that in the NBA because they have more of the fundamentals. If you watch, the Shea's game, Shea has a mean mid-range game.
To be fair, Shea is a little cheat code because he did go to high school in, I think, Tennessee. He came in the AAU system. That's a little cheat code.
Well, that was late. He came in, but again, he's from Canada, and again, he still developed that game and practiced more. A lot of these European guys, they're not Euro.
America. He developed in America. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying though, as far as the other overseas players. Yeah, but Shea is a little exception to the rule. But yeah,
I can give you that. Sure.
Are you in DR or something? Why you sound so calm?
No. I was going to ask that question.
Hey, ho.
You had a good night last night?
Hey, man, listen, man. My son committed on May 1st.
Wait, your son committed last night, May 1st? He committed you? What hospital they put you in?
Well, he committed to the university.
Recovering black man who voted for Trump but feel bad about it.
So he committed to university, so I'm feeling good.
Congratulations, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Congratulations. Where you going, Temple?
He's going to Drexel, Alchemist Drexel.
Oh, cool. I got people here.
Thing. So I was just saying you done.
What do you mean? Wow.
So as the old guy, the square, the nerd, the one who lies about his life and everything, let me say this. Y'all got to get off this NBA ratings thing. This is not 1996.
It's how to rate somebody.
It's no. I mean TV ratings. Like the ratings are going to be bad. That's not what it. The NBA ratings have been going down. Did that stop the last TV deal from being less money? It's not linear like that anymore, y'all. You got digital, you got streaming, you got online, you got IG, you got influencers, as Omar would say. It's a lot more dynamic than y'all. This is not 1994, and we're going to do a Dream Shake special at McDonald's because Akeem come to McDonald's and get their Dream Shake. I shake you, you get chocolate vanilla shake. Like, it's not 1994. Yeah, last year's finals, the ratings were horrible. Guess what? Salary cap's still going up, revenue's still up. Huh? Y'all gotta keep up.
It's not so much the ratings. I think people like myself, but millions of other. I think we're just watching basketball and football. These sports, we're just watching them less, or just going to those outlets, YouTube, wherever, to get to streamline it more. So,
you're watching less because American masculinity is at an all-time low. You don't do sports. You talk about women and whether or not you should be paying for dates at the Olive Garden for $50 and still expect coochie. That's what you do instead of watching sports. I agree.
Well, that's not my algorithm, but if people are doing that, what a shame. But I would are doing that. I mean, this is the age of that and OnlyFans, and each their own. Not that anybody does that, but I was only making it because the NBA is concerned about the ratings. I don't care either way, but I was just bringing it out and making it more American. Cade and Anthony Edwards. These people are getting outshined by all of these. And I don't have a problem with foreign athletes, but I'm just giving reasons why. The Pistons and Timberwolves finals, that would be a good finals, man. Be two American superstars. Win the
That would be horrible. There are no superstars. Right? There are those teams.
Yeah, Cade and Anthony Edwards, they're superstars, man.
You think Cade is a superstar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's superstar Jason. He's if he can beat, he's gonna beat Orlando, and if he beats whoever he has to play next and play like the Knicks or what's the other one? Knicks or the Sixers, then he'll be a household name at that point.
You think, I just looked it up because I couldn't remember. You think a dude that went 24, 9, and 5, who's pushed to the brink against Orlando and round 1 as the number 1 seed, is a superstar or superstar adjacent?
Well, they call, what's that kid from last year or maybe the year before, Halliburton. And he's not as nice as Cade. And he became a household name after that run. So yes, I think so, 100%.
Nobody knows who. The only reason why people remember Halliburton now is because he was on a podcast talking about why he only dates white women. Ain't nobody checking for Halliburton. You think Halliburton is a superstar?
Well, you know him.
Well, yes. Okay.
He knows them. This is the same man who parades around as if he has children. We found out yesterday he doesn't. So we can't go by what he knows or what we think he knows. He's not a normal person. I got you there.
And also, we found out a few days ago I'm on welfare.
Hold on. Dan don't have children.
And I'm on welfare, yeah.
I'll tell you what, man, this app, they come up with some stuff, man, don't they?
I love it. He was saying, people say, go listen to it, man. It's just, it is so fascinating. The things, this is an app with about 80 people on it. Everybody knows who everybody is to some degree or another. And they stuff, it's just hilarious. But yeah,
when I'm talking sports, I'm out of my lane. I'm more of a, I'm normally speaking more highbrow, so I may be speaking out of turn.
Well, if you're a classicist, sports were highbrow.
I'll mute my mic.
Sports were highbrow in the Roman Empire. You know that.
Huh? Well, yeah, that's how we get sports. They're barbarous. Football. It's make no mistake, boxing. We don't mistake these things are barbarous. Back then, the athletes were just killing each other.
Let me ask you a question.
But it's all the same stuff, though. So,
what's your favorite? I asked somebody the other day, and they couldn't answer, but I know you can, so I'm actually legit asking. What's your favorite of the Sophoclean trilogy? The Sophoclean trilogy. Do you have a favorite of the 3? Or you don't know, or you don't do tragedy?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, that's fair. Now, me and Tamario had a good discussion one time on the Crito. That brother knows some Plato. It's good stuff. Crito's my favorite dialogue, so that's why we talked about it.
Yeah, Credo is the inspiration for Pontius Pilate appealing to Christ to not face persecution for whatever judgment by people. But in both cases, they stand on business or principle and accept their fate and die for their respective causes. But Credo was the original, Pontius Pilate, that's a second rendition.
You don't think Socrates kind of is a chump in the Credo? A little bit.
No, because he doesn't take Credo's offer to get him into exile. Number one, that would make him a hypocrite. He spent all of his life following virtue. He makes the virtuous argument on how if he does that, it would defy everything that he teaches, which would ultimately deem him a hypocrite. So I don't know how he was looking. What'd you call him, a coward or?
No, a chump. So I know that he's not going to go. I know they're not going to break him out of prison and stuff. But like his reasoning, don't you feel like his lack of familial affection is off-putting? Like he never even really considers it.
No, but he makes the point how, hey, I've been educated here. My children have been educated here. We have the world's best education. I chose to live here, and I accept the laws of the land here. But now they don't work in my favor. I'm gonna disagree with it and do something that defies what I bought into for all my life. And so, he makes the moral argument on how it's not just to do that.
But he never.
I think in China have the best world educated.
He never wavers. Like it's so wooded, and his son's appeal, it never weighs on him as a father. And again, I agree with you. It is very interesting. It's very much like I don't know if you know Crayon's relationship to Hyman in Antigone. Very similar, except Crayon has some of those finer feelings. I don't know. I feel like Socrates lacks finer feelings sometimes, so he shouldn't have. But y'all go back to basketball because we don't want to talk. You don't want black men speaking about books. I know that's against the rules. There are black women here. They're the most educated populace in America.
We had both conversations. You were organizing both conversations.
The black women speak. They're more educated than we are. Remember, we found out yesterday from a left that Kamala Harris, by virtue of being a black woman, she would be a good president because black women are educated. So there you go.
Well, if we're talking about Socrates, he championed women having equal rights to education. Just to put that out there as something unique to him. Wasn't a lot of opportunity prior to that. Well, him teaching that women have, and I don't disagree. Women have the same, ability of reason to men, and they should have.
You agree with that?
Yes, there are. Yes, I agree with it. I also agree with, that most of the time women are guided more in emotions and passions and being nurturers. That's who they are naturally and divinely. But as far as their aptitude for reason, absolutely. Socrates makes the argument. He says if you're training a horse or a dog, do you take into account what gender they are? You don't. Because their ability to reason is going to be the same.
Right. So do you think that, so I was going to ask you, so you think that the faculties that women have are more biologically determined than socially determined, and then they're just reinforced or negated through socialization? So you think that women are more naturally nourishing as a matter of nature?
Yes, 100%. That's why they have breasts and they have those type of organs. They're divine nature.
And I'm not talking about, one second, I'm not talking about biological processes. I'm talking about intersubjective processes.
let me say something.
No. I'm asking you. I didn't say anything. I'm asking you. It's impossible to have a conversation on here. Whatever. Let's set this thing. Y'all got it. I'm literally asking you a question. What do you mean if I say so?
Man, who do you have in the finals? Let's go back to that.
I'm asking you. Wait. Why? This was interesting. You know what? I'm sure Sandata and Dave will open up a question for you and Gildas to do y'all's minstrel show later. I'm you know.
I think, man, I was trying to ask you. Get back on Socrates. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah,
I was asking a question about boobs, which is I understood that. I was talking about like motherliness, like parenting, intersubjective experience, affective life, social exchange. Just asking. I thought it was a good combo. This app is so antisocial. You can't even build for more than 5 minutes, so people take offense to it. I apologize for treating you like a thoughtful, rational, informed, intelligent man. I just treat you like the nigga you want to be treated. I apologize. I asked dude a question, a basic philosophical question. He ran like Sha'Carri Richardson running from a drug test.
Oh, no, I didn't run. I respond only because you said that somebody made a comment, not to Mario running from a philosophical question. I'm doing something, and I don't necessarily like being centered. I like to make comments.
We'll put you down. All right, we'll move you down. You can meet. I'll meet up too.
Mario said he ain't come here for all that today.
I know. Dude holds rooms.
So he wasn't prepared.
I know. Dude holds rooms with 3 people reading translations.
I used to sit and listen to him.
Of Plato Republic to people who can barely read. But somebody asked him a basic philosophical question. Now he got something to do. But when we was talking about balls and boys running up and down the court chasing balls, he did that. But now the question is just, you got her. Who's asking the question? That's insane. Now.
I wasn't ready.
Later today, he'll have explain to people with 8th grade educations why Sappho and Aristophanes are important for epistrophes. Damn. You tried. I tried, yo. I always tried. That's not true.
Well, maybe he'll come back to it. He just ain't in it right now.
He won't. But this and Dada and Dave, and they can talk about, God, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm agnostic, right? Because, like,
why are you picking on these men today?
Saying, like,
I don't like men on men.
They don't even talk about that, though. They talk about being
Save the men. I don't want men on men violence.
So you said you were busy, brother.
He might need to go read something. He might have read it. What you mean? He might need to go refresh his memory.
No, I was asking him what he thought. I wasn't asking for something from the text.
But he may have needed to go back and confirm something. Get a brother a chance. It's Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, but so
bullshit.
Brother, you have to stop.
He's an instigator.
You gotta let God use you. Stop allowing the other one to use you. I mean, that's why this pink ticket is even here now. I mean, you keep asking for this meta war. Let me know. Yeah, he went and got himself removed from the house because of the fact that I blocked him because he continuously kept putting things on me. And I didn't appreciate it. But it was only for a short period of time. Exactly.
Wow, I heard you love things on me before.
And why brother Messi got a pink ticket? Why he got a pink ticket?
I just told you. He needs to stop it and turn it around now. Go ahead, Devon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to save my brother Messi from the competition, but it's kind of old news. But I don't think we spoke about it. I put it in the chat. So there's something here with the Trump administration and Zambia needing PrEP, which is AIDS medication, and he's trying to turn it into, it says it's a bargaining chip to get mineral access. This man. So we're gonna cut back on giving you medication that's going to help save lives unless you give up your minerals. Like this is crazy. So I don't know. Again, it's just trying to pivot. I'll give something for you guys to talk about because whatever, the dude couldn't hang. He got put down. So we don't have to talk about it. But I don't know if we did talk about it. If anyone knows anything about it, but there's a article in the chat since we love to bang with Trump, not literally.
No, you like to bang on him. That is you, sir. Take accountability. Don't put that shit on us. I am not taking that, sir. I like my president. Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about. I guess it's just one of those things. He's like, listen, we tired of playing with the money. Okay, I spent a lot of money on this war. Now I need to recoup some. Now, if y'all want this, then fine. You know what? You got something I need. So let's make a deal. Hello? That's what it is. Let's make a deal. I know it's not how we are used to things, but it's where we are. We just gotta wake up and accept it. Yeah, but what about this? So now, how long does it usually take for ballistics to come back? Does anybody know? Like from a bullet, how long does it usually take? I thought they could get it within 24 hours, 24, 48 hours.
I think you can get a test for your balls. I think you can get a test from CVS. They have a 15-minute.
Not ballistic, the ballistics. What are you talking about?
You're talking about STIs. I was going to say you can get that from CVS.
STI. What is STI?
Sexually transmitted infections. It's STDs.
Oh, okay. I'm used to people saying STDs, not STI. But why are you talking about that? What's going on?
You said a test for your balls. I said they have them at CVS if you have chlamydia, or I think the test is like a 20 minutes.
Is ban a ban?
Yeah.
In the chat, shout out to Mel. He says Ghana pulled out of the U.S. healthcare deal for $106 million. Is that the company the CEO got killed? Those people? Wow. I don't think we mentioned it. There was some kind of breach in some healthcare system. Social security numbers were leaked. We need some good news. Let me go find some. You want some fun news first? Some happy news?
I don't know. I'm afraid to say anything because whenever I say anything, somebody changes what the hell I'm saying. So, let me hurry up and say that before somebody changes that. So I'm going to go back on me.
So are you saying that you don't know what you're saying?
That's exactly what's true.
That's true. Wait, now you're trying to pick them? Did you need some ballistic results? Like overnight it or something? First night?
Talk to someone else.
Zero. So I got some weird fun news. Timmy the whale was rescued. A humpback whale that had been stranded in shallow waters off the coast of Germany for weeks was successfully towed in a barge and released into the deep North. Shout out to Timmy the whale. Whale on. Chonkers, the sea lion, a colossal sea lion named Chonkers, has become a viral sensation, drawing massive crowds to the San Francisco Pier 39. And the final day of his tour in Bermuda, King Charles III officially launched a new space agency project, marking a mission accomplished feel for his whirlwind tour. And shout out to the King going up to Harlem. I didn't realize a friend of mine knows the brother that has the community garden that the King went to visit. So that was kind of cool. He made it up there, and he got pictures, and he hung out with the brother that founded that garden as the young people planting food and learning about agriculture in Harlem, USA. What else? Skydiving Rubik's record. An adventurer broke the world record by successfully solving a Rubik's Cube while skydiving. Pretty interesting. Shout out to those Rubik's Cube kids. They're amazing. I think one of the record holders is an autistic kid. They had a whole documentary on those Rubik's Cubes competitions. They're pretty intense. And yeah, shout out to those kids that have solved that algorithm with speed. I guess we'll go to some international news. Iran war peace proposals. President Trump is currently reviewing a new 14-point peace proposal from Tehran to end the 64-day conflict. While he expressed doubt that the offer is acceptable, in quotes, the White House is under pressure as prices oil and global shipping remains crippled. Yeah, I went to fill up the bike yesterday. I think for premium it was $5 and change here in NYC. This is a gas station. I'm a creature of habit. I always go to this gas station because, you know, some of these gas stations have water in the tank, and, you know, you fill it up and a couple of days later your tank is empty because they got the cheap gas. That's just me. So that's my spot. I filled up the bike. My bike is a 2-gallon tank, and I spent $10 to fill my bike, which may not seem like a lot, but I'm used to fill my bike for a lot less. Of course, we spoke about the Spirit Airlines shutdown. Spirit Airlines has officially ceased operations and filed for bankruptcy, citing Sky across the U.S. and in the Caribbean. We spoke about shutting down a Spirit at length today. Shout out to everybody that participated. U.S. troop withdrawal. The Pentagon announced a withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany over the next year. The move follows a rift between Trump and European leaders over the handling of the Middle East conflict, sparking concern within NATO. Missing service members in Morocco. A massive search and rescue operation is underway in southwestern Morocco for 2 U.S. Army soldiers who went missing during a hike during the African Lion military exercise. Ukraine-Russia conflict. Ukrainian drones reportedly hit several Russian Shadow Fleet oil tankers in a key loading port in the Baltic Sea. Meanwhile, President Zelensky warned of unusual activity on the Belarus border. That's all I got for now, guys. Shout out to the playoffs. All the fellas and the ladies will be watching these games tonight. What a good time. I'm going on mute. Plenty for y'all to talk about. If you have anything else, by all means, please get in there.
Thank you, Devon. That was beautiful. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
I don't know why somebody said F the king and the queen. What's going on? He said.
Yeah, like, this is what I heard, First Lady. You guys running around talking about no King's Day, and y'all don't look out love for King. So they want us to have the same hatred for the King of England, which is absolutely ass backwards. I don't get it. Like, they've had kings and queens in the UK for centuries, and I don't see how they could compare people shouting out the king coming to the city and compare that to us not wanting Trump to be a king. That makes absolutely no sense. I'm going.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, somebody said nothing to do with it. Okay. Well, if that is the scenario, I think that's just somebody putting everything in a pot. Hey, Zoshi. How are you?
I'm fine, Princess. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, who has grabbed you as the king of England?
Step forward
with your head.
I will not say, sir.
That shall be quartered.
How are you on this wonderful Sunday?
I'm good.
Out of all those topics, any comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, it's symbolic. This man is a leader. Why hate? I don't have hate to anybody. But I don't understand the hate for the King of England coming to the United States. Is it because he took shots at the administration? He mentioned He mentioned the alliance with NATO. He's going against the grain, maybe. I don't know. I've never seen such hatred for British monarchs coming to the United States. Well, when Princess Diana came, I believe she came, and everybody loved her. Now we hate them? I don't understand where it's coming from.
And he's also part of a constitutional monarchy. He's not an absolute king, which means his powers are checked.
Y'all like the king in there? Y'all like King Charles?
Liking is I don't hate him. The man brought some, he came, he dropped some bombs in his speech. He came to the city, showed some love to Harlem. What's the problem? I don't get it. I don't get it.
I thought that was cool. He went up to Harlem. Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. I gotta give him some credit on that.
He's got nice hands.
No talking of the hands, please. Scale sausage fingers.
A lot of y'all don't go to Harlem. At least the king did it. You know what I mean?
Shut up, Omar. You come on up and go to Harlem. You don't need to go to Harlem.
Yes, I do. I go to Melville's good.
For what?
Get a nice little grub of Melville's. 110th Street.
Come on, next time you're in the city.
And how many times a month?
Go to New York quite often. I mean, not every month, but
now you go to New York.
Once a year.
I just said Harlem. I'm asking you a question. How often do you go to this?
I was in Harlem in February. Last time I was up there.
February.
Okay. Well, I want you to come to East New York, Omar, and there's a spot. Let me know when you're ready. There's a spot. There's a spot.
You gonna hang out
you to check out. You don't gotta hang out with me, but I got some spots. I want to see if he gonna brave the waters. People get nervous here.
East New York is a different beast, though. We'll see that. Nah, but my baby mama from Coney Island, man. I know about New York a little bit, Devon.
Okay.
Why are you so calling
Never admit that again in public.
On the app. Okay, there you go.
No, in the world.
I mean, you don't have any babies, right? Like your kids are older. You got a small one?
Nah.
You just say your child's mom.
Yeah, but I thought I'm around Negroes, so just, you know what I mean? I let my guard down a little bit sometimes, you know what I mean?
Wow.
My homeboy, First Lady, that has many mothers of his children. And so, he rides too. So when we go riding, if we run into them, and it always bugs me out. He still calls, and he says it to their face. Like, you know my baby mama. I'm like, bro, your kids are like business owners now. Stop calling them your baby mama.
Hey, it's fine. It never ages out, man. It never ages out.
I hate it now.
I know you do. He'd be like, what's up, baby mama? And they'd be like, ah. This shit is hilarious.
Well, did let off the shot, that was the reason why I was asking the question, like, how long does it usually take for them to get that information back? And I'm sure you knew exactly where I was going, but for whatever reason, I was halted. And that's fine. I adhere. I'm going to be quiet. The stage is open.
Talking about the correspondence shooter?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, there's been some wild video. I saw a video. They show him going, and I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's Doctor. They show him going into a room, and you see one of the agents with the dog, and he doesn't have anything that appears to be a long gun. And then the guy with the dog turns, kind of says something to him and turns away, and then he runs out with the gun. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what do we? They gave us that grainy video first, and now there's a clearer video, and I don't know. The whole thing is just strange.
That's some color. But yeah, no, I was just trying to figure out how long does it usually take for the information to come back, from up in person. I thought it was like within 24, 48 hours. But yeah. They said they found the pellets in the officer's vest. So. In other news, I saw Trump. I don't know if it was did he tweet it yesterday or today? But he said Iran hasn't paid enough what they did. I didn't know what that meant. I was like, what is he talking about? So, is he saying like previous years, like years ago, or something that was current? Does anybody know that? Anybody see his Truth Social? No?
What did he say?
What did you say? The Doge you saw, he sees everything.
Yeah, if I said it, he said he will definitely say he saw it. But, me, little friend, Omar.
I know you said something along the lines of what's it called? The deal that Iran proposed was not enough for it. Beyond that, I've not seen anything else.
Right. The deal wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And something else in regards to, like, they haven't paid for what they've done. I didn't know what that meant.
Well, that could be a threat. With Trump, anything's possible. So.
Hey, MJ.
Wait, it's Omar. Short person? Where'd you call him?
What's going on, First Lady?
How's it going?
I am a Spirit Airlines refugee that made it home this weekend.
Okay. So you got one of the last flights?
Nah. So I flew into Nashville for my niece's graduation, and I got the news the next morning. So I immediately jumped online and saw tickets that used to be $60, $70, Southwest, etc. Like $400 now. Two of those bad boys for myself and my mother to get back home.
Dang.
That was hard. But it is what it is.
So wait, had you already paid for your tickets?
What do you mean, the Spirit tickets?
Yeah, you come back home.
Yeah. I had a round-trip ticket to Nashville. So, yeah, got the fucking notice in the morning. Not even a notice. It was like, you open the Spirit app. It's like, yeah, all flights have been canceled. You might want
to find
Did
something.
they offer you any like accommodations kind of thing?
No, I'm trying to see what's coming, because I had to drop $1,000.
Did you pay for your spirit through a major credit card?
Yeah.
Was it like a debit card?
It was I'm pretty sure it was with a credit card, so.
Okay.
I can't recall, actually. Shit.
I think that's the first place you should try to contact.
For sure.
Get your money back.
For sure. I mean, but it's not the same. Like, I'm gonna get back a couple $100 because the round trip is so cheap, right?
Right.
But the $1,000 I had to pay to get home, you know what I'm saying? That's what really hit. That's where the pain was. So,
Right, but you were paying attention to that something was about to happen, right? You thought the bailout was coming?
I didn't, and maybe it was the posturing of the crew on the flight. They were like, they really, really did not seem like a number of people that were concerned, and they were talking to other customers like, oh, these are just rumors. Everything's gonna be fine, type shit. It was really weird. The attitude. I could tell no, I believe that they believe. I don't believe. It's not like I believe them. I'm like, this is a lot of skepticism as to what was going on. But I had already purchased these tickets months ago. Anyway, yeah. So I was like, oh shit, let's keep our eyes peeled. But they really believe. In my mind, Spirit did a good job of convincing its employees that everything was going to be all right, which is wild and foul to me. Just judging off of the way that they were posturing, the way that they were moving, really.
I mean, maybe they were saying what they, because they was hoping that somebody would come through.
Yeah, probably. I just understand they did a great job of keeping that crew thinking everything was straight, because there was no indication whatsoever from anybody's just the way they carry themselves that anybody was really concerned about something like this happening, Yeah, all the people who didn't believe it called out sick. But, that's crazy. They did that job like and y'all was at a Trump rally in the middle of nowhere. Bruh. Nasty. I'm like, man, this could have been a better way to roll this out. They could have rolled it out in a way where it was like, yo, man, look, we're not gonna take any more reservations. We're gonna continue to say this. I have a hard time believing this was the only course of action in this scenario. You know what I'm saying? This is just fucking wild.
Well, it is, MJ. We were talking about it the past 2 days, and it's like we're learning more and more where this has happened before. They filed for bankruptcy several times. They were in talks with JetBlue. They were in talks with the government. So maybe they thought, there would be a last minute effort to save. Like, oh yeah, this happened before. We'll be all right. We also learned they've been around since the 60s under various names. Yeah, and it's sad the way it happened. Glad you made it back though, brother.
Yeah, man. I wasn't gonna get stuck out there.
Has the government ever offered any private organization like for 90% of its control before that y'all know of?
Yeah. We have some research on that one, Arthur. What's up, brother?
Yeah, I'll go over it.
General Motors, but 90%, the question, Ed, was 90%. Does the government own 90% of GM? Evergrey, what you say? What you got? We got Ed as well.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 90%. I have to double check, but they had a significant portion of GM shares at one point in time in the 2008 period. So It's not unprecedented. I think Spirit should have just changed their name to 47.
AIG was 92% black. Equity Villa, 2008.
There it is.
Brother Ben, I don't know if you're speaking. I see you off mute, but we don't hear you. Okay.
I apologize. I heard Nigerians yelling in the background, and I just told you it triggered me. He was yelling. I was ducking for cover.
Potentially inappropriate response.
I saw BT slip in here. He slipped.
Can you say that again and just say word for what we just said? Say exactly what you said. Exactly what you said. Just say that again.
I saw BT slip in here.
You can stop right there. I got the clip. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Well, what did you slip?
See, I didn't catch it at first.
Say it one more time.
I saw. He slipped into the room. Well, anyway, did you ever get part 2 of that that clip thing? Ben, did he ever send it?
Of course not. There was no part 2.
Oh, wasn't?
There was I don't know if you guys know the rapper Mos Def. There's a line that always sticks out that he said, and there's a song called Respiration, one of my favorites. He says, "My ears is quick." Not that one, man. The other one. Escuche la ciudad esperando. So listen to the city breathe. But he says, "My ears is quick," and you don't miss a thing. She said what she said, and it's like, okay. But you always hear something else. It's hilarious.
I'm recording. That's good. I'm John Kitover. Let me just be honest. I'm John Kitover. I'm done speaking.
I know it. Devon, I don't know what you just said the last 30 seconds.
There's a line by Mos Def in one of his songs. He says, "My ears are quick."
Okay.
He has quick ears. So.
Yeah, I really didn't want you to explain it. I heard you saying something.
Okay, I'm going on mute. Because you get feisty.
Hold up. Refugee. What's the Fuji?
Proswell.
He turned himself out. What happened to him? What did he do?
I don't want to mess it up. Somebody's going to correct me if I'm wrong. So the allegations are he was funneling money to the Obama campaign, and the Obama campaign says we didn't know. Yeah, there was some foreign operating as accusations of him operating as a foreign agent without registering as one. Again, I could be wrong. This is from memory. And so, yeah, he's guilty of illegally giving money to a campaign, something of that nature. And so, yeah, he's going to appeal. I think others have done what he has done, but you're a black rapper. No. Your ass is going to jail. And they give him football numbers, right? Something crazy. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shout out to Proswell of the Fugees.
Well, they tried to come and get him in Jamaica.
No, he's Haitian. He's Haitian.
So he was over in Haiti.
No, he was here. He lives here.
No, they said he returned back to the United States. He was somewhere else. He wasn't
Friday or Thursday.
Yeah, he turned himself in. I'm just saying, whatever.
There's no way you can go and run here. I mean, most of the countries, they have this arrangement with the FBI. They'll just turn up and pick you up.
Prosecutors allege that Prods received $100 million from fugitive Malaysian businessman J-Lo to influence U.S. government officials, including lobbying against an investigation into the NDB scandal and aiding the Chinese extradition case.
And then once we touched that point, so 15, 16 years.
That's crazy.
Well, he wasn't the most lyrical out the group, but he has some joy. He has some joy.
That's an understatement, Divine. Come on.
I did 90 degrees underneath palm trees. As I burn my calories.
Come on down. Come on, bro.
So wait, did you like him or did you not like him? I'll get you off it.
I mean, he wasn't even like he anchored them yeah. I mean, he helped them out, but yeah, he wasn't the best at all.
Right, okay.
Breaking news in the chat. Oh my, which Matt is that? Nah, I don't believe you. If it was Matt, go ahead.
What is it? Pennsylvania Democrat Senate candidate Raymond Chandler has been arrested for allegedly threatening to kill. What? It was a trick. You little rat.
Yeah, okay. That's why I said I don't believe you. We need more people. All right, Matt. That was funny. Oh, man. What's up, Abnormal, you ain't on stage? Go ahead, brother. What you got?
Nothing. I was just looking into it. Looks like it's up with growth expectations around between a little over 5, well, almost 6% to 7.5%. Not bad. It's interesting. We'll see how it seems pretty resilient despite the increase in fuel costs. Not so bad. I think there's probably a lot of growth still coming, still returning from COVID. I think.
I'm hesitant to ask, but I put it they lost money despite increased revenue. I think that is a good thing.
Because it's growing. So, and the prices will level out. And projections are for, look, these are record revenues. And the demand is high. Have you ever heard? Customer demand is up about.
Have you heard of the term demand destruction?
I haven't heard of it, but I think the meaning is probably clear from the words themselves. I don't think that'll happen. Companies are willing to lose money for a while as they're growing. That's a common business strategy. I think we expect. Amazon didn't make money, I think, for like the first 20 years of its existence or something. You don't think
demand destruction will occur?
No, of course not. I mean, like, there was Spirit obviously had slim margins. So that was riding the razor's edge and they went under. But that's those are market forces.
What's the straw that broke the camel's back? I don't know. What was the straw that broke the camel's back for Spirit Airlines?
Is this a question to which you know the answer? I mean, I just mentioned it. I don't know if you heard me. Yes and yes.
It was fuel prices.
Of course. It was fuel prices. That's what we're discussing right now.
Are we?
Yeah. And
I never heard you use the word fuel prices. I did not hear that come out of your mouth.
Well, you should have been listening more closely. Like,
did anyone hear him say fuel? Am I bugging? Did anyone hear him say fuel?
You'll catch.
Oh my God! I'm going. I don't know why I'm engaged. All right, you got it.
Because people like to try their wits against me. That's why you're engaging. I mean, you are, and many are, determined to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory with this war. That's what the context is, obviously. And I think it's pretty clear.
Wait. Say that again.
What did you hear me say?
I think you called the war victory.
What did you hear me say?
That's why I want you to say it again.
You didn't hear anything?
Say it again.
Why?
Repita, por favor.
¿Por qué?
Say it again. Hold on. Say it again.
Well, what do you think you heard?
It's not worth it, Dwight.
I said people seem determined to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And it blows my mind. Huh?
Defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, you never heard that before?
Explain that. No, I've never heard that in my life. Say it again. What does that mean?
Okay. Well, the expression is snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, and that means it looks like you're losing, but then you win, maybe by surprising margin or something. You know, we're just surprising. Have you heard?
What are you using that? What are you using that in comparison to the war?
I'm not comparing it to anything.
So you're just saying that. What does that have to do with the conversation?
Oh dear. So rising fuel costs are one of the costs of the war, right? Do you understand? Do you get that part?
Totally crystal. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. And people are focusing on that as a negative consequence of the war, which of course it is. However, I think it's very small-minded and short-sighted. So we discussed one of the possible impacts of increasing fuel prices on air travel. So, and you know, obviously the failure of Spirit Airlines has been in the news, and which was obviously a low-cost, kind of low-margin, cheapo way to go. And so I looked into it a little bit because I just did some air travel and the planes were packed, and found that it's growing.
What's growing?
Well, it might be important when we hear, you know, headlines and hot takes from the media. It's important to think critically. It's important to think critically about the hot takes and quickie headlines that we hear from media outlets that are biased. So I always like to consider alternative explanations.
Just give up the short version. You're saying that the airline industry is growing regardless of the rise in fuel costs. That's what you're saying?
Oh yes, yeah. I just looked it up. That's why. That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Revenues expected to grow pretty healthily.
Did you say that profits were growing? Is that what you said?
No, I said revenues. And I put it in the chat.
Are revenues the same as profits?
Why do you ask?
I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand why.
What do you think is the answer to your question?
I don't understand why 47. I don't understand why 47 airlines went out of business.
Okay, I don't know 47. I know Spirit, and I know we have some 200 passenger and commercial air carriers because I looked that up earlier in the day.
So is it possible for your revenue to go up and still lose money?
Of course. And that's when I mentioned Amazon, which I don't think was profitable for the first 20 years or so of its existence, but it's a not uncommon business strategy to keep growing.
In the case of this airline industry, why would the market be constricted and then revenue will be going up? Or how do you explain that?
The market is not constricting. The market is growing. That was what I just added to the conversation.
Grow? How can the market grow if Spirit has just left the market?
Well, those are unrelated phenomena.
How do you determine growth in the airline?
Demand and revenue. The growth, if there's more people flying, which is what I just looked up from some business consulting publication, I found that yes, demand is up and it's expected to keep growing. And that's when I speculated that that's going to be due in part to a still, demand that was suppressed by the pandemic still coming back. It feels like there might be still more demand.
The pandemic was how many years ago?
Why do you ask?
You brought in the pandemic when you...
Yes, I brought in the pandemic, and I think we all know when it was. So I'd be surprised that you would ask a question to which you know the answer. It's unnecessary. It's a bit of a time waster.
Okay.
Let's get to your point.
But you're missing the elephant that is right in front of you. You're focusing.
I might be. What elephant is that?
The war.
No, I'm not missing it. I mentioned that is specifically the topic that we were discussing. I'm definitely not missing that.
Okay, and how does that impact the airline industry?
Well, I think you know the answer to that one too.
So if it impacts the airline industry, how do you determine growth in the same airline industry?
How? By the numbers. What else? By the data. That's why I put it in the chat. Read it if you like. You mean what?
You're the economist, that's why we're asking.
I'm not an economist.
But you're running those numbers, so.
I'm not running them. I just looked them up and repeated them.
And you repeated them. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. You doubt it?
Who am I to doubt the numbers?
Say again?
You helped me the first time.
No.
Okay. Try harder next time.
Try harder to what? I made my point. You're questioning it.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. I want to welcome F. Gray to the stage. I saw you tried to get up here earlier. I don't know if you want to add to the conversation.
Oh man, I heard you speaking earlier about Most Def, and shout out to Most Def, Miss Fat Booty. in these high inflation times, I know I can't afford the shop, cause I know, hey, shout out to, if you remember that line from Miss Fat Booty, was it Patti LaBelle or Aretha Franklin? Patti LaBelle. And,
boom.
Is that who it was? Patti LaBelle. What the hell?
Just boom it.
I'm gonna boom myself.
And burn it.
I knew it was one or the other. I couldn't remember.
You know it was one.
Patti LaBelle. There's never been a Patti LaBelle sample in the history of hip hop. Please. All right, man. All right.
Very salty. You didn't get to talk about later.
Talk about what?
What y'all talking about later?
Didn't someone use On My Own as a sample? Come on, y'all.
Who used On My Own?
Wait a minute. Didn't the actually finish his point?
Michael McDonald was done when he said Patti LaBelle.
You took his mic from him because he didn't know Patti LaBelle from Aretha?
Dan got his children taken away.
On my own.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Once again.
Still.
Anybody know why Mos Def didn't continue acting?
Because he's not good at it.
I knew somebody was gonna say it. I knew it.
I'm nasty. All right, so there's a website called Who Sample.
Like, why would you
Check it out, man.
Brother, you're not nice. You're not nice.
Yeah, I get Millie Mouse, you know. I'm not the cool kid. Like, even in, what was it? There was another movie. Was it 13th Hour or something? It was a Spike Lee movie. He did with Ethan Hawke.
25th Hour, I believe you're thinking of.
It's something precinct, I think. Oh. It's a good finish.
So in that one where they were stealing back the gold that they got stolen, the gold got stolen. They stole the gold. And
Italian Job. Italian Job.
The Italian Job was good.
With the Mini Coopers.
Yeah. No, they were supposed to have another one. I thought they would have
That's how they introduced the Mini Coopers, riding through the subway.
Yeah, the big ones.
On my own. Yep. Title Bell, If Only You Knew. Sampled by Busy Bones, Twister, and Taint.
You got it, Oxford. You got it.
No, I had to look at it. I had to sample. I had to go to the sample to find it.
Funky clarity.
How much
Play that, Steve.
to me?
Why Kevin Hart doesn't have an academy
There's a fun fact for you, Arthur. Nas' first single, Ain't Hard Enough, with Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson said, you could sample the song, but you cannot curse on your record. So if you go back and listen to Nas's Ain't Hard to Tell, there's no curses on that record. And another rapper that refused to curse, go through the Will Smith catalog. Will Smith did not curse in his record. So
Yeah, he was known for that. With clean rapper stuff right there.
The Will Smith catalog. That stuff.
Welcome to Miami.
Will Smith catalog. Y'all just be playing
Brother, get chicky with it. Come on, man. What?
Benvenido a Miami.
The Willow Smith catalog might be a little better.
Body in the city with a name.
With my herb back and forth.
Miami.
Okay. All right. So we got two songs. Name two more.
Come on,
Summertime.
You don't understand. Wild West.
Not,
what was this?
just the two of us.
See, he got a couple joints, brother. He had a couple joints.
Oh yeah, not too much on Will Smith here. Nothing on Will.
Yeah, you get slapped. You can get slapped if you say something about his wife.
Another fun fact, I forget his name, but Lady manager, somebody help me out if you know the brother's name. Damn it. He told me,
Akon?
No, Lady Gaga's manager, short black dude. He's definitely has a artist under his belt. He's from Philly, short dude, black dude. And he started out, because he had Eve as well, Eve's a rapper. And he told me a story. He's like, bro, I used to have to
he was like a PA, personal assistant to Will Smith. Way back. He's like, man, I used to have to wash the cars, take care of the dogs. He's like, man, I paid my dues in this shit. So Troy Carter, see, he came to me, still got it. Troy Carter, my man, Philly. Yeah, he blew up. He got it out the mud, starting out as a personal assistant to the brother Will Smith.
Need to get you.
Speaking of personal assistants, has anybody heard from Farnsworth Bentley? No, we were looking for him in a major trial.
He was talking during that time.
I didn't see him.
Well, I need to say something. So, y'all brother to a man who doesn't know anything about popular music, doesn't know anything about hip hop. You allowed him to color your unfair censure of Will Smith's catalog. Let me tell you something. Out of 10, yeah, please, you got to get yours off and then get mine. Pause.
Take that.
Hey, thank you, Ed. It's a solid 6 out of 10. Let me give you some songs. Summertime. Let me tell you something. Anybody between the ages of 33, 34, and 60, they might be listening to Summertime on the way to heaven. That is one of the great all-time great summer jams. All-time great song. This is an all-time song. Y'all didn't even mention Summertime. You was too Island Brothers leading.
No. I counted that
Excuse
one.
me. Excuse me. Too busy cackling.
Oh, that's wrong.
Summertime.
I had already factored that in. I said name 2 more.
Parents just don't understand. Parents just don't understand. Is a great song. That's 2. Hello? I'm still going, sir. I'm still going. Continue.
He didn't run out yet. Go ahead, keep on.
Yeah. She said, "Go deeper." Now she understands. Now she gets it. Now she gets it. Now, I got about 3 more. But I'm gonna get to you one by one. I'm doing some laps here. When you get to my age, you do laps 2 ways: walking or swimming. So I'm currently doing the walking. I no longer do running laps. Men in Black is one of the greatest movie soundtrack theme songs, title songs of all time. It is.
Yes, it is.
That's 3. I'm gonna give you me.
Okay.
Just the 2 of us.
Yes, I understand.
That's 4. Excuse me, sir. You had Arthur cackling like they brought back the blue cup for 50 cents on 138th Street. Just cackling. Arthur, the blue cups are gone. The blue cups are gone. But Wild West is not sir. You mentioned Wild Wild West. I mentioned Wild Wild West, sir.
They did. That was my.
You asked them to name hits, though.
You need to call me. The theme song to Prince.
Try to get that. To come back around for that next lap. You going in it.
The theme song to Fresh Prince, arguably the greatest of all time. Hello?
To the theme song.
Oh, well, now you want to
That's a fact, sir. That's a fact. That's a fact. Carry on. Carry on.
The theme song to Fresh Prince. Hello?
We said yes.
That's 5 songs.
It's almost a catalog.
See, the problem is you people thought you could come for Will Smith. Oh, God. And you can't. Now, sometimes he might act bizarre. They ask him how he bite off so much and chew it. Huh? He's an action star. Sometimes he might act bizarre. His catalog is a 6 out of 10. Y'all laugh like it was a 1. The last concert that Brother Messi went to was to see Shirley Caesar when she was still dating men. That was in 1978.
She was still dating men. She stopped dating men?
Yeah, she is.
No, she was not.
Yeah, she is. She's lovely. She did.
What? Shirley.
I mean, she's not open, but yeah, she's a. Everybody knows that. Yeah, that's the last concert he went to. Where is your faith? That's the last T-shirt he got at a concert. This is nasty. I'm not gonna tell you which was my last concert. You don't need to know. I know what it was. It was Trolls Live. I got this feeling inside my bones. Oh, God. I love that song. It is a great song. No, it was a song.
You know, another joint off that first album, Brand New Funk.
Yeah. I would troll my parents with parents just don't understand. We'd be in the backyard, a little boombox back then, cassette, and I would rewind it, play it over and over. Turn up that song.
Yo, Divine, speaking of boombox, did you see that new one that just came out, that just dropped? 2 set tapes, booming speakers, CD. It's a throwback. It sounds nice.
With the technology now, I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
I've seen the ones that are like MP3 player style, like you load up your playlist, but that's dope that they bring it up. Like these kids, it's funny. So the parents showing their kids items.
Devon, did you see the new Halo hair dryer? It's like so cute and it's like really good on your hair. And it's like it dries your hair super fast with ceramic like kind of look to it. It's great.
Wow. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. I see how we go. That would be violent.
And Divine, one more thing on Will Smith. The irony, this is going way back, the irony of this silly song he had called I Think I Can Beat Mike Tyson. One of the people in the video was Chris Rock.
F, are you leaving us, brother?
Say what?
Are you leaving us? It sounds like you're about to die. Come on.
I'm hanging on, man. I'm hanging on. I'm reminiscing.
I leave my 401k to my kids. Okay, let me respond to the people in the chat. So, the Jamie Foxx show
versus the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. It's sort of like, I mean, it's sort of like, I don't know. I can't even analogize it. I said, no. See, that's what you want to do. You want to segment things. You see, you want to segment things. No, we're not going to say. What did I say? The claim I made was he's the greatest total package. So the gap between the TV, first of all, Jamie Foxx show is bad, and he's arguably in it. He's not good in the Jamie Foxx show. It's a bad show. So the gap from the TV show means I've already won. There's my defeater.
I'd like to respond. I am willing to accept the argument that the catalog of Will Smith is much better than I made it out to be. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And I think 6 out of 10 is appropriate. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Now, hold on, 1 second. Wild Wild West,
terrible song,
is not a submission to make the argument. You didn't make that, but others did.
The Wild Wild West.
That's insane. Just because they played it a million times with that whack ass movie, which was a blockbuster, doesn't mean that was a good song.
No, I agree.
Well, before you go, Ben, I just want to say, brother, now the way that you can concede to that is the same way you can turn that pink ticket in. I'm done speaking. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to put the pink ticket. I'm not worthy of membership.
And that's fine. You'll just go back on a block list periodically. That's it.
Well, I appreciate you, brother, because I was the one that brought up Will Smith, and you snubbed me when I used the word catalog. So I appreciate you.
that was just to get a quick laugh. No, he does. He is good. I mean, summertime is a permanent fixture on my summer jam list. Absolutely.
Right between Going Up Yonder and the Potter's House.
I listen to secular music.
Let's transition to the Will Smith secular music, because there's nobody here who will admit that Jamie Foxx has an indispensable song.
Yes.
They'll fight you. There's one song that he had.
Slow Jam. Bingo. Salute the Van Gogh. No, that's not. That was a Kanye song.
I swear it's good.
That's Twister.
What about the race soundtrack? Maybe something from that.
You mean Gold Diggers? You talking about? I think Ray Charles gets those. Yeah, people putting unpredictable. This is what y'all do. I'm talking about. I said an indispensable song, not a song you like when it randomly comes on the groove on Sirius XM radio.
That's what they came. That's how they came up with the Wild.
So summertime, quite literally defined an era and a time. We could hear summertime with drums, please. I just transported some of y'all back to 1998, and that girl finally let you touch her titties. It was just, that's it, you know what I'm saying? We can all be transported back to that, huh?
Said the good old days.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying Jamie Foxx doesn't have very good songs. I said indispensable. Anybody between the ages of 30 and 55 cannot do an all-time summer jams list without summertime. You can't. Unpredictable is great. It comes on Sirius XM radio. You're like, oh shit, I love that song. Cool, let me continue. Unpredictable, slow jams, and the Ray Charles songs. Somebody name another.
Jamie Foxx song in 5, 4.
I think it's called Rose.
2.
Rose.
How'd that go?
Huh?
How's that?
Can I call you Rose?
Yeah.
Can I call you Rose? From the 3. Wait, can I call you Rose? Wait, how's it go?
I don't know. I gotta get it right.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Yeah. Anybody thinks Dr. Cassidy said, if you think slow jams is indispensable, that means you have such ears that when you use a Q-tip, it comes out black. That is just nigga ears, as Chris Rock would say. That is not an indispensable song. But I do like it, to be fair. I'm surprised people think Jamie Foxx's music is better than Will Smith's music.
No.
I'm obviously not going to go into sales and all of that. But I just think...
Vocally, yeah, but like, I don't even know.
He doesn't sing.
Yeah. Will Smith doesn't sing. So I don't know why they
listen in the summertime. Oh my God, he said black people listen in the summertime. How old are y'all?
Everybody listens.
Y'all must be insane. Y'all must be young. Oh my God, that's crazy.
The Jamie song.
Listen to it because it was the Fresh Prince.
I had to look it up. Jamie song, She Got Her Wrong. That was a good one.
Well, wait a minute. But hey, everyone, Summertime is one of his biggest hits. What are we talking about?
I don't know, Sharon.
What?
They trying to compare Jamie.
Are you talking about Africa politics?
Yes.
Okay, that's the more I don't.
And we sent you to the seminar. And then we sent you to the seminar room in the hallway.
There you go.
So let me keep going. Let's take our own personal ones. We like that. I mean, that we like Nestor away. Jamie Foxx's numbers are, I mean, by any objective measurement, Will Smith is a bigger star by any measurement. Total package. I think Jamie Foxx is great. I want to go to the one I think really matters. I think Spinoza and others were suggesting that Jamie Foxx is a better actor than Will Smith. That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
So we'll have. Oh, here he comes. I knew I could. See how you can trigger him? I did it. This is that easy. Someone bring that brother up. Oh, I'm not lyric. Oh Lord.
Why are you trying to rage bait me?
It worked too.
And here you are.
The mosquitoes have gotten better since I stopped reading books. Thank you for allowing me to come to the stage.
Who did that? Hey, Spinoza.
Shalom, beloved.
God damn. Oh, how you feeling? Feeling good? Hey, Sherry. Hey, Rainbow.
And then at the level of being a celebrity, a star, an A-lister who can it's not even close. Will Smith did Men in Black, Wild Wild West, Independence Day.
Ali. Can't forget Ali.
No,
I'm talking about the big summer, like the big summer blockbusters.
Okay.
Jamie Foxx is never
Ray.
What did Jamie Foxx do?
Ray Charles.
Now, summer blockbuster.
Independence Day.
Yeah, he wasn't big, but he didn't have the big role.
Independence Day.
He was
Bad Boys.
He was the
Bad Boy.
to the Amazing Spider-Man. Where he played the scientist.
You guys stop, bro. Enemy of the state.
Enemy of the state was good.
Enemy of the state. Enemy of the state.
Were these blockbuster hits? Were these you basically solely on acting, or just like the
Just stick to the question. Answer the question.
What? So what's the question?
Who's the better actor? Will Smith or Jamie Foxx?
Jamie Foxx.
No, we have to go through Will's catalog.
I'm talking about actors. I'm talking about actors. Jamie Foxx.
Will Smith obliterates Jamie in acting. I'm sorry.
Almost insulted by the question. Will Smith, no doubt.
I'm going with Jamie Foxx.
It is Will Smith.
Blockbuster hits is going to be Will Smith. Because I'm confusing it.
He did Ali.
Rambo. What are the blockbusters, Rambo?
Qualifiers. He's saying that he would give the blockbusters obviously to Will Smith, but so far as an acting, he said he'll give it to Jamie Foxx.
No.
Acting pound for
the acting goes to Will. 7 pounds?
Yeah.
Pursuit of Happiness.
Yo, that's just my thoughts.
Pursuit of Happiness. I mean,
Will Smith all day.
Pursuit of Happiness is 7 pounds went alone.
Will as Ali was, to me, one of his better performances.
It was phenomenal.
Agreed. That he really acted, and that he took that character was made for him, just like Ray was made for what was his name? Absolutely. But like, as far as the hits, come on, that's not even an argument.
Well, Ben, you know they don't know that film.
Yeah,
I don't even know why you brought that up.
I'll let them get the name to talk to y'all. Get y'all to y'all there. Y'all gotta spend a day a week just exploring more than your Black American culture. Just a day a week. Just a day a week. It's a whole world out there. Just one day. One day a week. It's a whole world out there. Of culture. Just one day.
Ben, did you name Collateral Beauty or by Will Smith?
No, they were talking about Collateral with Jamie Foxx and
that was Tom Cruise, wasn't it?
Tom Cruise. Now, Jamie Foxx's performance in that, for me, is his best acting performance. That's actually one of my favorite movies of all time. I watch that movie at least once, if not twice a month, minimum. I think Jamie Foxx is fantastic in there. But I don't think he's ever given a performance that delicate. I shouldn't use the word delicate, you're all homophobes. Performance like that specific and nuanced ever again. I think Jamie Foxx is incredibly talented. He's my number 2 on the list. But total package, let me ask you a question. If you were having an event and each of them were at the peak of their powers and had to get people into the event, who would you have hired? Jamie Foxx or Will Smith to be the guest star?
Will Smith.
Hello? Obviously.
Yeah, Will Smith.
I mean, the real defeater really is, if you say everything is a wash with Jamie Foxx, the Jamie Foxx show is literally 30 rungs beneath Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, literally. It's a terrible show.
It's not a great show, and I think Garrett Morris was the best thing he was the best one in there. Yeah. Yes.
It depends on who your audience is. Jamie Foxx is very popular amongst what we would call not the bougie types. But you already know Will Smith has always been seen as bougie or,
When? In what world? What's going on?
The bougie types.
What's going on?
Yes, that's the bourgeois.
Jamie Foxx. Wait, you said Jamie Foxx is not popular with the bougie? That's not true.
That's not true.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when you think about the demographics of what they attract, Will Smith was typically, he never really had like a gangster role. He always had like action figures.
What does that mean, a gangster role? What do you mean by gangster role?
In the movies.
So what gangster role did Jamie Foxx have?
Jamie did more of like Martin Lawrence
what gangster role did he have?
sitcom type roles, things like that.
What gangster role did he have?
Let me think here.
None.
And the close thing would be Miami Vice, but he was a cop.
Kowalski said at least Will Smith with black women.
That's a defeater.
There's the defeater. I'm done. Thank you, Kowalski. Jamie Foxx had never seen a snow bunny he didn't like.
Yeah, that is.
But y'all choose Jamie Foxx.
That is the defeater.
That bothers me.
I don't even know why y'all brought Jamie into this conversation.
Oh, I can tell you why. Because of what I said in the chat. No, I said that because they were talking about Will Smith, and in the chat I said that Will Smith was the greatest total package, and I think that would be the next in line would actually be Jamie Foxx. I actually think Jamie Foxx is the most talented person. Not anymore, he's sick. I actually think Jamie Foxx is the most talented person of my lifetime.
Yeah, he's a total threat.
Will Smith is a total package. So that was the argument. That's how it came out.
Yeah. I mean, when I think about Jamie Foxx as a comedian, and not just being a singer, but he's also a musician who plays piano very well by that. And an actor, I think, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You always triggering the people.
No,
does he play piano very well?
Yeah. I've seen him live. Yeah.
Does he play piano very well, or does he play block chords? Does he play piano very well?
He is a limited for an act. Yeah, for an act.
I'm not saying he's the best piano player in the world. I'm just saying he plays the piano well for him, I guess, if that makes sense. But I mean, he can play. I've seen him live. So there's that. When he was doing live stand up, he would play piano.
So who do y'all think is the better comedian?
Well,
between those two?
Yeah.
Between the two of them?
Will Smith is not a comedian. He's funny.
You mean like stand up comedian or just comic?
It just kind of
stand-up comedian or comic actor? What you mean?
Comic actor is probably better because I don't think Will Smith never did stand up.
No. I don't know. I mean, Jamie Foxx probably gets it. Will Smith is very funny. Was very funny when he did comedy.
Yeah,
he's very funny.
Oh yeah, he's a funny guy.
It's a funny person.
He was very funny, and I mean, a lot of that. This goes to IM's point. A lot of Jamie Foxx's comedy is nigga minstrel comedy. I'm the one. It's just like a lot of it is a little nigga minstrel. Yeah, bring Manfinity in. Oh.
But what has Jamie Foxx done in terms of comedy movies? I mean, I know he has them. I'm just thinking.
I don't think he really has them, does he? Does he really have comic movies?
Yeah, I mean,
I can't name any. I name one. No, it's always been some cop, FBI agent.
With Tommy Davidson, I can't think of the name though.
President of the United States. I don't. You have to search. It goes early today.
Oh yeah, Booty Call and Sprung. Yeah, he did. That's right.
Yeah, he did I was getting ready to say. Now, I may not have watched them, but I do know he was in them, and they were comedic roles. Yeah.
Sprung. That was the one with Tommy Davidson.
That was Booty Call. Yeah.
Well, that was Booty Call.
And what's his name was in it too? Bernie Mac.
Well, Booty Call is so important. Booty Call as a movie is so important because it actually helps spring forth a black feminist thought. It was inspirational to Patricia Hill Collins. She talks about it. She writes about it. She includes it in her analysis of Black women's ways of knowing. God bless America first. He also did, what was that? There was another, so he was good in Django. But
yeah, Django's fun.
But I think most people, I don't know if there's like a signature sort of thing about Jamie Foxx in the movie that would have necessarily. I think they could have found somebody else and it would have been good.
The Great White Hype, but he wasn't really, it was a comedy, but it wasn't.
You mean Django?
No, The Great White Hype, when he played the boxer with Damon, what was it, Damon Wayans was in that, and Samuel Jackson when he was.
I'm sorry, I was talking about Brother. What movie Brother talking about? I'm sorry.
I'm talking about Django.
Yeah, they wrote it for Will Smith.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I didn't necessarily think that it was like. I thought it was just good writing, and they could have had a really good actor. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he refused that role, didn't he? He refused to play it. Yeah.
No, the big one for Jamie Foxx is
What the foundation?
What is this?
Well, it's Ray, right?
It's Ray. Yeah,
he won an Oscar. Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's Ray and also Collateral. If y'all haven't seen Collateral, Collateral is and Tom Cruise is fantastic. It's a great movie.
I haven't watched that in a long time. I might have to rewatch it. Yeah.
That's Michael Mann.
That's great.
Michael Mann, and he also did Miami Vice too.
It's great. It's a great game.
Yeah, we're not going to count that. Miami Vice could have gone the way of not ever being made.
I mean, I'll give it credit because it hit the ground running like we already knew it. It didn't start from scratch. So I appreciate that. He wasn't like gonna like redefine it. Like, here's who these two guys are. It's like we already saw the series. So in that way, it was a good storyline.
It hit the ground running because it was cocaine induced. So they were wired. Yeah, that's not it. Now I haven't seen Day Clone Tyrone, but I heard it was a good movie.
Yeah, he was good in that, and who was the actress that was in it too? They had good chemistry together. You know, so yeah, when he plays the pimp, he was funny in that.
Tiana Paris.
Yes, they had great back and forth in the film. So yeah.
He has an amazing movie with Cameron Diaz. I saw him. American Film.
If I need to know where you, throw you in the clubhouse window.
Yeah, I know y'all like that.
Yes. Okay.
There's hands attending to. Sources of information I would know. He spoke to me of a particular enemy of yours. Do you know who that might be? I thought back that we are the most this car. I think
What's going on, man? He's watching television. Can you mute him?
Can you figure out what it is first?
What is it?
I was close. I've seen this before. I recognize the voices. I can't.
Let me meet up, maybe.
I set myself to kind of it. It was soon done. I couldn't get rid of the notion of being watched. How many unresigning persons I suspected of watching me, it would be hard to calculate. I began to go out to some training activities, sometimes alone, sometimes with Herbert. We were hunting always. It was our intent. Familiar figures on the river. My burns were still very painful. We made it a practice that Herbert embarked from the place nearest to the house where our convict was hidden. As the hours of the tide changed, we took to going further down the river. On the marshes, we found a lone public house where we decided to stay on the night of our escape. And from a nearby boarding, we climbed the
Rainbow ain't talking about nothing. Divine, you sleep?
Speak that first lady.
Support.
Hey Rambo, what you watching?
Yo.
Who are you watching?
Oh damn! I just came back to the TV. I was out of the room. This is some acid shit. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Great Expectations.
Yes.
Great Expectations. I had a feeling that's what that was.
Thank you guys. I'm sorry. I was getting dressed. Pardon me. I was off from you. Thank you guys.
No worries.
Y'all could have heard some. Look, y'all could have heard some crazy shit. All right. Thank you guys.
That's crazy. Well, I think Sherry won that one. I don't think.
Ma'am, I'm not about winning. I've already lost, which is why I have a paid ticket. I've lost. Okay.
Brother, please.
I've accepted my fate. I'm going on mute.
Please take care of that, brother. I'd appreciate it. I really do. It's no need for all that. That's really performative. That's
Being performative is a part of who I am.
Oh, what you say? What did you say, sir?
A cross I must bear.
Hello.
My scarlet ticket.
Brother, today, it's over. It's done. It's finished. He hung his head. So
nobody can use that.
It's done.
Nobody else.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out whether I want this one or the 8 neutral. What?
Asking where's the content.
Wow, you would ask a stage full of black people, where's the content? That's insane.
Right, like we work for him. Like we work for him.
Wow.
Like it's our job to amuse him. Isn't that something? That's I tell you. The audacity.
Perched from his seat, looking down on the help. Ooh.
Hello? Don't want to listen. We can't move forward until this is taken care of.
Man,
we have until.
Why would you allow this?
Midnight.
Hold you back.
Okay, you say you need till midnight?
Sure, why not?
There was a song that says, "Don't wait till midnight." Remember that? Don't remember that?
No, I
don't wait till midnight.
Did Shirley Caesar sing it?
No, but that is a gospel song now. It was a gospel song. So that's why
it depends on how old it is.
It's real old.
Oh, what's the name of the song?
I don't remember the name of the song, but he just goes, "Don't wait till midnight when there is no sunlight." You know, I don't know the words.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that sounds like something Kelly Price sang.
It wasn't Kelly. It wasn't Kelly. It's not first. It was around that time, though. It was that era of time.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like.
Host of education. I'm gonna do it.
As we lay.
Oh, no. That was one song I never really understood until I got over it. Still don't get it. What was her name? The person you just mentioned? What was the person's name?
Kelly Price.
Oh, she remixed it, but who was the original? There was an original, right? Shirley Murdoch. Wasn't it Shirley?
Yeah, it was. It was Shirley Murdoch.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry.
I hope you remember people's names.
Dan, are you there? You may not be. I have a question for you. Have you listened to the latest new books in African American studies? Mask of Memory. You should listen to it. Yeah, it's fascinating. I'm going to. I think I'm going to get that, and I'm going to read it. And I think the author's name. What is his name? His last name is Young. Yes, yeah. That was fascinating to me. I listened to it yesterday.
forward to it. That's one of my. That's the. I think we, as you know, we continue to downplay culture and its role in the and ideas, and it's how it shapes the world. So I'm really into that scholarship now. Yeah, I see the book here. I'll definitely listen to it and probably read the book. Appreciate it.
Oh no, you're welcome. I thought it was fascinating. I just thought it was fascinating. I'm like, I need to read this book because I think, yes, because we do downplay the idea of cultural production.
Yeah, I'm going through. Going through. Well, it doesn't matter what I'm going through, but yeah, it looks good. It looks very interesting. I don't. It's people sort of. People kind of underestimate, to my mind, the degree to which a few people can really shape not only ideas, memory, what we do with the war, or something like the Civil War, that's books about. It really does not take a lot of people. It just takes the right organs and institutions to do so. I was going through this Virus Upon Us book again this week, and it's fascinating the degree to which, like, the modern conservative movement that Buckley et al. Founded in the 50s is it was like 10 people. It really is. I mean, I look forward to it. What stood out from it, Sherry? What was the thing about it he was saying?
Well, the standout for me, because he mostly talks about South Carolina and how they shaped the memory of slavery. Right?
After the war or contemporary period?
Well, after the war, because he's in the 1920s, and what white people were doing with, in terms of memory of, enslaved people, and how they do it through literature and art. And what piqued my interest was when he brought up Porgy and Bess, because that was a book, right? And it's written, and it's a white person. His name is Du Bois. I think it's Du Bois Haywood, right? And his wife, right? And which, in my mind, I said we still need that history of Porgy and Bess, because I think it does shape culture. It does shape the idea of how not just Gone with the Wind and, Birth of a Nation, but we don't think about Porgy and Bess, right? And how that is shaped through by white people. He even brought up this society of, I think it's called the Society of Preservation of Spirituals. Have you ever heard of that society? It comes out, and it's founded in South Carolina and Charleston.
It's not ringing a bell. I may have heard it at some point, but I don't know.
Yes, and they believed, this was the idea, that they believed that, it should be preserved, and they thought, the founders believed that, the blues and the jazz was not the thing. We should preserve the spirituals, right? And then when you take a deeper look, this is founded by white people. It's a white organization. And they believe that the spirituals should be preserved, not because, and also it should be preserved, and they believe that Black people were not the ones to do it. They believe they should do it. Fascinating conversation. I'm like, yes. Mm-hmm. And that was the thinking during the 1920s, right? When you talk about writers, like it makes me think about Porgy and Bess in a different way, right? Well, I always thought about it in a different way. Yes, I still love the music, but also that organization helps pay for Porgy and Bess to go into production. I was fascinated. This is fascinating to me. I don't know about anybody else, but to me it is. I find it interesting. I find it fascinating.
The argument he was making about the Civil War, though, like they were using these cultural productions to suggest that the Civil War was Northern aggression. Like, what's the argument?
No, the argument is, or when he's bringing up the point of how these people were for the idea of preserving the memory of how Black people, particularly enslaved people, were the happy slave. To perpetuate that idea in the 1920s. Because he's in the 1920s, and you have these people who, when you talk about, Du Bois and others, they were considered the liberals of the time, the progressive people, and they were the ones that were better suited for writing and depicting Black life. And they felt that even Black writers at the time, they didn't feel the powers that be. The powers that be decided that, Black writers were not yet in the position of writing about Black lives or depicting Black lives because they were too close to it. That was a fascinating conversation, and I want to read this now. I really want to read this book.
Yes.
And who gets to?
Right.
Oh no, go ahead, man.
No, it sounds good. I mean, I know the history of like rise of. I don't know that specific society, but I know that history pretty well, like the rise of folklore as an academic enterprise. This is, they were a savage or uncivilized population. Its preservation is worth preserving as a kind of world cultural phenomenon on the one hand. But yeah, Black people didn't have not only were they too close to it, but also they didn't have the training to do it. But that society is kind of interesting. I have to check it out because it was in the 20s when the Black writers started and thinkers started to really take Du Bois's lead from Soul. Soul's came out in 03. Really began to take his lead and to take something like the spirituals as a serious cultural phenomenon. The Johnson brothers, J. Rosamond Johnson and James Leonard Johnson, their book of spirituals comes out in 1925. So in a way, I'm interested to see what he does in the book. In a way, you had a kind of Southern counter programming to the Harlem Renaissance. Like that's how I think about it sometimes. You see these new Negroes trying to reclaim this culture as their cultural ticket, or their ticket into modernity, and therefore equality and freedom on the one hand. So Alain Locke esteems the spirituals, and he says yada yada yada. But these people, so like you're talking about, saying, well, actually, it's evidence of your backwardness, and not backwardness, but not readiness. They show us sort of the threshold of history. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, not even to write about it, right? So you do not have the expertise or the experience to write about the Black experience, right? And I think that's fascinating. And I also think it's fascinating that he picks Charleston, in which we see all of this writing comes from, where we see, writers like Sherwood Henderson, right? When he writes about it, because he opens the book with Henderson. I think he wrote an article in Vanity Fair in 1926, and about how he is envious, African American culture. And which is fascinating to me, because the idea of, I think this is the idea of gatekeeping, right? From white people. And he also made the argument of talking about Slave Day and how that comes about, and how Slave Day is used as a part of memory or perpetuating the idea of, the happy slave and plantation life, isn't as bad. It's not as bad as everyone thinks. We're all big, one happy family, and they were happy. They didn't complain, and it perpetuates that idea, right? But he does talk about it from the cultural production perspective. And I think that's the thing that's fascinating, because, culture is used to move those ideas forward. And people underestimate it. And you should check it out. I thought it was fascinating. I thought it was a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, there's they were very successful at, I don't know if the writers in the 20s and 30s, Southern writers in the 20s and 30s, people you're talking about, I don't know if they were necessarily, they probably wouldn't object to, they probably won't do slavery. It's not that they were pro-slavery insofar that they want to go back to slavery, but what they were talking about was, what they were trying to do was to show how much happier and how much more society progressed with, limited Black freedom. I think that's more of their argument. I don't think many of them, and these, like you said, these are the liberals. The most famous one of the period will be Faulkner. Faulkner, talks about how he would go in the street and kill Negroes if he had to, in order to keep the white Southern way of life, even though he was anti-slavery and believed in some forms of Black civil rights. So very complicated. Yeah, it is. Southern white liberal.
Yes, because as he was talking, and I was thinking, yes, Faulkner had came to mind while I was listening to this conversation. And so, yeah, exactly. But to your point, not that they, want slavery again, but this, yeah. And memory is important. That's why I'm always fascinated by narratives, right? I think storytelling, for me, and this is probably why I'm so interested in reading novels and the history, and more so on the cultural side of it, because it goes to memory, and it goes to the idea of what should be remembered, how it should be remembered, and who should keep these memories, and who should continue these memories. So I'm constantly thinking about that.
By losing the war, there's a thing where, like, when you win a thing and you keep moving. 1 second. Oh, come on. You win a thing and you say, we win, we keep moving, we won militarily, culturally, we're superior. The North kind of moves on from the Civil War, and the South never did. And, when you see all the debates about Montgomery
and this is what I was reading in the NACPRO review from the 50s, 54, 55, 56. You see all those debates about Brown and everything. They're really talking about the Civil War and reinventing it in particular kinds of ways.
Yes.
And the cultural piece is probably, it's probably the most effective on the everyday. And in some ways, that's the source of Southern power. It's obviously not economy. It's culture, and through the culture, that's how they get political power. And the conservatives of the North, the founders of the conservative movement, Buckley and all his people, I forget his professor at Yale. There was one particular professor at Yale. There was a very important guy at Chicago. He wrote a book called, what's the name of the book? I can't remember the book, but he had a column. They were not. There was one guy, I think maybe Gilpatrick was his name. He was a big writer in Virginia. But what I'm trying to make is a lot of these people that feed the culture of the guy you're talking about, the book you're talking about, he's talking to the South. A lot of the people that revive the South actually aren't Southerners. And, Buckley's obviously from the Northeast, from New England, Connecticut, what have you. And so the way they can do that is through, like you said, through culture, but also memory and creating new memories of those times, which they just oftentimes make up out of whole cloth. The other thing that they do, yes, I'll leave that there. But yeah, I look forward to reading the book because I don't think people realize how much a country this big is controlled. These sort of memories are really controlled by a small set of people. It really is these little societies that people have vested interest.
Yes. Yes, and when I think about this too, it is not so much about the past. Yes, the past is important, but they're always thinking about the present. It's about the present. It's not so much about, yes, they use the past. The use of the past is important to frame present. So they're always thinking, that's what they're up to me in my mind. I could be wrong, but this is how I'm thinking about it. They are always thinking about the present. And they're using that past to create something that is present. And, there's no need for the average person to think about the past. I look at Westerns that way. When I watch Westerns from the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and even the TV Westerns, it's not about the past, it's about shaping the present. And that's how I look at and see film. Yes, I enjoy film.
Can you repeat that again? Can you repeat that again, please?
About how they're always framing the present by using the past.
I thought about that. Like, the present is literally a present. The present is an actual gift. It's the present. As far as this is a gift. Right now it's a gift. It's a present. It's like they all exist in the trifecta, the past, the now, and the future. It all happens in a tribe frequency. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, man, woman, child, sun, moon, stars. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, past, present, future. It's deep shit, man. Yo, I don't know. I've been wanting to have this conversation with anyone who's seen Joe Turner's Come and Gone.
All right, sure. We can talk about it later. So, Rambo, you go ahead and change it, bro.
I'm sorry?
I said we can, go ahead, you can change the combo. Sure, we can continue our conversation. We're at the last 15 minutes later. Everybody else.
I'm fine with that. We're good. Nah, it was just, there was just a scene in the play, and it really, it was really touching. When he discovers who he is, I forgot the character's name, pardon me, I'm a little right now. And he's the guy that's searching for his wife, who he lost because Joe Turner came through, took him away for I think 7 years or something like that. And when he goes, his wife leaves, and she has to get away, and she goes and leaves baby girl at her mother's house to be cared for. And they meet and they culminate, but there's so many points. There's one portion where he confronts the fact that he still has that spirit of Joe Turner, and they ask him and say, "Do you know your song? What is your song?" And it's the Joe Turner song. There's actually a song out there. I got to listen to it. It was made way back when. But yeah, man, it was just a touching point in the play where everything came to surface, and he came to realize what his plight was and what his trauma was. And they all gathered around him, and it was just the lightning in the background. It was dope. A very profound scene. So yeah. So. And I know you guys know the metaphor of who Joe Turner is, right? So.
Well, what did that have to do with the conversation that was at play?
Nothing at all. Listen, guys. I just was on a different plane. Pardon me, but thank you for listening to me. I'm gonna let you get back to your conversation. We'll unpack this another time. Thank you.
There's nothing to what is to unpack?
Something's not right.
You just gave the plot. You just all you did was talk about the plot of the story you saw. You missed most of the details. There's nothing to unpack, bro.
What details did I miss, man?
We was having a convo. You come
pardon me.
Nobody was telling the song.
Pardon me, Sherry. Pardon me, Sherry.
His name is Loomis, and the woman's name is
Loomis. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Loomis. All right, cool. I don't understand it, man. That's just insane. Sherry, what was the last thing you were saying? Do you remember?
Yes, I was just talking about the present. I was just talking about the way to continue the past, but they're always thinking about the present. That's what I was talking about. But we can have this conversation at another time. The spirit has left me. It's left. It's gone.
Bless its heart.
We can go back to the basketball game, Yes.
I think the last thing he was talking about was Westerns and how, even though they're depicting
the past,
supposedly or ostensibly the history or past moments, they're actually doing work for the present. I think that's where you left off, Sherry.
Yes, that's where I left off. That's exactly my point. Yes.
Part of the depiction of like the happy Negro in the past, the way how it plays out and stuff we were talking about before. Hold on a second. Ooh, it's hot. 600 degrees. 600 degrees. When I tell that bitch, please waste all those in your teeth because you get none of these at eat. Rolling. Is that I'm sorry, I lost the whole. I can't do it. I lost my whole train of thought. I gotta make it to this chicken. This app is just an insane song.
one way in. Just Sherry, are you there?
I'm here.
Sherry,
I'm here.
Okay, I guess another way I could try to get back on. Anybody can speak on the topic if you want, or you could just change it. Whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever you're free at. Is it is interesting how Southern elites, particularly cultural producers, how for them, they emphasized less the effects of, all things considered. Basically, it's interesting how much they focused their the sort of cultural warfare they were waging on the fate and the happiness or lack thereof of the Black person, as opposed to the unhappiness or happiness of white people, and especially like poor white people. It's kind of propaganda around the Negro. It's fascinating. You have these Negroes who are freed. What are its effects on white people? Now, your arch conservatives, your Klans, your citizen councils, et cetera, they're talking about, race mixing, miscegenation, rape, and all that kind of stuff. But your Southern liberals and your elites, who, while like you said, might be against slavery, they are very, very clear. They're the target of their, not the target, the subject. What they are interested in this of their depictions are the Negro, and it speaks to the kind of class divide among white people themselves. So Southern elites who engage in this kind of work, they spend less time talking about like working class white people or poor white people than they do the Negro. And so we have to go to a time of relative, of stark racial inequality in the law and society and culture, because the Negroes are unhappy. I always find that kind of interesting. A lot of the great movies, the Porgy, they don't even talk about the poor whites.
No, they don't.
You know what I'm saying? Or
no, they don't.
What's the other one? There's another one I was thinking that came to mind, but I can't remember.
Well, Gone with
I'm just trying to get us back on track.
Gone with the Wind, where it's a little, it's always about the Negro, and it's never about those poor white folks.
That's right.
And so, yes, and also that cultural production work does not happen without. They need the Negro. It doesn't exist without the Negro. Because it's also this idea of a fantasy too. This fantasy that white people have about the Negro. Which is another interesting thing about it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Fantasy. They have to fantasize about a certain type of marginalized figure, because they don't talk about people within their own group who are suffering. So I don't know. It's hard to get back on track. I'm getting old.
I know that. Welcome to the club.
But in that cultural production, where does Mos Def rank among actors?
Oh, no, not Mos Def. You know what? He's not that bad of an actor. He really isn't. Y'all need to stop. Well, then I saw him on stage with Jeffrey Wright when he did Top Dog, Underdog.
Sherry, I think it's just his look that makes him look like he's not a good actor. He looks, I don't know.
Who said he was a bad? I heard somebody said that, but I've actually never heard anybody say Mos Def wasn't a good actor. Who said that? I never.
Mos Def is a great actor.
I never heard.
He's a great actor.
Richard
Wright was a terrible actor. What's going on? Richard Wright?
Richard Wright
act before? He saw him in, he did a version of Native Son in Brazil. He was too old. It was terrible. Richard Wright is a great actor. What's happening?
Or did you mean Jeffrey Wright?
Oh, Jeffrey Wright?
Not the judge. No, yeah, I was talking about the actor. The actor. Yeah.
What judge? What?
Jeffrey Wright. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Incredible actor.
Okay. It's hard to.
I think the problem was he just never got enough good roles. Most Def.
I mean, I don't know if he want to do it.
That's another thing too. Because he did walk away. That's another thing too. That's another thing.
He made a bunch of movies. He was good in his movies. He did Broadway. Then he went to Africa and did his thing. Made a lot of money. He likes to.
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't want to.
Don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure he got lots of good offers, but he did silly stuff. He was funny in. What's it called? He was funny in Brown Sugar.
Yeah. Yes.
He was also in one. It was about a video, a VHS, old store that I think that was closing down. I think it was with Jack Black.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
That was a good one. Yeah,
and he also is he in Next Day Air? Is that him? No. He's one of those like weird, dark comedies where people get killed. He's very good comedy. He's talented.
Yeah, he's completely. Yeah, wasn't Be Kind and Rewind? Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah, Be Kind, Rewind. Yeah.
I don't know who said that you couldn't act. Was that Divine? No.
I want to say it was something about they brought him up and then they started.
Brother said he can't act, and it was next year. It was next year air. He was the driver that the weed got delivered to the wrong apartment, and they tried to get the weed back.
Yeah, you know, the
FedEx driver.
And that's why.
Look at that.
And that's why I stay with a pink ticket. You know, I'm just. There's no love. There's no love here, and that's okay. I did make a joke earlier, but he
and
definitely.
You was gonna let Austin take the straight. That's great.
Well, you know who y'all blamed it on wasn't on me. He really did experiences. He came back to the mic.
It took him a while, but he got there. I'm glad he played that.
Thank you, First Lady.
Shouts that, she said Mos Def is definitely a great natural actor. What's an unnatural actor? What does that mean? What's an unnatural actor?
Wilt Chamberlain fighting against who was it? Bruce Lee in that movie. Y'all see that? Horrible. He definitely was unnatural.
Oh, she meant untrained. Someone who uses Meisner. Well, not too much on one of the great acting teachers of the 20th century. You got 3 great acting teachers Americans. You got Adler, Meisner, and Strasberg. Not too fucking much, Fishbelly. Adler's probably the best one.
I mean, there were other ones too. Claremont.
So I can't take Fishbelly seriously.
After he said he couldn't meet with the underclass on there.
He couldn't meet with the underclass. That thing me up. Oh God, that was good.
The underclass. Oh my.
Yeah, he always uses the term underclass. I kind of want to start using it.
He said he couldn't fly with the underclass. Oh, that was fun.
Ain't no wrong on today. But yeah, you guys should read. Faulkner did an interview, I think after Brown in '54. I think it was after Brown. And while he was sympathetic to racial equality and sympathetic to universal freedom, he thought that the country was moving too fast and that the federal government and the Northerners were infringing upon Southerners' way of life. And he literally said he would go on the street and kill Negroes if it progressed too fast, if that's what it came to. Remember, he's a Southern liberal. So I'm looking forward to that book share. Oh, yeah, Faulkner is very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking forward to the book. Oh, people really flipped out Brown. I'm reading the National Review in the years of Brown and after Montgomery, and people really flipped out. I mean, they went insane. Brown and Montgomery bus boycott. Brown was the one. Brown they really hated. Which
I would say, there's a segment of America that never recovered. They could never, because you have. I mean, if you think about it, it doesn't seem quick, but 54, then 64, 65, 68. I'm sure there's a few things. I think 67. There's a few legislative victories there. I mean, things happen. That's fairly, quick. I mean, now it's taken, since what they, Black folk lost almost everything in Plessy v. Ferguson. But yeah, there's a segment of a large segment of the white population that never recovered from that.
I was going to say, Brother Messi, there's been this sentiment online as you all's children get on the internet, like the white Gen Alpha and younger white Gen Z, I guess, and they're learning about this history as we get further. And they were like, "Oh, white people can't call us soft," when they were crying if a black person used a water fountain. They're learning about this, and they're like, "What is wrong with y'all?" They're totally opposing their grandparents. I think it's funny, but they're like, "Y'all were crying over black people using the bathroom and getting on the bus, and y'all are calling us."
Yeah, I mean, it's bad when they're like, we don't even want you to learn the history. Because there's so many questions that young people. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why folks were so pressed to not teach, history to young people. Especially now, it's just a lot of questions that people ask. People tell them when they're older, and all their stereotypes are fully set in. Anyway.
But to Ben's point, I guess it did shift. The amount it shifted it in that short period of time, it is very jarring when you think about it in a zoomed out lens of history. It was funny to me that my grandma a couple years ago, when the new football league started, the UFL or the XFL, whatever, we were watching the game and she was like, I thought it was funny, but she was like, "Oh, blacks and whites are playing together. The NFL took a long time to integrate, but her perspective, it was just so funny. I laughed so hard. But the fact that it wasn't that long ago how far things really have come, and it was kind of quick in a way. If you were like a white racist, how society shifted if you were somebody who lived in like Arkansas or Mississippi or places that were like more heavily segregated than others. It is very tragic.
The flip is, what is it? 68. We started seeing the riots after King. Is that what King was assassinated? You have, the promise of, you have all this sort of legislation, and you have this moment, and the frustration of like, we're gonna have to move faster. Like, it's reading scholars writing about sort of the frustrations of that time and sort of how you get the looting and the writing after this, and sort of, on the precipice of hope, and then you have this, these moments and what it means, like social change and social movements is really interesting. There's a lot of trauma that comes in that moment, from that period of time. I mean, there's a lot of people dying, a lot of people being murdered. I know we joke about Trump and, his 13, quote-unquote assassination attempts, but you think about all the people in that period of time who were killed. It is a lot, given all the other things that are happening at that time. It's a wild time.
Yeah, when I was watching a play about James Baldwin's life, most of the play fixated around the people he lost in such a short period of time that he was close to, actually. Like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and then Medgar Evers, all at one time. It was a lot, and that was just like a couple. There were so many people that he was like close to in his life, which ended pretty early, that were impactful, that were all killed.
Oh, okay. One thing I think that the court overlooked. Hold on a second. One thing that is always kind of, I was talking about the speed. You guys were talking about the speed at which things change. I'm thinking about 50. One thing. Which was the extent to which they did not account, and this was a lot of the conservatives' arguments were based in this one, just how it just disrupted people's way of life, and one of the big arguments against Brown, for example, was not a constitutionalist one, but the argument. There was a bunch of them against it, obviously. But like it just out of tradition. And so there were the traditionalist arguments. That's why what Sherry was saying, that's what's what fascinated me about it. So many of the anti-integration people, the Southern, especially the Southern liberals, they were saying, we might be okay. But it's actually the Negro who's going to suffer the most. And it's fascinating to through how,
disingenuous and not disingenuous? I'm sure a lot of people shaped by it being disingenuous. But a lot of people that do the Jim Crow nostalgia thing, that's actually the line of argument that they are doing a scene from Amen Corner. Oh, that's a great play. Amen Corner. Just about elevate Amen Corner. I actually think I like it better than Giovanni. I have to think about not Giovanni's room, but talking about, but I have to think about it. But anyway, it's fascinating to me that people don't know that's the line of argument they're picking up is, the Southern liberals said, the liberals are going to be unhappy if they do this. They're going to be unhappy if they get fully enfranchised. They're going to be unhappy. The way of life is going to be disrupted. There's going to be a set of expectations on them. And if you fully enfranchise them, they're not prepared to be full citizens yet. So, they're taking this, what they think is a pragmatic approach, when in fact what it is, a pragmatic approach, and it's the courts just ignore the realities on the ground. There was in 1957, I was reading about this, in 1957, in the Civil Rights Act, one thing that they got struck out was, when the bill was originally written and conceived and written, they wanted to have judges preside over civil rights cases, not juries. And opponents of the bill got that stripped out. And so they were arguing for jury nullification on the grounds of, we don't want judicial activists and we don't want the judges telling the people what to do. And so a lot of cases, and of course this is in the wake of Emmett Till. Right? So I have no self defense.
Yeah, that's definitely heard that. You see that to some degree not to some degree, you see that in speaking of social science, the social sciences from last night, you see that in the way that sociologists were talking about it. In the 50s and 60s, they were talking about Black people being sort of unable to fully integrate into society, right? Their culture, whatever, right? They're not prepared. They're just not a group that can fully be understood to get be able to integrate into society for a number of reasons. And it was some of those people are Black. Shout out to Ration.
The Jim Crow nostalgia is just so ahistorical to me. I mean, of course, none of them read. But even if you wanted to take them up on this, we were better off when we had our own towns and stuff, they're anti what they would call bourgeoisie. And those are all people who built our towns. So I never understand how we supposed to go back, but then y'all don't want all the rich Blacks that was fronting the townships. It always been.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh yeah, they built these towns. They had doctors and lawyers and professors and librarians. 5 minutes later, you booked me. Y'all just so bougie. I can't stand this. Okay, it's all over the place.
Like the boule did it all.
Exactly. What they call the boule was the people who did the very thing that they want to go back to. It's great. It is interesting. Brother, you were making the point about the preparedness. So one of the things that I'm getting by reading, a bunch of responses, conservative and some Southern white liberal responses to Brown and their objections, it's just totally fascinating to me. is that they were kind of making the argument. Oh, I need some oil. God damn it. They were kind of making the argument that, hold on a second. I forgot the oil. When we wore that thing down, I'm gonna hit you from the back. What's that thing? Watched that video 8 times the other day. Right back.
It's hilarious. What's up, girl? What's up, people?
Igor.
He heard all down, hit it from the back, and he wanted to come on stage. That's amazing. Hey, Igor.
Oh, yeah. No, I want to ask the brother. I actually have a question. So I didn't understand. You were saying that there is nostalgia in the black community for the redlining, or I misunderstood?
For that period of time, yeah, I know it is hard to explain. So there's actually a book that does a really good job of explaining it. It's literally called The Jim Crow Nostalgia by oh my God, I'm forgetting people's names. By Michelle Boyd. Boyd. Yeah. And she talks about, she's looking at she's looking at Chicago in particular, and a particular neighborhood in Chicago called Brownsville. But yeah, basically it's this sort of Brownsville? No, Bronzeville. It sounded like you said Brownsville. Oh, sorry. No. I might have. That was in Brownsville. Been hanging around these New Yorkers too long. Talking about Brownsville. But yeah, essentially, Igor, it's sort of a misremembering of that particular time, right? And sort of this elevated, this oversimplification of that period of time, and sort of focusing on the small thing. Black people used to, when Black people were, in their own neighborhoods, they had their own shops, right? So it's like this over-exaggeration of a period of time, as if everyone was doing well, as if sort of there was racism, there was, legalized, legally enforced racial discrimination, but they were sort of protected in these cocoons, in this sort of bubble. They got to live their lives sort of separate in a way. And so in the book, she talked about how that's a misremembering. But people do this a little bit when they talk about and Greenwood, and Black Wall Street, right? Sort of this misremembering and this complete erasure of the sort of the norm of people's lives in these spaces, and the terror, right? And sometimes that's strategic. She was talking about sort of the revitalization of the area, instead of using this strategically as sort of build, sort of support for this bringing back of a community. But yeah, it's but essentially, I think you put it well. It's sort of this this wanting to go back to the time when redlining was legally enforced and backed by the government. Yeah. So does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. Okay. Yeah, I didn't understand because I was kids, and I thought I heard you that, so I just want to clarify.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah.
But it is as nonsensical as when you heard it.
It's weird.
Said people miss redlining.
No, sorry.
Oh, no. I was disagreeing. It sounds crazy.
Dan, are you back? I didn't know you.
To be fair, brother, I thought that you were saying that about white community, not black, so that's why I need to.
Oh, Oh, okay. Well,
That
there's a little bit of that too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. There's definitely that. To that point, I heard someone on the app a couple of days ago say that they were going to, for no real reason other than they wanted to hear. No, I gotta say this. I forgot to mention this. That they wanted to read Thomas Dixon's The Congressman, because they wanted to hear that perspective. That's all.
Oh my God, who is that person? The only reason why I would read that would be if I'm doing a paper and I'm doing research. That's the only way I would read that book.
You wanted to know.
He said he wanted another perspective on Reconstruction.
Not another perspective. Oh my God.
I mean, I speak with Neo today.
Who was that? Who said that? Gildas?
It was Thunder.
Oh, Thunder's an idiot.
Who's Thunder?
It's a young black man.
Thunder Cat.
He was back on the app.
I didn't
He
either.
was back and he was talking about the books he was reading, and he said, "Yeah, next I'm reading McLean."
Well, he's under a different name. I didn't recognize that.
It's like Lightning or something.
Oh my God.
Oh, Lightning Thunder. Wow. Very creative.
Yes.
Unexpected.
Yes.
No. I'm still dumb. I forgot what I was going to say. That book I looked up is called Ideas Have Consequences. But I forgot why I was looking for that. But what was I learning about before I need to get the oil for the corn?
Southern liberals.
You were talking about the preparedness. Yeah. So that actually, that's what's so fascinating. So there's a couple of things. So some people just had like just straight up white supremacist, racial elitism. Whites are better, and they should be in charge, and they have a duty, Rudyard Kipling style. But a lot of Southern liberals, and even some conservatives too, their argument was not that the black would always be in this case, but for right now, they're just not ready. And so it makes them feel a little more feels a little more palatable for many reasons. And they would frequently cite, for example, Booker Washington, because that's how people read Booker Washington. But the responses to, I'm a little off topic, but the responses to Brown really ran the gambit. And it really threw people off. I also think Eisenhower sending in the 101st Airborne with Little Rock after Governor Favis sent in the State National Guard to keep them out of people. And that, I don't know if a lot of people today, when they talk about like federal government intervention and small government stuff, they don't know that the roots of that's not long standing. That's actually from the 1950s and desegregation. I could name some names, but a lot of people don't know that their arguments come from basically the founding of the conservative movement, which was founded, as a rejection of segregation. I'm not going to go too much deeper into it. I've talked enough. Y'all do your thing. I mean, I don't need some corn. Do you mind giving us the name of the book again? Oh, I can't remember why I brought it up, but it was just somebody that wrote for Buckley. It's called Ideas Have Consequences. It's one of the main pillars of the intellectual pillars of the modern conservative movement. Called Ideas Have. Okay.
Brothers, I called Neil today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and I told him he was bombing Yugoslavia.
Did y'all hear that? Just a huge burp. That's hilarious. He's doing well.
lot for QSB back in the finish. He's selling babushka on the market, so he can help.
Maya, who said what? About they're just not ready yet, and in the future they will be? Oh, we were talking about sharing some of the books she read. So this is Southern white liberals in the 50s, in the wake of Brown. But to be fair, that's been a long-standing view on the Negro for a long time, going back to abolition. That was the argument that many had against immediate emancipation, why people believed in what was called gradual emancipation. I don't know if not ready is wild though. I think from a certain mindset, I think it probably is. But I don't know. I think the dominant American mindset is how people kind of think. They're not ready for full enfranchisement.
I mean, that's what they said. When it was time to, when discussions around freeing, and the enslaved. They're like, who's ready for this thing? Not the blacks.
She said define ready. Ready means full equality, full enfranchisement, full and equal participation in leadership roles. Just anything that you would presume citizenship holds. These people have argued, and it's not just against the Negro. They've said this about women. This was some of the arguments against the 19th Amendment. They're not ready. They don't have the education, and so forth and so on. So it's a long-standing view, and it's at the core of conservative thought, because conservative thought is based off, in large part, is on hierarchies and preparedness, and tradition and apprenticing and all that kind of stuff. So it's a long-standing view. I mean, the idea was, in 1949, Negroes had their own little colleges. Maybe some learned medicine. But are they ready to take the big lecture course in biology at University of Mississippi? No. Most of them aren't. Even some, they can go to their schools or go out of state or whatever. So it's been long-standing. It's a long-standing argument.
And it wasn't just white people.
Who's defining ready? The people who are saying they're not ready.
I mean, there were discussions about, if black people want to be considered, taken seriously, they have to prove themselves, with the other great races. And, those conversations weren't, at least, my understanding, it wasn't completely reserved to one group. I mean, there was a lot of conversation about,
getting that Africa up off us so we could be citizens.
The Negro question is that, what are we going to do with the blacks? What are we going to do? Are they ready? And are we ready? And what's going to happen? It's centering, conversation centering black people has always been around. About some aspect of preparedness, readiness, ability, capability. I mean, it's baked into a lot of the disciplines. That's a central question. That's why that conversation is always had. That is baked into almost the foundation of every discipline in this country. At the crux, it's definitely in sociology. Are these people ready? Are they prepared? Are they capable?
It's cooperative.
Every brother is expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept the law and join the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widespread peace. Forty-three, the brethren are bound to say mercy only with regard to the nature of the rituals of our order, and to our words, signs, etc. The general principles of the order may be fully explained so far as they are understood below the earth. As it is written, the ordeals are mine not. The rituals shall be half known and half concealed. It is to be observed that punctual performance of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad, and the fame of it cometh, even unto the throne of the supreme and holy King himself, will weigh heavily in the scale when it comes to be a question of the high advancement in the order. The first and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother, to have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who are accepted. The law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully explained. We will not here recapitulate the same. Expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles
principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. All pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort shall be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be used to become members of the order, so that the child may be born under its ages. 38, the mother that is to be have asserted her will to be so content and defiant of the tumults of the slave gods. She is to be regarded as a special suitable to our order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially. If the mother so wishes, as a servant to the order, one of its professed houses. Professed houses for the women of the order, or those whose husbands or lovers are members of the order, will be instituted, so that the fault and duty of womankind may be carried out in honor. 40. The brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life, so-called to induce them to join the order. Royal personages, ministers of state, high officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. 41 colleges of the order will presently be established for the children of its members may be trained in all trades, businesses, and professions. There they may study the liberal arts and humane laws, as well as our holy logic and science languages, do all in their power to make possible the establishment of such universities. Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in study of the principles of the law and the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 house. 37, all pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort should be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be induced to become members of the order, so
so that the child may be born under its aegis.
32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such while in the field. And slain or captured as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge, all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. Eighth house. 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his lost will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy. Rejoicing, the brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse. Of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such, while in the field, and slain or captured, as the officer of the brother may command, but within the precincts of the divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. Eighth house. 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his last will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part of the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all children may be born free from the curse.
It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the uninitiated. Between members of the order are absolutely forbidden. Either immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past privileges are referred to in the second part of this instruction. All disputes between brethren should be referred firstly to the master or masters of their lodge, or lodges in conference. If a composition be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the Grand Tribunal, which will arbitrate therein, and its decision is to be accepted as final. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of plain justice. 28 members of the order utter those related to any laws possess no rights of any kind, since they have not accepted the law. Therefore, to colonize survivors of a past civilization, to be treated with kindly kindness should be shown towards them, towards any other animal. The effort should be made to bring them into freedom. It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the unenity. 25 lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden. Pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this instruction. 26. All disputes between members should be referred firstly to the law. Lodge is a conference. If a conversation be no party in this matter, the dispute is to be referred to the law. Which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision is to be accepted as final. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. Possessing no rights of any kind, since they have not accepted the law, and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization, and to be treated accordingly. Kindness should be shown towards them, as towards any other animal, and every effort should be made to bring them into freedom. 29. Any injury done by any person without the orders or any persons within the usable as power to redress or to avenge it. Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service, and familiarity, subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the professed houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as officers. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he wants for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge, or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 20. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge, for example. A stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, light
Oh no, the rector see to it that the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from other lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to sovereign grand inspector generals of the order on their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only.
Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service and familiarity. Subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the professed houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he wants for nothing and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 20. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge. For example, a stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, film, and the like. Bookseller offer any books to the library of Grand Lodge, which the librarian may desire to possess. A lawyer will execute any legal business for Grand Lodge, and a railway or steamshipper or direct a siege with the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to sovereign grand inspector generals of the order and their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only. It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order neglect to insist upon this. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be enriched. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all those born without the order included. His duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy should donate part of his mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. Any properties given will be administered if desired in his own interest, thus affecting a saving, since large estates are more economically handled than small. But the order will use such properties may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good. Lending us to let out
Yet in view the great objects of the world, endowment is trouble. Shall show himself solicitous the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be old. Tending not only to all material wants, but to his music. Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy, should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. Ten properties thus given will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus affecting a state. Since large states are more economically handled than small, the border will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good, lending it unlit out to some brother who is in need, or allowing it to use all to be occupied by large. Yet in view of the great objects of the world, endowment is wealth. Well, every brother shall show himself solicitous of the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be whole. Attending not only to all material wants, but to his amusement, so that his declining years may be made joyful.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. 5. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the lodge or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. 6. Brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their tastes, businesses, or professions, whether by viewing brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as maybe shows itself, it seems desirable, impossible, that when two or more of the same cause engage in the same work, they should sit offer suitable books and pictures to the libraries of the professed houses of the order. The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the Lord of the Leva. In all writings, they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers.
is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking, and if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of errant knaves and rogues that are no true brethren. But the brother who is possessed of this world's goods should make it his business to watch the necessity of all those brethren with whom he may be personally anticipating their wants, and so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were to pay me a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent rather than temporary. Three, all brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodged dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order. We desire you, therefore, presently to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order among those of the profane who may seem worthy to join it. These matters following concerning the duties and privileges of the members of the earlier degrees of the order according to your affairs and the convenience of justify every foreign but also by non-profit of states which is understand the science of the concerning the duties days who may seem worthy to join it. These matters following concerning the duties and privileges for members of the earlier degrees of the OTO as regards material affairs. And for convenience, we shall classify these as pertaining to the 12th House of Parliament. We can also find different clauses for the sake of such an understanding. So all science and discourse. Constitution here no concern in the freedom of yet without order every duty is also a privilege, so that it is impossible for me to separate them. There is no law beyond. Do what thou wilt. Yet it is well for brethren to study daily in the volume of the sacred law. Liber legis, for there is much counsel concerning this. How best they may carry out this will.
The wizard showed me a large green god with many arms, sitting in the doorway. On doorway in strange letters was gate of Kitover. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many arrows about the name of the place was Osika in Marrakesh. A tall Moor Athan talked to me, he was showing Leo. His favorite animal was my kagane. It came out of some water where it had been drinking, was gray zebra like. Or is this his grave? What is true enough? The magical name, his language was Ahita. But listen to who Mal was. He was not a living man. Represented a white man named Heman. Angel ruling Leo, he would carry on certain work. 666. He wore his hand with a ring. Many stones of different colors arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal lines. Will prosper in work and be very happy. How would this come about? He was serving curse. Oh man, with light mustache connected features and something to be. When did we get definite action on the material plane? Before I smash this, does someone have to take action or sit tight? of this certain one must use his brains to plan things. Tell me if BC Annie Bazette will live long in her present body? Yes. Is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan? Yes. Should he approach it? I might notice appears yes. Should he approach another person? No. Should he approach? Yes. Is there anyone else to approach? Some woman. Oh. Like a shot. She was stout. Large breasts, 40. Married. No children. Dark chestnut hair. Pretty skin. Fairly good looking. Possibly a singer or musician. Smiling, rich. Moderately well educated. Her name was Elsie Greatheart. Could this be a shot at EGP for aging guy? Wizard says Woodstock has to 84. I should be able to find LCG. No answer. Wizard now looks like an enormous god. Sphinx head, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god type Adam, but this is God name. 463. The middle pillar, an almond body, the servant of the dragon, or Mithras of a Babel's mind beam of thought. He is sceptered with a kind of battle axe and a double carrying in your hand. He stood against a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw. Where did Elsie be? In an hotel, a private house on 5th Alpha near 666 news a friend of hers. Is she a friend of any? Yes. When we she expect fulfillment of government as verse 20 on September. What year? 1918. This was doubtful. What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian. Where does he live now? I know I love concrete trees around the USA. What business is he in? A pleasure. Showed me a large green dog with many arms sitting in the doorway. Name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Akula. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many arrows about the name of the place was Osaka in Marrakesh. A tall Moor, Anan, talked to me. He was showing his what I grew on. His favorite animal was one I could not name. It came out of some water where it had been drinking. Was gray zebra-like unicorn. Found it said his name added to 74. Or is this his grave? What is my true number? Iron on tree. Very interesting. Our magical name in his language was Admita. 17 Olive Noah's Ark. On the flame plus 1 Zaddy the link 417 plus 1 48 the 1 is a torch to follow. He was not a living man, but represented a white man named Amen. 17 Angel ruling Leo. You would carry on certain work. 666. A Morse hand with a ring, many stones of different colors, arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. 666 prosper and work to be very happy. How would this come? A certain person, a tall man with white mustache, had something to do with it. When do we get definite action on the material plane? Before next solstice. Is that we have to take action or sit tight? A certain one was his brains to plan things. Tell me if BC will live long in her present body. Yes. Is a political campaign among existing cult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan? Yes. Should he approach X? I'm like lost here. Yes. Should he approach another person? No. Should he approach X? Is there anyone else to approach? A woman, she was stout, large breasts, 40, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician. tables. He is featured in the kind of battle accident, not carrying the other hand. He stood against the great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light in effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw.
Where's LCD?
In a hotel or private house on Fifth Ave or near 666 near some friend of hers.
Is she a friend of the head team too?
Yes.
Where did he expect one field in the demon director's
September
What year?
1910. This was doubtful.
What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Oxygen.
Where does he live now?
By a well of concrete trees around it in USA. What business is he in?
Man of leisure. Perfume on her sleeve. Travels without target, positions side by each one takes its time and teaches what I
up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the highest seat, power on a crown. Straight in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Phoenix at the window, soft hands to Curious laughing with a trickster stare. Science learning every turn we begin. Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, bringing me Saturn at my table, cold spoon folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line. Old boots by the doorway, in the rain on the vine. Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand. Good fortune in the doorway, feasting in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call. When the room turns cold, lift me after
straight in the morning, with the whole town bowed down, feeling at the window, something to love and slow, pleasure in the room, music on the top, laughter in the air, luxury is life, luxury is the
I was not.
By missions, the divine missions, right? Right? You know that, right? You know that more than so you know it, right? So there are scholars in the Bible, in your faith itself, who say that it's not a bad thing. That that's what they say, because the religion is not about the Bible itself. It's a faith in Jesus. That's what they say. That's a difference. Islam, no one, like even the scholars of other faith or of the comparative, of the PhDs of comparative religion and theology, even the most of them, there are a lot of them who might say otherwise, but the majority.
Yeah, but don't count out another big spoon.
There could be another big spoon. What do you call it?
We have 6 weeks before now and like June. I mean, it's not time. You have a pop.
Like shape, but what would it take for you, like China or like big superpower entering into the theater or something like that?
They'll create a story. He's creating a story. That's why you sell the news. They'll create a story. In other words, you gotta hedge.
June, July, and August are going to be on my mortgage side good months for me. Very good months for me. And I'm about to stash. I'm about to start stashing.
Well, that's the thing. When everybody starts saying, I gotta start stashing, you can hear in the room. That's when you know the pros are gonna take some money off the table before you guys do.
100%, but you gotta think about it. So right now, with there being more lenient, people who wouldn't be able to borrow are going to be able to borrow now with FHA loans. You're gonna have people just like right? We did this and it crashed. So then the crash will occur. It's because people are going to be buying homes that technically can't afford them. So let's see where, for me, that's good. I'm going to be able to close more loans now, especially if they qualify for FHA loans. I'm going to be able to close more loans. I'm going to have more commissions.
What are you doing closing loans? I thought you were in academia. You're too intelligent for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I have multiple streams of income because I'm intelligent. So, there was a time, let me just go get my mortgage license and go into brokerage. So, I do, loans on the side. It's good money.
I mean, there should be, this large, influx of people entering into that market with this new guy coming in, right? Jerome Powell's replacement.
And then because the FHA now has changed some of the guidelines in the FICO scores, and more people are going to be able to get FHA loans. I haven't run the full thing on it yet. I have it in my email box, but even my uncle just sent out a whole thing about everybody better be on their P's and Q's, get their shit closed, because these are what we're targeting right now. So I'm going to be calling some clients that didn't qualify before.
Yeah, isn't it you're able to staff? Isn't that contingent on people leaving money in circulation? People being able to access more money? For example, the interest rate dropping, obviously this is going to pick up your...
Yes. Yeah, and I'm going to make money. So then I'm going to stash my cash. Because now I have the recruiting firm, then the GCC. I have this. I have my regular 9 to 5. So my ass has just been working the past couple of years. Working and stashing money. So...
Well, wait, the GCC is doing better now? Or just coming?
No, it's been shitting, man. Because a lot of my projects have stopped there for the past 6 months, and so now they're picking up.
We are in California again today for the detention hearing.
Yeah, there will be a rotation to real estate in the next it's coming 2, 3, it's coming.
If you don't have multiple streams of income, I learned my lesson the hard way. You have to have.
Yes, you do. Yes.
You cannot rely on one thing. I'm just sitting around and shit, I could pass this mortgage test in 5 seconds, and I did on my first time. I got the 85.
Most people just rely on their one job paycheck. They lose that job, they realize they should have had multiple streams of income.
And that's exactly what happened to me. Because I worked for a company. But no, I had been in academia, Sam. I'm not currently in academia, but I was in academia.
Yeah, I was there too. It got overrated.
So when I lived in the UAE, I taught, and then I also taught at the University of Sharjah. So I taught some business classes.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice when you're intelligent to be in that environment. But you know how it is, the politics, and they don't pay well. It's just a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they don't pay very well, but it's nice. It's a nice stream of income. If it's not your main stream of income, right now, I could easily go and teach at a community college. It's not a problem.
Well, good for you.
For cash.
Wow.
I just like money. You want money. I like to make money. So if someone tells me, my mom said, listen, you should get a sales, I'm fuck it, I'll go and get the license for it. Why not? If this picks up, I'll go do that. If this picks up, I'll go do that. Just make a little money here and there.
That's right. That's why I try to tell people. Look for the opportunity.
What's it take you? Literally, from the time I started studying for my mortgage license to the time I got my mortgage license was 1 month.
Yeah, but that's because you're a teacher. I tried to help people I gave them a book from the library. As we've talked about, multiplications.
It doesn't take you more than a month, and then if you use it, use it. If you don't, what are you about, $100? Who cares?
They're too late. They're just too late.
My friends, you have this and that. Why do you want to do mortgages? I go, because it's extra money. Who doesn't want an extra, just on the side, making an additional $3,000-4,000 a month, not doing shit?
There you go. You see. The amount of lazy people in school, the amount of average and below average IQ is staggering.
The point is, when somebody tells me they can't make money in America, I just want to laugh. Because
there's no other country in the world that has this kind of opportunity.
Bro, you guys see like the just the GoFundMe, just get a phone, it just shows you.
It's so easy to make money in America. Like, people don't understand the opportunities in America.
She's been mixing since 2018.
Gigs work literally, on the side, because my friend, she's like a big manager for Estee Lauder. She puts me in the system, and once a month I get paid $30 an hour to go and, like, if I feel like it, go and do perfumes. If I'm bored, kids are in college, I have got shit to do. You know, go make freaking little bit of money here. That's gas money. Like, if you want to make money, you can make money. You can just pick it up off the street here.
Yeah, I tell people that. I tell them this.
I wouldn't do that. Where's your pride? There's no pride when it comes to work. You work, you make your money.
There's no other country, I keep telling people, there's no other country, every day you have an opportunity to make money. I swear, every day I have an opportunity to make money.
I make money on Upwork. I literally get contracts on Upwork all the damn time for $50 an hour.
You go to the Middle East, they drive you nuts. They don't like it. They won't give you the paperwork. They won't give you those. They make you go in circles and left and right.
And then your job is tied to your residency. If you lose your job, you lose your residency, you lose your home, you lose everything. Like, and then you can't go out and just grab a new job. There's a whole process that you have to go through it. So, like, when you're in America, you don't got to go through any damn process. Like, you can walk out on the street. There's gig work. You can download an app for Uber, and you can start Ubering. There's so much ways that you can make money. Are they easy? No. But what else are you doing? Sitting around scratching your ass? Is it going to get you nothing? What's unemployment? $350 a week? You can live on that?
In America, you can go online and fill out all the LLC forms, the S corp forms. But to go do that in the Middle East, oh my gosh.
No,
yeah, right? They can drive you nuts. Yeah, 5 years. Wow. That's persistence.
To have business there. It took me 5 years to register with the GC.
And that's opportunity cost.
Yes. Was it worth it? Yeah, it is. Right now, not too much, but I did make some money. But you can make money. You live in such a global, you can make money. When someone tells me, I can't make money, I don't have to go find another way to make a job. You might not make it in what you started off with. AI took over your job, go pick up a trade, go to welding, give me $80 an hour. There's so much I think it just takes that effort.
Yeah, you gotta look. I tried to hire these guys, sort of, help them out, give them cash flow. But they're lazy. I got like bad money, so sort of they don't follow up. They're like, I forget. I was trying to help them out.
The weekends, like, okay, Sundays I take the day off. The Saturdays I work. I do stuff because I know how much I'm spending. I know how much my output is. I want to make sure that I cover it with something to at some point to get kids. They have expenses. They have college. Unfortunately, I'm upper middle class. You don't get shit. My kids are financially.
Right.
So, I'm not getting any assistance from the government, so I'm hustling.
And I remember I worked 90 days in a row without a day off.
Yeah, last year I worked a full 363 days. 363 days. No day off.
Damn.
And some of the days I worked 2 jobs. I went from the mortgage in the mornings. I would wake up at 7 a.m. I'd go to the brokerage. I'd make my calls, pick up on the leads. And then as I'm doing the leads in the afternoons, I was working my secondary job because I wasn't finding work within my field. I was working for Estee Lauder in the afternoons. And then I picked up a couple of work, and everybody's like, how are you doing it? That's a lot. Like, you got to do what you got to do to make up the difference.
That's impressive. I thought my 90 days was brutal.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. else? What are you going to do when the bills for your kids, the tuition is coming in? They got books to pay. They got cards.
You didn't have a single day to yourself? Just go out to the park even?
2 days. 2 days. The day of my daughter's graduation, that was also my birthday. And the other day was Christmas.
$38 trillion in debt. So you can look at that as the United States credit card. Except we all state
and then all the feeling that there's a day will look like that. Yeah, but I still like to work.
That's
Why? I like money. If God forbid anything happens with him, I got money. That's how we were able to put a huge down payment. That's why we were able to do stuff, is because I have money.
Yeah, that's why I trust people. It's the money. It's not about the materialistic things you can get. It's the security and more importantly, eventually, the freedom.
The freedom I'm eventually going to have. Like right now, I do have a lot of things that I could just do nothing and still make money, but I don't want to, because I look at it as I can just be sitting watching or talking. Like while I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing an upload contract for a company out in Wisconsin. They're paying me $45 an hour. I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing more.
That's what I'm talking about. Nice job. Yeah, it's like that freedom. Getting to that freedom.
Because to me, time is money. It's like there's going to be a time that I'm not going to have this energy to work.
That's right.
I'm not going to be young. I'm not going to have energy to work. I'm going to regret the time that I had the energy and I wasted it.
Yeah, and these people that they're so they dedicate themselves to these companies and then they get laid off in their 50s. And now what are they going to do? Well, yeah, you're going to work for a company, you got to get equity. That's the way to do it. You know what I'm saying? You got to get equity in the company. Just taking the salaries. Not all companies keeping equity. When you work for a university, for example, or you work for the government, you got to work for a company. You got to work to a position to get equity. I know two people who worked. Now here it is. You do a 20-year, you get a sweet pension and everything from them. Both of my two friends, they got laid off at their 19th year. That's how dirty it is. They put in the 19th, and they made up some BS, and they laid them off. One of them was 19 years and 6 months. Yeah, but there's a lot of companies to choose from. But it's ruthless out there. It's not what you think. Doesn't act vicious. I know it really well. Imagine you bust your tail off, you wake up every day at 5 or 6, and you get there, you're working till 5 for 19 years, and all you got left was 1 year, and then they lay you off. Yeah. You got to work for a company where you take a risk. Dude, it was American Express. She was working for American Express. You're not going to make any. And the other one was working for a university. You're going to make enough money to stay on top of your debt at American Express. You got to take a risk. You got to work for a company that's just growing. What are you talking about, Sheep? They're laying off people at Microsoft, Oracle, Facebook. I know the industry really well. All these guys are getting laid off. The problem is if you play it safe in your life, you're gonna. Yeah, but most people they play it safe. That's the problem. When you have an average IQ person, they're gonna play it safe. If you're gonna play it safe, that's what you gotta be prepared for. Or they don't know that. Or you gotta hustle. There's no such thing as loyalty in the corporate world. Just you're on the P&L. You're the conflict. There you go. You got it. That's it. So the young people listening, everyone's got to show up to an earnings call with a beat. That beat's gonna happen, whether you have your job or not. The important thing is don't put all your eggs in one projects to build on your, as a profession. You gotta look out for yourself.
My thing would be everything you said and don't fucking buy stupid shit.
Oh yeah, you gotta know how to,
do not spend the first 15, 20 years of your life acquiring debt.
Right, and you said it in a different way. I'll rephrase it. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep.
That's the thing, what I see, like you can work a job for 20 years and just make a salary. You can, and you'll be okay. But if you start fucking piling up debt, buying fucking 5 TVs in your house, all the stupid American dream nonsense.
Yeah, and these guys, they buy these $100,000 Ford F-150 trucks.
Fucking crazy.
What are you doing?
Fucking crazy.
It's a depreciating asset. It's a truck. For $100,000? What are you, an idiot?
You know, since I was 25, any car I buy cash. I don't fucking borrow money. Thank God I have the means, but even when I didn't have money, if I didn't have the cash, I ain't fucking buying it.
Yeah.
The only way to do it now is to fucking live at home. Honestly, I don't know if you're 25, 30 years old. I don't know how you can buy a house now.
No, it's impossible. 25, 30. I mean, not impossible for the vast majority, yes.
I don't understand.
No, but the problem is that for people don't have the option to either rent or buy. Right? And rent is just you're throwing money down the drain.
Well, it depends. What kind of?
It depends.
Rent's a smart move if in certain situations.
Yeah.
It's rent is sometimes your only option. That's what's actually happening.
No, it can sometimes be smarter to rent. If, for example, real estate prices are very high, it's better to rent.
Yeah, sometimes, but the equity is also good. If you're renting for 10 years straight, then all of that money that you have, put on mortgage, the equity is gone.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
If you bought a car,
that equity fluctuates.
Yeah, if you drop them.
No, I know. I'm saying if you rent, if you have a mortgage, you actually do build equity. But if you have a rent, you're not building any equity.
Not necessarily.
But here's the point we're trying to make: is if you bought a condo, hold on, Chief, let me finish it. If you bought a condo in Miami for $1.5 million and it tanked to $1 million, you just lost $500,000 that you're on the hook for.
Yeah, I understand. Typically, real estate does hold its value over time, so there are exceptions, but generally speaking, it is.
If it comes like this, I don't want to cut anybody off or be disrespectful to the conversation. I was just tapping in, and I just want to ask you guys something really respectfully and heartfelt, because I have a position and something that I'm creating. And I wanted to know from each of you, because I have room for 6, and there's, I think, 8 other people in this room. If I was going to do something where you could either get a check, a bank check.
Is that the Nigerian prince?
Sorry, man. I only take deals from very attractive women that offer me crypto on Clubhouse. I don't do men on Clubhouse. Is it just me that gets these beautiful women reaching out to them at 2 in the morning?
I've never seen. I think it's just you.
I just attract the most beautiful, I guess.
And on Twitter as well.
Look at this story. Let me just give you an example. Like this, Jennifer, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, like J-Lo. Listen to this story. J-Lo and Ben Affleck bought a house for $68 million. They slashed the $8 million to $60. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Crazy.
I know.
What kind of house is fucking 60?
I'm saying that real estate is not like a.
I don't think anyone in here is talking about buying a $68 million.
No. I know, but still, it's relative. Like you go to, for example, like Miami. Where's that? It's called Parks.
Spend money real quick, man. Yeah, decorate fucking room.
I was just talking about like average people buying average houses or condos. Right?
Dude, I was in Miami.
It depends on the areas as well. Like south of the UK, like the average house is probably 350. You go up north, same thing. It's better. It's probably 200,000, right?
Dude, if I lived in America, I would definitely be in real estate. But Canada is just way too tough.
This right here, Miami. Many sellers are receiving 93% of their original price. You know, and you won't not bad. And there's this place called Brickell. Oh my God, you should see the surplus of properties out there in Brickell. Oh my God. The buildings were like, half of them were for sale. Buy, you know. And here's the thing too, Benny and Shane. When you own these condos, guess what? Every month you're paying a condo fee.
Oh, I don't buy it. I agree. The whole I don't like condos. I don't like it.
You're dropping $1,500 a month, $1,300 a month.
You're buying there.
And even if you paid it off, you're still paying the condo fee.
It's a scam.
Most of the properties are in Miami.
The only time that you make money is condos. You get in, like, rebuild, and you flip it.
Even now, the rebuild, the condos not very.
But I mean, that's the thing. It's like you're just trading papers. That's the only.
Yeah. Most of it's being a apartment. Condos are Yeah, I prefer housing, like actual housing, freehold housing. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, and then housing, okay, Ben, you have issues with housing. Now you gotta replace the roof. You gotta replace the air. You know who else? Ideally, you would flip it and sell it. Okay, do you guys wanna know who else lives in Miami? Take a guess.
Netanyahu's son?
Trump. There you go, Shade. Bezos.
See how I know how you think?
That retard.
I'm in your head, bro.
He's using his reading tax money. That retard is using his reading tax money. You know, the people that live inside are like use about $10,000 a month or $8,000 a month with security. He's renting about $4,000 apartment or whatever. And that's where, Sarah Netanyahu, she always goes to Miami to pick up with her son. And if she wants to run away from Netanyahu as well, because due to cost, she will run away. You're beefing on him hard. What do you say? You're making fun of him. Who am I making fun of? I'm making fun of him. I'm Bibi. What, you care about Bibi? No, I mean, you have to throw the prostate thing in there. That's what happened. Yeah, I didn't get the whole prostate thing. Yeah, so Sam, last night, he going to prostate. So Sarah Netanyahu, she was wanted to be a witness because she was sort of like messing with the witnesses. It was court cases. So she started coming after her, and then she ran away to Miami to get away from the case. And that's when Trump met up with her, and they were buddy. They were sitting next to each other, touching each other's hand. There was pictures all around the place.
Yeah, voice translation, bro. Fuck.
Oh, sorry. What was that? So they were into WWE shit or whatever, and then she gets infected with COVID. Nowadays, we don't have no COVID. Who's got COVID? Nobody's got COVID nowadays. She gets infected with COVID. So there's something that happened with Trump, and then Trump Epstein files. Wait, so you're saying Trump gave her COVID? Yeah, and there's an article. Like it was sexually transmitted manner, or what? There we go. It's between the lines, Oh. And Epstein was interviewed a long time ago. A small publisher company picked it up. I'll put the link in the chat because he was sleeping with his best friend's wife, and Netanyahu is his best friend. Yeah, but Sarah is not that dirty. I come across this conspiracy theory recently, which is actually quite interesting. So I have the article if you want it. That's okay. No, but the whole thing about COVID being released was actually an Epstein thing. So apparently there was some indication that he had kind of I forgot what it's called, like a plan for when you die to wreak havoc.
And so basically, if you look at when he died and when COVID started shortly after he died. So basically, COVID was released as his kind of like plan for when he died. Infect the world.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I was making a different point there. But anyways, yeah, that's where.
Yeah, but that was some weird ass a little out there. You know?
It was a weird one that I came across.
Yeah,
but yeah.
So the other Sam is a doctor asking.
No, I'm retired.
Yeah, but what kind of doctor were you, Sam?
I was an internist and infection specialist.
Oh, okay. So why don't you?
Yeah, we talked about back in my day in 2008. We had discussions about between 2020 and 2050, 2025. And we were discussing how there could be a viral outbreak at the Chinese marketplace storyline. And I was surprised it panned out exactly on time.
Oh wow, you were actually having discussions about that?
Yeah, in 2008, yes, when I was an infectious disease fellow. Yes.
With who were you having these discussions?
With our fellow infectious disease doctors.
What, in China or?
No, in the United States.
And these were in like formal meetings or like just?
We were at the university because we were discussing, because the diseases you have, for example, there was the influenza pandemic in 1990, and then before that we had bubonic plague. So you kind of like historically kind of do have outbreaks of infectious diseases historically.
You follow up tailgate things like with you, something like this, like with you, like a big virus, virus, he said that.
Yeah, he did say that. That's correct. Yes, you picked up on that one. Yes, you did.
You guys knew that it was going to happen?
No, we didn't know. We make models.
So you predicted that it would happen?
Yes, I was surprised it exactly happened between 2020 and 2025. And exactly at the same place, we said. But that's not to say, now listen carefully. That's not to say it was a
pandemic?
And that's not to say it was a natural occurrence, but an accidental natural occurrence.
That's not to say. So you don't think it was a natural occurrence? It was.
Yeah, you know what? I'm in a position now. I'm retired. I'm not going to say it was not a natural occurrence. How about that?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's like either accidentally. I don't know if it was accidental. So, I don't know. You think it was accidental or?
No, I don't think it was accidental. I can say that now, but back during when the pandemic was on, I couldn't say these things on Clubhouse at the time.
Why? Who was stopping you?
Because I have a medical license at the time, and I didn't want to give you a medical license in jeopardy.
That's true. So you were keeping information from the public?
No, I was not keeping information, Benny, because when you make a statement like that, when you have a medical license, the board will come, what evidence do you have to support it? Then you're on the hook.
That's why what evidence do you have, Sam? How do you come to this conclusion?
Well, I'm retired now. I can have a theory.
Sure, go on.
No, that's it. That's enough.
It's a humble request to everyone that I am sharing this petition in the chat. Please go on and sign it, please, guys.
What the for?
Let's go and open and read.
I'm doing the dishes.
Pardon?
I'm doing the dishes like next to
regarding the freedom of Iran, so just right.
The freedom from the IRGC?
No, just read it. It's quite funny. It's a humble request to all of you. I have been doing this, so please do that. And you don't have to use your real name if you want to sign up. Just use a fake name, and if you need an email, you can copy the email from the second link. If you search on Google temporary email, from there you can get temporary.
stop advertising your shit. I would respectfully.
Did you even open and read that?
I'm not gonna read it. Yesterday, start reading it put me to sleep.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I've sharpened it now.
You should open up your room, right, and put a title. Raza Pahlavi scumbags come here and make a petition.
Okay.
And they will probably click your account. Anyways, anybody else wants to come up? Come on up.
What is that house named after you? Who made that house? There's a house named house. Yeah, house. That was a Jewish infiltration.
There was a Palestinian infiltration and a Jewish infiltration too.
Sorry, I got a phone.
Oh, really? What was it? Son? Bibi?
It was Jack, Palestinian. Yeah, that fucking retard, you remember? That's all it is.
Jack was involved in that?
Yeah, Jack, he created the house. And then Bibi came around and opened the same house. John Kitover came around and did the same shit.
Wait, but they were different houses, right?
Yeah, but they're near house with my name on it.
Okay, yeah.
And Bibi.
Oh, like John wasn't working with Bibi, was he?
No, but he's the original one that copied. And then you had Bibi copied this house as well, World Affairs Forum. Such a retard.
Yeah,
that was pretty funny out here. You had to.
Do you know what the funniest part was? After I blocked all of these psychopaths, they're sending people in here like Edward, they're telling us to block them, otherwise, or else. Like, this is what Jack was doing. I'm like,
they hijacked your club.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I still have my club. They just hijacked the name. Because under my Amir house, nobody else can open the room. It's for my followers.
Just like me and Sam were saying, if they spent that much time making fucking money.
Amir's getting paid per hour by Clubhouse.
Yeah, Amir makes good money on Clubhouse.
Yes.
I don't have good money.
He's making
Amir does his work and he says on Clubhouse.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check your profile yesterday.
Like sitting on.
Paul was tipping you yesterday. Have you checked your profile? You were getting tips.
Yeah, some people that tip me, what is it? 5 coins is like 5 cents, bro. What are you talking about? Tipping.
I got tipped today in a room because I told the story of how my grandfather worked for Spirit Airlines and how they fucked him out of his shares after he died and his wife didn't get him.
But did they give you 5 cents, 10 cents, 25 cents?
I got 5 cents for the story. Listen, I dropped in some political knowledge up in this, but you guys must be paying me. I don't do this.
But they disagree with you. The Lebanese, they disagree with you. They're like, Rio's like, and then Shape is like, no, we want to keep separate. We want the Lebanese identity. I was listening for a bit. Nationalism comes out.
But this is the thing is that this is like a micro, like microcosm or whatever of like just what the Lebanese society is like. Here's a little sample.
Mangus, I want to ask you a question because I hear this brought up sometimes. I heard some guy ask you, are you North Lebanon or South Lebanon? What does that mean, North Lebanon, South Lebanon? What's that all about?
Because people are like, they're very, because they predominantly think, like, when I tell people where I'm from in Lebanon, and they're not well versed in, like, how, like, basically, it's so, mixed where I'm from, like they automatically think I'm Druze or they automatically think I'm Christian because I tell them I'm from Shded, which is northern Lebanon. And northern Lebanon isn't just northern Lebanon, there are different areas. There's Shded, there's Trablus, there's, what else is that place called? That crazy ass place, that borders Syria. No, where there's a lot of Christians there. Agar. Is that where it's at? Like, where those Kurdish that we deported to Turkey so they can cause their problems? Someone's like, oh man, you never heard of like the Lebanese Kurdish crew that's like ransacking Germany now with their mafias? We have
I've never heard of Lebanese Kurdish to start with.
Yeah, because we kicked their asses out until they went to Germany. They're crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were they
second. I'm gonna.
Patron?
No, not Patron. It's I'm gonna look at the Lebanese map real quick because I have a Christian friend that's from there.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the only time I heard about them was like I saw this Vice thing about these. I kept hearing about like these Lebanese mafia that are in Germany, and then I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, we don't got people like that. And then so when we dived in, they were Lebanese Kurds.
Lebanese Kurds?
Yeah, they're not in Lebanon anymore.
I never heard of Lebanese Kurds.
No, they're it's like right.
It's good. Yeah.
One second, I got a phone call. Let me get back to you guys.
Yeah. Anyway, what's up with you, Taco? What you been up to?
Much. I just check in periodically when Samoa leaves.
You don't like that there. I forgave him, because I wanted to give him a second chance. Trump announced his plan to escort ships stuck in Strait of Hormuz. Wow.
There you go. Now let's see what the oil prices are doing now.
There you go.
All right,
you support Trump. You're very hard. The oil price went down a little bit.
Yeah, it's at 101.
No, Ankara is Ankara. It's literally right beside.
What?
It's like right up north. It borders Syria. It's like that region that borders like Syria, like Kuwait and stuff like that. That's where they're originally. But let me find.
How do you spell that? What?
Aakkar.
You guys there? Yeah. You see when he makes an announcement like that.
Oh. That's a government. I think it's a province.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah. Just north of Tripoli.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I've never been up.
It's a crazy place.
I went to Tibet, you know that?
The hell you go there for?
So one of my trips to Lebanon, I was like helping Syrian refugees.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of Syrian refugees that ended up in Tibet. Because it's the Sunni part of Cyprus. Not just the Sunni, but like it's the border part of where this beach. It's like,
Okay, they're called they're in Germany. They're Lebanese Kurdish crime clans in Germany, often referred as Arab clans or Ma'alami Kurds, are organized crime networks that originated from refugees fleeing the civil war in the 1980s. The Al-Azan crime family.
Sounds like a Sopranos episode, huh?
No, these guys are nuts. There was a whole Vice investigative thing. That's the first time I ever heard of that.
So it says here there's 100 to 150,000 Kurds in Lebanon, mostly in Beirut and
Yeah, I can see that. But like, there's the Al-Zaid crime family, and there's these gangs, and they're in Germany. And they're wreaking havoc in Germany.
There might be an escalation there.
I would like to go to let's go to Baalbek.
Oh, I've been to Baalbek many.
I've heard it so much.
I got some crazy Baalbek stories. Like, of course, there's the Allah, the ruins.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, I've been there many times. I have it's one of my favorite places to go in Lebanon. Lebanon itself, the crazy place. I've got like friends that are from there, and I've got crazy stories.
Given these remarkable numbers, this poll this morning is not an outlier. Every poll shows the same.
I love it. Visiting the historical sites. So much.
Trend.
There's a lot in my area. There's like, I rode the donkey once to go to like this one area in the mountain where like there's the oracle that Alexander the Great, before like he went further, like he used to consult this oracle. It was like in a cave. Wow. Yeah, there's also Egyptian ruins in Lebanon, believe it or not, because actually,
yeah, there was the Egyptians conquered.
Yep, they were there. And so parts of those ruins in Baghdad also were Egyptian.
Yes, Alexander would consult with the oracle prior to going to battle. It was he was a part of the process. You have to.
Yeah, he did it in Egypt too.
Yes, he did that. Yeah, right. He did that. But there was Siwa. I once visited a site, Siwa, where there was an oracle, and I think there was a site in either Aswan or Luxor I visited too, where he was there at that site. It was marked. He was there. That guy,
he's also the story of him, the story of his conquest of Suwa. Interesting. It used to be like an island.
When you think how much he moved, I mean, he wasn't moving by himself. He was moving a legion, an army legion. How far they moved, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It was pretty incredible. And he was very young when he died, in his 30s.
Yeah, mid-30s.
30s, I think, yeah.
From an infection.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they say. There's a lot of speculation.
That he was poisoned.
Yeah.
But definitely, like, he left his mark.
Yeah.
And there's like, what, 6 or 8 cities named after him?
Yeah.
There's a couple named after his horse, too.
Yeah, he loved his horse.
Yeah.
He really did.
Cities were good. Just got back to school last week.
Don't listen to the stories. Watch the market.
What did you say? I heard you say that tomorrow.
He announced that Anchor or to move their ships to Dubai due to the Project Freedom announcement of Donald J. Trump starting Monday, Middle Eastern time. America will export commercial ships out of the contested Strait of Hormuz through humanitarian reasons for countries that are affected that are not involved in the conflict. There are inhumane conditions for people that are on these ships, and these people need help, and America, as a sign of good faith with God, should allow these commercial ships to go unimpeded. That's the statement. Humanitarian.
These are just side stories. I'm looking right now at the market. Oil down 68 cents. You would think with this, this kind of news, it would really move oil either up or down. Look at gold. Gold is down $16. With this kind of stuff, you would think gold would move. Nothing. It's just.
It's not moving much.
Why? It's basically, so I'm trying to tell you, this story is just it's a nothing story.
I'm more surprised that oil didn't move very much. It actually went up a little bit the day that the UAE announced their intention to leave OPEC.
Yeah, because the speculation is that there's an influx in world and global supply, and then you're looking at how much America.
So where did oil go down as a result of that?
or the value, right? But then the announcement of these hostilities, especially with this guy that doesn't know how to control himself, they'll say something where they have to like counter that, like in a way. So then they try to counter it with new, more supply because of Venezuela. If you're looking at the exports right now, America right now.
No, it's nothing to do with Venezuela. I'm saying the day that they were it went up. That's correct. It went up. That's correct. What the hell?
Yeah, so like there's countering narratives as far as factoring the speculation point here. So they say, hey, Venezuela, United Arab Emirates would be like oil go down. But then this person says things like, yeah, we just have a friendly blockade sitting over here, and da 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 da. And they're like, all right,
but the blockade was already happening. Nothing changed, so it's all right.
All right, so like if I announce today, this blockade is indefinite. Would that factor into the speculation?
Obviously it would, but I'm saying yeah, but that's not what happened with the UAE. Nothing else. No, I'm telling you that caused oil.
I'm saying it's a counterweight to the effect that the announcement on May 1st should have had.
Well, you could have, there's something called, okay, let me explain this. When people think that the price of oil is going to go down, then you have a lot of people coming in for the orders and buying it. That can push the price up.
That makes sense.
What? Yes. For example, let's say, when you're an airline industry, when you're the CEO of the airline, you're buying the oil. You're not buying it for today. You're buying it 3 months out on the oil future market. And whatever you are, you're buying it in the future. So if you're hearing, there's going to go down, because the whole UAE story, blah blah blah. Because if you thought about it carefully, if one thinks about it carefully, what is their percentage of the overall global oil market? It's not huge. So when you think that they thought it was going to go down, so they all rush in to buy, which then pushes up the price.
Yeah, I don't. If somebody says, hey, we're increasing the supply, and people say we're increasing the demand, these things would kind of equalize where people are able to take advantage of the depreciation, right? It's just like it's not like when Trump said, you guys remember this about 3 weeks ago, Trump said this, and then 10% drop. Then Iran says this, then 10% rise, right? And these things are like 10 minutes from each other, right? And what's happening here is that there's this like tussle for the controlling narrative of what the speculation is factoring into the duration. So when they say, United Arab Emirates on, I think it was the 29th, when they announced that they're leaving on May 1st, you're expecting this drop, which
that's right, you are expecting this drop. Like, if it's at 100 and you think, oh my God, it's going to drop tonight, you're going to have a huge amount of people coming in to rush to buy the orders. But
if we look at the order of events, what was it right after that? This idiot's social post that the blockade will be indefinite after providing the letter on Friday.
Okay, and then doesn't that go back to what we're saying? They're just trying to keep the oil up for some time. Now you got it.
Now the problem is you don't kind of like see like what you're saying doesn't actually play here with what
you're talking about. I trade oil futures in my life. I was an oil futures trader. I was trading oil futures. And when they make an announcement, oh my gosh, there's going to be like, they think that it's going to drop. You see this shit. Let me explain something to you. I once shorted, just like what you thought. And I thought the damn thing was going to go down, just like what you thought. No, it shot up. I got a short squeeze because they all rushed in to buy. And when you have a lot of people rushing in to buy, and they have that limited supply, well, quote unquote limited supply, it shot the price up. You got all these airlines calling in, buy it now, it's going down, buy it now. And you got all these orders coming in to buy. Hello? Where'd everybody go?
No, I agree with you, Scott. Makes sense.
Guys, it's like what happens is, my dad used to say, it's like all these elephants rush into this front door. And that's what happens. If it was that easy, believe me, people would be $100,000. Can you let me hold it?
What are you going to do holding $100,000? What are you going to do?
I'm going to tell you what, I'll give you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in REIT investment. It gives me dividend up to about 15 to 20%. What do you think about that?
You're going to get a dividend of 15 to 20. Are you crazy? You don't put something in with a dividend of 15 to 20%.
I know you don't. I do.
That's very risky.
Because I go based on the track record of the company.
All right, no, you're just playing around.
The track record has a good track record. It's been doing it for the past 10 or 20 years. And REIT.
You're going to get a dividend of 15% to 20%. A dividend. Maybe. You're nuts.
So just as a fact-checking matter, like
it's not a good money. It's not good money.
That thing is going to drop eventually, big time.
No, it's been going on for over 15 years. That's the track record.
No, dude.
Which company is this?
This is. Let me put it up.
Here, you got to put down that pipe.
This company is called ARR.
What do they do?
What's the ticker? It's that's a 3-digit ARR. It's a REIT stock company. Like REIT, like a real estate, has to do with real estate.
Oh, it's a REIT. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Here's the trick. Now we'll look at the historic. Now go look at. You didn't look at the chart properly. Now go look at the max of the chart. Look how much that thing tanks over time. That's what I told you is going to happen. Go look at the historical press max.
Let me
in 15 years it dropped
from 400 to 17.
Well, I mean, from its absolute peak, it was cool.
Right. When they're paying you that kind of dividend, they're begging you to please come.
Do you see it's 2011?
Didn't I tell you that thing was just going to tank back? You just don't.
But Sam, what you would do is you would do it in 5 years and then you move on to another.
5 years? Look what happened to it.
Look at what happened to it in the last 5 years, bro.
Don't you guys know what you need to look at, bro? Let's look at what happened.
The last 5 years it went from peak $100 to Yeah.
Right. Right. Didn't I just tell you what's going to happen? I didn't even have to look at the chart.
So check out this. This is a Vanguard mutual fund. This is what I've invested in. Over 20%, like as far as like returns on it. It's the ticker's VTI, and then they stopped it up back in 2009 at $30. No, it was at $16. My bad. It's called Steel Dynamics.
Hold on. Let me just help Amir first. Amir, get out of that stock, all right? Get out of that AR.
It's only like, bro, $15, $16 for one.
Just get out of it. Get out of it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Next, let me go to Samoa. Where you got Samoa?
Yeah, keep it for a year. It'll give me enough money.
Yeah, keep it for a year. It'll drop 20%.
You might lose a lot of
this doesn't factor matter, just like how the economy is here.
Now, I can't tell you what to do with that. You can trade it. And what you do, you trade it. You trade it before Fed Day. See, if the Fed cuts the interest rate, the REITs go up.
And more likely than not, they are.
So it's risky still. You got to keep. If the rates keep dropping, the REITs will go up. But I'm not going with that one, Amir. There are better options for your money. Samoa, what you got? What ticker?
Yes, the VTI ticker, Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF here.
Oh, that's a good one.
But just to close the door on what we were speaking about, speculation and supply, right? Like, if the supply stays the same, then the price of the demand would increase the actual price. But the announcement of there being more of a supply would just counter any type of increase in the value or in the price of the commodity, right? But that's how that works. You agree, Sam?
You mean the outstanding shares?
No, like let's say United Arab Emirates or Venezuela says we're going to project 2 million more barrels than where we were at, but that increases the global supply, which would significantly drop. But then the speculation portion of the maximum demand would counter that, where it would just stay level, right? Like what you were saying, you're saying, hey, the price is $100, a whole bunch of people go and they buy for 3, 4, 5 months. If the supply stays the same, the price or the value of the oil goes up, the barrel goes up. But if the supply increases with it, it just stags out.
Well, if the supply increases, theoretically, then the price will go down. If the supply is exceeding the demand, it goes down.
Yeah, but if they stay even keel, they'll just cancel each other out.
If it stays even as market price, the price that people are paying at the market.
Yeah. So when he was saying that, I think this was Benny. When Benny said United Arab Emirates, when they announced that they're going to be leaving OPEC and they're going to increase, one would say, hey, this increases the supply side of the ledger, right? And then
then you have to look at how much UAE contributes to the world supply of oil.
Yeah, we're just going to add 2 million. I think it's from 3 to 5.
It was 1.5. It was 1.5.
That's fine. But any announcement?
1.5 million barrels a day.
Exactly.
The global production.
And they're not going to slash prices. They're not going to slash prices.
I feel like this is if you guys are looking at America right now, in April, America moved from 3 million net as far as their exports to almost 6 million a day.
Yeah, America has the ability to increase capacity rapidly. It's a different thing, but the point is that based on that sheer fact alone, that UAE's intention to leave the oil market, to leave OPEC, wouldn't you expect, just based on that in isolation, wouldn't you expect the market to react by the oil prices going down?
Yes, exactly, Benny, you nailed it.
But then it's countered by what Sam just described. The more of the demand wipes that away.
Yeah, so the more in demand for biofuels.
Yeah, if not for actual oil. Yeah, let's say that they're moving down a parallel line, right? If supply goes up by 3% and demand goes up by 3%, are you at the same point that you started? Of course.
Yeah, but how is demand going up? Demand hasn't gone up yet.
From what Sam just described.
No. What Sam is describing is not actual demand for oil. It is demand for futures.
Yes, the future.
So those are two different things completely. The point is that it was market forces that kept the price up, kept the price from falling, and then later kept the price going up.
Right. If you're an airline executive and you saw it was 120 just 3 weeks ago, and you're hearing that, UAE, there may be a drop in the price, you're going to run and buy it, but you're not the only airline executive doing that.
All right, so then everybody buys at 120, right?
Hopefully not.
All right, so explain to me, you said, hey, you're at 120 jet fuel, you're not the only person buying it.
No, it was 120 to buy it at some point. But then when the UAE thing came out, it was around 95. I think it shot up $3-4 to. They rushed in.
All right, so then the demand picked up, right?
Yeah, the demand picked up for a good
price.
Now
it's at 111.
No, it's not.
It is. Brent crude oil right now.
Brent. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so let me tell you.
I was talking about West Texas, but if you're going to talk about Brent, that's different, yeah.
Yeah, so I was kind of, so the ones that I'm invested in was Steel Dynamics back in 2011. I got it at $15 to pivot to the STD, or STL, and this thing went all the way up to $190, and at the most was $250.
If you want to know a little trick where it's going to average out eventually, is you take the low was at 60, you take 60, and you take the high what's the high on the Brent? 115?
No, I think it was 119, I think.
Okay, so this is what you do. You take 60 plus what? 119, so it's really a 120.
Yeah.
Divide that by 2, so 90. 90 to 95 is where it could level out eventually. 90, 95. Yeah. And that's if you look back at the chart, go back, that's exactly where it hit. 90 to 95. Go look at that Brent crude. Go look at it. Exactly what I told you. 90 to 95. Then they bought in.
So could you see the ATRZs? It has a dividend of 50%.
If you see 50% dividend, run away.
Run away.
Okay? Just run.
Run. Don't even look at it. dividend because of Yemeni Houthis that they could not ship anything. So they were suffering. They wanted people to invest money.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but you can get lucky. You can get lucky and buy some really good companies at great dividend yields. But most of the time you're not. But you can get lucky sometimes.
Sometimes, right?
Yeah, Verizon was paying a fantastic dividend. It was like 13%. And then,
by the way, if you want to invest in a company that is similar to oil but not oil, or the industry, potash. I don't know if you've ever looked.
Oh yeah, potash is a good stuff.
Potash is a great thing.
Oh man, you're hungry.
And Canada produces a lot of it. Right?
Yeah, are you from Canada? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading they just read that company that had the lead one, opened up a $1 billion. Yeah, they opened up $1 billion investment in Washington State.
In Washington State?
Yeah. It was
interesting.
It was a port.
Wait, a port for potash?
Mm-hmm.
You mean a mine, right?
No, it was something about a port. I get the link, but it was something about some sort of investment that made it a lot easier for them to be able to come.
To move the potash there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's a fertilizer that's really necessary, or part of the fertilizer, and not a lot of countries produce it. Something like Canada and Russia produce something like 70% of the global supply, and then Belarus is also big on it. Stuff. So Russian, a lot of countries. In the West, America is the biggest source of potash.
So yeah, I guess it depends. But Sam, the thing is, if those companies are like $5 or down to $3 or some shit, the one that high dividends, what's the lowest they're gonna go down to? It's -1.
Dude, what can happen is, as you can see the chart going from 4 to 17. Let's say, let's say 20%. There we go. Make it 7. So 10% of 17 is 1.7 times 2 is 3.4. So if this damn stock drops from 17 minus 3.4, 14.6, you break even. You made no money.
Yeah, but it depends. So it goes up and down, right? I mean,
that's what I said. You can trade it if you're really that desperate to trade that particular stock. Like I said, you can trade it during when they're going to start saying, "Oh, the rates are going to drop." You got a short thing. The Fed's going to cut the rates. Then you can trade the REIT. But you're not a professional to know exactly how to time it. And they're gonna do what's called a swing on you. They're gonna drop that. You come in thinking you got it right, because you got the right idea that the Fed's going to cut the rates and the REITs go up. But guess what? They do a swing on you. They do what's called a search for stop losses. They tank it, they move it up and down, they stop you out. I just stay away from it, dude. There are better ways to make money than that REIT.
REIT, I thought it was kind of a bit hopeful because it's to do with properties. The properties, we see them can value always going up.
You're one of those?
Yeah, I mean, when did the value go down on properties? It's
we're in a bubble now. Yeah, it took the right. Well, yeah. And then you have to ask yourself, is the annualized return on the real estate, how much higher is it than the rate of return on real inflation? And then you factor in, those days of amazing annualized returns on real estate are behind us.
I think there's still opportunity, but the bubble needs to crash. That market needs to be rebuilt. Yeah. But after the market crashes, I think real estate will come.
What's your buying real estate to rent it?
Yeah, I mean, the asset value is there. It'll go down, and then I think it'll go back. But I don't own it. I wouldn't go out.
fairness sake, just go buy an index fund for now. Just chill out.
I don't know if the index fund is available. Hey, what's up? Index fund is available properly though.
Of course, no, you can buy what's called an S&P 500 VOO index fund, but you got to time it nicely. Whenever, what you do is you time it when he starts tanking it, then you buy. And I can tell you exactly what levels to buy at.
Do you do options, Sam?
Yes, I do options, but not regularly, no.
Okay. Why? They're dangerous, bro.
Because options are tricky. You see, my dad used to tell me, but options, you got to know two things. You got to know the direction and the timing. In other words, you buy a 3-month option, all right? Well, you got to be right within those 3 months. Not only within the 3 months, you got to be right that it goes up or down. If you're going to bet that it's going up, you got to make sure it goes up, and it goes up in those 3 months, and it goes up big in those 3 months. So there are two variables you got to deal with now. So it makes it trickier.
Time and price, yeah.
Time and price, that's right.
You're dealing with those variables nonetheless. Like, if I'm buying a stock, I'm not just gonna, put my money and forget about the rest of life. I would want to expect to see appreciation over a certain period of time. Maybe more ambiguous, sure, but I'm still playing that equation.
Well, yes, but the thing of the benefit of, like, for example, S&P index is that historically it goes up.
Yeah, sure, but the index, you're not making much money.
Maybe 2-3% a year. We were making 15% a year. One time it was 20% a year.
Sometimes, but on average, it's like what, 3-4?
No, the average return on the S&P historically, I believe, is 10 or 12. Here, let's look at average S&P. I believe it's a double digit. Yeah. Yeah, let's say 10 years. There it is, 12. The S&P over 10 years delivered 12 to 15% over the last 10 years. Now, that's really good, man.
Yeah, so 30 years, 10%.
Yeah. Now the question is,
Yeah, inflation adjusted, you're making 6 to 7. Maybe 10.
You still beat the bond.
Yeah, sure, you're beating the bond, but that's not exciting.
No, exciting is, now you want a little bit of risky stuff on.
I mean, you need to, honestly, and nowadays, you have to take risks. I don't see this whole S&P play.
Sam, it says 9.99 dividend, right? So 0.99 dividend would mean what, 12% or 30%?
0.99 dividend is 1%.
Yeah, 1%. So 1 times 12 would be 12% for the whole year, right?
No, it's per year, annualized dividends.
So how much would I make on $100? Or $100?
No, but you're just talking about this the dividend. You also have growth. We just said the annualized return of 10 to 12, average annualized return over 10 years.
The value of the stock will go up plus.
Yeah, you have the appreciation, and then you have the guaranteed dividend. So, for example, let's say it makes 10% growth appreciation for the year, plus you get that 1% additional on the dividend, you made 11%.
Okay. But the index, does it have a good track record of always going up, or does it crash? So
no, it crashes as well. But
the index,
it'll average out over time. It'll average.
S&P
might be profitable.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to grab the S&P on the big dips, because not only do you get it on a bargain price, the dividend goes up because the yield goes up because you're buying at a lower price.
Yeah, so it says it's the code is SPDR, right? S&P 500.
Spider, yes.
Yeah. Right now it's at $720.
Yeah, you buy 1 share, 2 shares. Don't worry about it. It's just, you don't have to. The price is not the issue. Yes, but the annualized return is going to be, for example, if it's $70, right? It's 700, like you said, correct? And if it goes up 10%, it will now be 770.
Yep.
So your 1 share at 700, your 1 share will now be worth 770 if it goes up 10.
So does it have like a good track record of going up, or it has?
Yes, look at it, 30 years.
Right, let's look at the.
30 year, you're making 10% a year. Before inflation. inflation, after inflation, you're making no sense.
The S&P 500 is a bet on America, man.
It is, yeah. It's an index fund. It's the
top 500 companies.
Yeah,
So the standard for top 500 companies of the United States of America on the stock exchange.
Yeah, listen, you'll make money, but like again, over the course of time, and not that much. Like I wouldn't put a lot of money in S&P because I'm not retiring off that shit, bro.
Yeah, you should diversify and have some percentage of your portfolio in the S&P 500. I'm not saying all in on the S&P, but you should have a percentage of the portfolio in the S&P 500. I have an economics professor. I'll never forget this guy. He's an economics professor, man. And I asked him, dude, just tell me, what's your portfolio? What do you invested in? You know what the guy had? What? He had 50-50. He had VU, the S&P 500 index, and then he had some other index. I was like, that's it? You mean to tell me you got a PhD in economics and you're doing this? He goes, and that's it? He goes, yeah. I was like, man, isn't that something?
I mean, I guess he's just like an economics professor, but he doesn't care about. I don't know.
Well, I invested pretty large amount of S&P as you guys were talking. You guys want to take a guess? That's a pretty large amount. It's a very large amount. Okay, take a guess.
What are you talking about?
The S&P, I just invested some money there.
You bought right now?
Oh, yeah, that's just to try it out. How much money do you think I invested?
$1,000.
$10, bro. Might try it out.
$10? You're gonna make 16 after 30 years.
I know. I just want to test it out, and then when I have some money,
test it out. This is not a. What's that?
I want to give it a shot. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Anyways, I'm gonna invest more money later down the road. Once the market opens up, market's closed right now. Well, that's it. I think. Do you make more money on the on the options, Sam?
No, listen. Options, you can make a lot of money. You can lose a lot of money.
Yeah, I did. I lost $100.
You can be options. I mean, seriously, man. You can make 6 figures and 7 figures, but you can also lose a lot.
It's true. I looked at the bully market. Ontario is an monopolist. But if you were in Quebec, it was allowed. If you were in Quebec. Well, that was not. And you want to drive to Quebec? It's right in the air. So only like 4 hours drive. Right. It's not about driving to Quebec. You can meet up with that psychopath Randy. You know, that claims he has.
Randy lives in Ottawa.
Well, Randy lives in fucking Quebec. The guy that.
No, he lives in Ottawa. But I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you can also be smart. You can also sell options too.
Yeah, but you have to play both games depending on how you think the market will, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't recommend because I've been looking at the options a little bit. It's complicated.
I'm staying away from options because a lot of you folks are in it. So when I hear a lot of you folks are doing something, I stay away from it.
Fair enough. So what do you do? Just regular stock trading?
When I start hearing everybody people like that aren't in it for a long time, so they start talking about something, I run away from it.
Fair enough. So you just do regular stock market activities?
Well, I trade different financial instruments. I trade different worlds. Okay. I'm not very
futures and.
Well, no, I'm not interested. I used to trade. I don't even need to trade the futures anymore. I just don't even need to do that stuff anymore.
So gold, silver, what do you do? Buy physical gold and silver?
I don't even need it. I just don't even need it. Here's the thing, Benny. I'd rather buy a farm than buy gold.
it's just announced. Like,
like that stuff. What am I gonna do? Hold on to it, and then everywhere I go, I gotta remember where I put it, and then it's such pain, man.
Honestly, there is value in like holding the actual land.
Yes, but I'd rather hold the land, the farmland. I'd rather hold farmland.
You can buy the farmland with like the appreciation on metal. That's what I.
I'm gonna go. If you really want to know what I plan to do, I'm buying farmland. If you want to know.
Yeah. I mean, that's really good. I bought farmland too. Or I bought close to farm. Like I can't actually buy the actual farm, but I buy in the area of the farm.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy the farmland. I'm gonna grow, and then the land is gonna produce produce and sell the produce from the land. And if there's appreciation, as everybody's speculating on the gold, fine. The farmland is a hard asset. It's a hard asset. Also, it's land. It'll appreciate. So I'm making the appreciation.
Food is big, bro. That's right. That's oil, right? Yeah, I think there's a lot of like small farming communities all over the country.
Why do you think Bill Gates is one of them?
Yeah, Bill Gates is buying a lot. Yeah, obviously.
He's a farmland owner.
Yeah, but you don't have to only buy the farm. So like if you go to these like small rural communities, there are residential lots that are vacant, right? Undeveloped, that you can buy for like 10-15K. And those have massive potentials when food industries pick up.
Well, okay, yes and no. You got to make sure there's a water supply in that land.
Oh yeah, there's water supply.
Okay.
Especially like in my case, if I'm talking about Canada, the north is like fully open, and there's like great potential not just for like mining resources, but also just increasing our farm production over time. The northern Ontario is like great.
I know some big heavy hitters who got into the farm. That's why it's kind of quiet. When it's really quiet about something, they're up to something.
Yeah.
So these big players, they already bought the farmland. They're getting ready for something. They're either getting ready for the new AI technology that's going to come in, that's going to make farm produce on scale. Have you seen the technology that came out now? The Chinese, they created these things that called large trucks. They go on the farmland, they zap out the pesticides by soil detection. The weeds. I'm sorry, the weeds. You don't have to use pesticides anymore. So now the quality of the food is better. Not only that, you reduce the cost of using the pesticides. So win-win. Once AI comes in, you're going to see production on these farms like no other, man.
That's true. AI can be very helpful.
Yeah, Graham. A photo detects the weed and zaps it with a heat zap. Whoa! You know what pesticides?
The thing is, if I had a couple $100,000 right now that I could actually, at the time, actually build this out, I would actually build a hydroponics system.
Okay. Yeah, fine. That's a great idea. Fine. But it's not. The problem with hydroponics and aquaponics is that the equipment has to be replaced over a certain period of time because you have the fungi grow on the surface material and they start affecting the quality of the growth, and you either have to scrub out the fungi or replace the equipment. It's a little tricky, but
maintenance, like it's not you need to be hands-on. But
very well, you go to Singapore. They have such a small, they want to be semi-self-sufficient on their food supply because it's a national security risk when you're dependent on the food supply outside. So they use
invested quite a bit.
Yeah, they learned from Singapore. That's correct. And when you have limited space, you want to use vertical hydroponics, for example.
Of course.
And so, yeah, I did a whole study on that. I was in Singapore studying their systems. I was doing that study.
I did a study on it. I was going to do it in Bahrain, actually. Specifically for tomatoes, because tomatoes are one of the very valuable crops that you can grow on on it, all the while still being, expensive in the market, as opposed to like leafy green, which are also like good, but they're shorter, obviously, farming season, so you can grow a lot more of them. But tomatoes are also,
Yes.
one of those big cash crops.
Now, if you had the rooftop, if you had access to the rooftop, because I was in Egypt once, so I wanted to go rent.
No. This needs to be like in the building.
The sun?
Yeah. No, the sun is gonna be by lights.
Oh no, just do it on the rooftop, dude. You get the sunlight, and you can get to. It's better, and then you can do a.
I used to build a greenhouse on the rooftop, and considering Canada, we don't get that much sun anyway.
Oh, Canada, no, that's different. Yeah, I thought you were in Bahrain.
No, in Bahrain, I would outdoor, yeah.
Yeah, on the rooftop, yeah.
Obviously, yeah. Or I would build a greenhouse. I would have built it. But it's a great opportunity, especially now in the Gulf. Like, if you want to do something like that, because they are all about food security right now. These countries are the best.
Yeah, they don't know how to utilize their space well. They just don't. Like in Egypt, if you see how many buildings and how much rooftop you have access to, if all these buildings just did mini hydroponics, they could bring down their food costs. They're not using. They're just not using their brains, man.
Yeah.
Do you do predictions?
Predictions? Can you predict what's going to happen tomorrow? Everything has changed. Yes, I mean, well, that's what the market is. The market is based on hope. The prediction of hope.
The questions about actual, Strait of Hormuz or other stuff you can predict if it's.
Oh, that holy market? No, I don't deal with that.
Not only. The legal one is the one that's allowed in America. It's a policy.
Don't bother with that stuff. Don't bother with that.
No, I'm not ready. I'm asking you. I don't.
No. When I was younger, I did that silly stuff. Don't waste your time on that silly stuff, man.
But you can bet on whether the Strait of Hormuz is going to open or not. You see what I'm saying?
That's a tricky bet. I wouldn't take that bet anymore.
No, but it gives you the years.
Okay, how do you figure that out?
Okay. I'll read it out to you guys. I'll read it out to you guys. Stab you in Matrix. You gotta go to different McDonald's, bro. Different McDonald's. Alright. So look, there's people betting on it, right? So
then why would you just go that table?
We can't hear you, bro. Go to a different McDonald's.
Yeah, I'm back.
Alright. What were you saying?
Yeah, you gotta figure out how do you even calculate the odds?
Change the voice quality to low. Click on the three dots on the side. Sam, click on the three dots in the corner. Change the voice quality to low.
You have to know.
Are you able to change it? Change the voice quality. Because,
Alright,
go.
Mir, just listen, man. Just don't do it, please. Alright?
No, I don't. I'm asking you because you can predict on this shit, right? Whether the Strait of Hormuz or other political shit would open up, and it gives you years. 2026. There's a thing for October 2026, and then there's a thing for February 2027. You think it's gonna get normalized before 2027? And if you bet $100, you can make $18-20. And if you do it before October, you can make about $60, $65 on $100 investment, right? If it happens. If it doesn't happen, you lose $100. What I'm saying to you, because stock market, just like you're playing the stock market and shit, right? And options, that's the same shit, right?
No, it would be similar to options, but not on stocks. Because the stocks you're buying after. Here you're not buying any. You're just placing a bet.
But are these assets guaranteed the company Cosmic?
No, there's no guarantee on the assets. They are assets of the buy. In this case, you're literally just buying a bet. Like it's really no different from buying Yeah, just go to the roulette table.
Or like, yeah, or the racetracks or anything like that.
Yeah, go to Baccarat. You have 50-50 chance.
And that's how options work, right? Like with options, you can lose all your money.
Yeah, you can definitely lose your money. Yeah, it's an option. It's a contract to buy.
So before October 2023,
or sell.
The payout is 1.46 times the 63% chance, and I think if somebody was to bet on that pinata, they probably make money.
Well, as I said, I'm not allowed to because of the jurisdiction I live in.
But it's Kashi, not Poly Market.
No, that's not allowed in Ontario.
Kashi, you tried it?
Amir, it's gambling.
These things are not allowed.
To me, it's not. It's haram.
Some small,
because many of them is Christian.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying haram or no haram. I'm saying if you don't do goofy stuff like that, man.
I know, but I'm asking Benny Adam if he wants to do it.
Go bet, if you're that itching, go bet on a baseball game. Go bet on a football game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can bet on a baseball game on this app as well.
The thing is, I watch politics more than I watch baseball, so.
That's what I'm saying. He's into politics, and I like politics as well. But Benny Adam is Christian. I think it's halal for you, right? Benny Adam?
Oh my gosh,
I mean, it's not explicitly haram.
There we go.
But like, listen, I wouldn't bet like my house, right? Like,
you're just putting $100 in there. If you do,
I would put a couple $1,000.
Not couple $100 is okay. Just put it in the market.
No, I would put a couple $1,000 in the market just to like play with it, you know? But then make it $200, $300 here.
Or $65 if you win, then you got $65.
Yeah, dude, I can't do it. I don't know why.
65% profit rate there.
Yeah, dude, okay, I can't do it. I don't know why you're asking me about.
No, I know. I'm just letting you know.
I know this already, dude. I've looked into this years ago.
Anyways, Sam, I'm not gonna mess around with that. Listen to your advice. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking out for you, man.
No money, man. I don't have money. Unless you wanna give me money, then I'll have some money. But until then, no money. No money, no honey. I don't even.
Amir probably has like $1 million stashed away.
I wish I did, man. I wish I did.
I think you did.
I got a lot of debts that I have to pay.
Allah. You took interest loans?
Thanks to COVID, man. Yeah, I took it from the government. Last little money.
Isn't that completely and utterly haram?
It is. We have the haram police in the room right now.
Wait, so Amir, do you put your money, just like, you have some money just in a savings account collecting interest, like whatever, 1 or 2%?
I don't even have.
You don't do this?
No.
Well, you know you're losing, like your money is losing value over the years. So like you put $100,000, like you're losing $3,000.
I know.
Like this is,
what do you do, man? I don't have savings account. Even on the stock thing, I barely invest any money. I test the waters. And then maybe on the
listen, like usury is haram for Christians as well. Okay, right? But the thing is that like I would say that 1 or 2% basically keeping up with inflation. I don't think that would be haram. Like I think it's more like 20, 30%, even 5, 6%. Like anything above inflation, I would say now you're getting into the haram, right? But I think I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know. Look, it depends how you, like you remember Moha? He used to justify the alcohol.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. I'm saying that like back then they didn't really understand inflation as well as we do today. Right? That money like loses its value over time. So it's not riba. Like I wouldn't say that it's usury if you're just countering inflation.
I got you. Yep. If I had the money, I don't think I'll do it in savings. I'll probably play around with the stock market, different stocks or whatever. The halal stocks and possibly.
You don't have all of your stuff, money and stock, some tucked away.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't have stuff tucked away. Just whatever I make, it goes to the bills. That's how it is, man. American life, you live hand to mouth. Before it was good money prior to COVID, but after COVID, I got stuck in a lot of different options.
You're like 75, man. You
it is. If I filed bankruptcy today, I think, probably, you have to give up my house and everything, bro.
I do what Benny Adams says and said, I've got savings. I don't take no interest on those savings. I make sure.
Oh, yeah?
I don't take any. No. So any money I have saved that is depreciating technically, yeah. And I have quite a lot.
Don't you think that would be like exceptional?
No, it's not. It's not, because it's very black and white. Interest to the bank, in the sense that if I give money to the bank and I tell the bank I expect a minimum, whatever is 3% per annum on my money for depositing it, then it's just black and white rubber. I can't justify that. So for me to hedge that the halal way is I go and I either invest in halal investments, or I accept the fact that if I store money, it will just depreciate. And at the end of the day, because obviously if I'm a believing Muslim, I believe if I abide by that, I get money in other ways. And yeah, it's just the way I see it.
Okay. A lot of Muslims don't do it. Some Muslims don't. I mean, I think there's this opinion amongst the scholar, right? When you buy a house, and if you don't have a choice or whatever the case might be, there's a ruling on this. I don't know, they passed some sort of ruling on this.
I've read that.
If you don't have a choice and you want to move in, your family is suffering, this and that, and rental market is fucking full of suffering, right? Sometimes you can't find rent, and then they jack up the rent like crazy. So there was somebody that I know. They jacked up their rent by $300 because of it happened in Inglewood, a fucking shitty garbage ghetto area, a ghetto fucking city. It happened because of the Ramsar Stadium. $300. He's like, bro, how the fuck am I gonna come to $3? So this is why a lot of people, they can't afford it. In California, they live hand to mouth. A lot of them. Whatever money comes in, it goes to.
Yeah, I get that, but like
even with your case, right? Whatever money you make, it goes to the bills, right? The biggest part of the bill is fucking rent, your mortgage.
Yeah, but I have savings. That is
I know that savings. God forbid, in case of emergency, you have to end up using the savings.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So those savings that I have, so some of it goes into the stock market, whatever. Some of it just save that cash.
I love your savings, man.
Okay, so that's in your case. I'm saying in general. Why?
I think one of the biggest issues in society is getting involved in this hamster wheel, where they get you in this sort of, I want to say interest-based mortgages, but anything to do with lease, finance, mortgages, and they trap hamster wheel where you're forced to go to work tomorrow to pay off all these debts, and that's just how they catch you. In that 9 to 5, you've got to go to work. I hate that. When I left private practice like 5 years ago, worked for myself, never taken any debt, never taken finance, never taken lease. I own like 7 cars, I own properties, and alhamdulillah, never taken a penny debt since day one. I had like this philosophy, and it paid out. And I don't need to wake up tomorrow for work. I work for myself, and alhamdulillah, it's quite comfortable now. Not to rub it in, but just to say that I speak to my friends about this all the time.
What I can't understand is why you have 7 cars.
Because I don't live in one place, man. I travel between Libya, UK, and some other places, and I have this horrible habit wherever I go, I end up buying stuff. Like I said, I don't rent.
Right, but if you have that, if you're moving around a lot, it's much wiser to go using an Uber when you're there.
No, I like having a nice car.
I don't get it. It's a depreciating asset.
It is a depreciating asset. You got to go money to afford it.
We can get an electric scooter, fold it, just bring your backpack luggage, take it with you.
No, what it is I buy good cars. I don't go buy a brand new car that depreciates loads.
I know, but save the environment, and you feel good. You can travel on a fucking scooter.
Sitting asset, you're paying car insurance. It's just sitting there.
And I don't know when I leave, I cancel the insurance.
No, but maybe you don't need the insurance, right? You don't need the insurance.
And each car needs its tires replaced and oil replaced.
No, it's also maintenance. There's maintenance costs. There is.
Just, I would just use the Uber.
Wait, how often a year do you use every car?
Pardon?
Like, is there years where you don't use that car at all? It's just
No. I'll take maximum. It'll be like 7 months.
For each car?
Yeah.
You have 7 cars?
Well, think about it. If right now I'm in a country, I've got 4, so I'll drive those 4, and my wife will drive a couple. And then when I'm in the UK, then I've got like 3, so I'll drive a couple there. Same thing with my wife. So yeah, they get used.
Where do you live?
I live between the UK and Libya.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. In Libya, I can understand that you would have a driver on this.
No, I don't have a driver, although probably not. I don't have a driver. I'm so much my driver over here. I'll get shot.
In the UK, I just don't like.
In the UK, I cancel insurance the moment I leave the country because the insurance is expensive. Maintenance-wise, the car is pretty good condition. Like I service it every year.
4 though, or 3, sorry.
3 over there. Yeah.
That's insane.
It's comfortable. No, look, and it's a cost, right? It's a cost. All you got to do is you got to make more money to sustain. But the values within the vehicles, they don't depreciate by that much. I've got one is an 8 Series, BMW 8 Series, and that's supposed to depreciate loads, but it's valued very well.
You got a bag. Is it filled with money?
No, that's actually me leaving my work office. I
thought it was filled with it. But some lawyers, they make fucking money. Somebody, criminal justice gives you cash. You seen that movie, right? The show Better Call Saul.
I've seen that, yeah.
And the Breaking Bad, they bring up money, full of money,
Yeah, we know. No, that's just my tip to leaving work.
Okay. Anyways, what's the deal, Sam?
I would never buy that. I used to have expensive. I grew up with expensive cars. It is just,
Never a privileged background,
No, I'm just saying it's great. They're great in the beginning, but then after the joy of them, it's just after 3 years, it's not that brand new anymore, and the cost of maintenance. And you go to the dealership, and they're nuts on the this and that. I'm so happy that I just got rid of the cars and I just use Uber now.
I mean, I used to use Uber during university. Oh, God knows I used my fair share of Uber. But it's just, I'd never go back to that, ever. Not last minute cancellations, or it was like raining and they do that surge. It's just horrible. They take the longer route. Like, I hated it.
Yeah, but I would still buy like a BYD for $25,000 electric car, really nice, or a Tesla for $30. I'd rather buy the BYD even for $20. That's it, man. I'm done. I don't have to worry about the oil.
Chinese cars are really good.
Yeah, but BYD, you can get a beautiful BYD for $20,000.
I agree with you, Tim. When you come to, I've never bought a brand new car. Brand new with 0 on the clock. I've never.
Okay, that's smart. Good.
No, the depreciation is ridiculous on those, especially the vehicles I go for. I think the sweet spot is 3 years old, and try and get obviously one owner 3 years old, and I usually get it mileage like 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles on the clock.
Okay, good job.
I'm not an idiot. I do my DD.
No, but that's good. Okay, good. Because when you buy a car, as soon as you drive it off the lot, you just appreciate thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. No.
This is why you just lease a car.
$50 million in the bank. Let's go.
Just lease a car and dump it. $100 a month, $200 a month, just dump it. Right, Sam? You enjoy it for the first 2 years. They give you about 10,000 miles. You buy the cheapest car, $100, $200 a month, and after you're done with it, just dump it.
I've always said to myself, I just need something to get me from point A to point B. That's it.
What do you drive? You drive one of those Toyota thingies?
No, I don't have a car anymore. I got rid of my cars.
You got a scooter? Scooter?
No, I use Uber.
Why don't you just get an electric scooter?
No, I'm told to be right now.
You don't need insurance. You know how fast it travels? It goes at 40
electric
those things are fun to drive. They come with the seat.
All right, I'll consider it if I'm like hanging out.
And you don't need to register with the DMV, right? And it's electric, right? It gives you up to 60 to 80 miles per charge. I used to have one until it got fucked up. The battery stopped. I bought the cheapest one, about a $200 one, $300. I used to, drop off cars here and there, right, to my mechanic. And I would come back on a scooter. I didn't have to fucking buy Uber. Uber was like $20, $25 to come back. It got expensive after COVID.
Oh, yeah, no, Uber, no, I use Uber, yeah, when I'm in the foreign countries, it's much cheaper, yeah. Do you know an Uber in Egypt? I can get an Uber in Egypt, like, after a high-hour commute, let me still for $5. $5.
Cheaper. You go to Mexico, it's like $5. I can get around in taxi. Bro, you need to go to another McDonald's, understand? Go to another Starbucks and McDonald's, bro.
Taxis in Libya are so cheap, and the reason being is petrol in Libya is cheap.
Right.
Cheaper than water. No, second cheapest country in the world for petrol. So I think Venezuela is the only one cheaper than Libya. So in terms of like value, I think it's probably in American cent, maybe 2 cents per liter. So I can fill up I've got a V8, one of my tanks, probably 100 liters. In England, that easily would cost me £160. And in Libya, it costs me equivalent of £1. £1 for a full tank.
That's insane.
So, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
One tank for 100 liters?
Yeah, because right now the exchange rate is £1 to 10 Libyan dinars. And that gets me it gets me.
So 10 Libyan dinars to fill up 100 liters.
Essentially, yeah. And you don't even have to get out of the car here, man. In England, you've got to get out of the car.
Yeah.
You sit in the car.
Holy shit, that's insane. I just Googled it. The Chinese cars not allowed in America due to
right. They don't allow BYDs because
security reasons, because
they would just demolish. They would demolish Tesla.
It says due to national security concern because fares exceeding 100% on electric vehicles, EVs, and stringent safety and environmental regulations. They want China out of America.
When I was in South America, I was using Uber, and I got into this car, and it was really nice on the inside. I was like, whoa, this is a luxury car. I asked the guy, what is this car? He goes, it's a BYD. I was like, what is this? Because we didn't have one in the US because they would demolish Tesla. The cars are very nice on the inside. They even charge faster than the Tesla. They even have a longer range than the Tesla, and they have a lower price point. Of course, that would make Elon and the United States very nervous if he came to the U.S. Car market.
Yeah, I saw those Chinese cars in Dubai. They're really nice. They're very nice. They work quite well. They're cheap as fuck. These cars are nice from
And you look at these guys who buy a Ford F-150 for like $100,000 a pickup truck.
I used to sell them. Not the Fords. I used to sell the Dodge Rams. But yeah,
$100,000. Dude, what kind of ding dong? Why?
Dude, you'll find people going into like massive debt.
Yeah. And then
they less than $100 bi-weekly, whatever the fuck.
Right. And so it's really not 100 by the time they're done. It's probably 130, 140, whatever. But imagine they put that 100 in the market, and they made an annualized return on the S&P of 10%, which is $10,000. I mean, that's much better.
Well, they probably didn't have 100K. That's the thing. These guys buy cars with like $5,000 down. So I'm not no down payment at all. I've sold them. People are fucking stupid when it comes to buying cars.
They are so stupid. And then by the time they pay it off, it's not 100, Benny. It's more than that.
Oh yeah.
And it's a depreciating asset.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, just use the money. I'd rather use the money
splurge and like spend a lot of money on it. I went through that phase and no, it was not good.
I just never saw a need to drop 100. That's crazy money dropping 100.
To be honest, I had a really nice car. I always buy used cars. That's the thing. You gotta be smart in the car market. Buy a used car and preferably from a company that's very popular so you can afford it.
Right, like Honda, for example, has a great resale value. It holds the value.
Honda, Toyota, Nissan, like Japanese cars hold their value quite well, and certain American cars too as well. And then older German cars also too. Like German cars, yeah, I mean in Europe it's probably different, but in North America, German cars will depreciate a lot at first, but then after a while, like it just doesn't really matter. So like if you want to buy a German car, 5-year plus, it's not that bad. Now, I mean, I didn't think that. Sometimes I make stupid decisions, and I bought a risky car this time around. But generally, I try to go with something.
Yeah.
But I had this Infinity. It was the Infinity Coupe with the supercharged engine. I think it was called the Q50. Dude, this car was fucking beautiful. 400 horsepower, 2-door, just fucking nice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But there's another thing too. When you buy these nice flashy cars in the States, the cops love to pick on you. So then you get these tickets from the cops, and then you get this aggravation from the cops, and then you gotta go to court. It's just a nightmare, man. It's like you don't want people.
Oh, this was in Bahrain. This was
Bahrain. Oh, that's different.
Yeah.
But here in the States, you're gonna get pulled over by cops.
I gotcha. No, actually, this was the most expensive part about owning this car because it was like super fast and really fun to drive. I got, I think, probably around 15,000 riyals worth of tickets between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain in the span of like 2 years. It's about more than that, like around $1,000. Are
you serious?
Something like that, yeah.
Tickets like that in Bahrain?
Oh yeah, and it's by camera. That's the thing. Like you don't really have not one ticket.
You said in 2 years.
Yeah, in 2 years, it's about $4,000 roughly.
Hey, what's up, Edward?
I'm recommending.
We were talking about cars and Chinese cars, why they not allowed in America, and I saw it's like they're scared of the cameras, in those cars to collect data on the American cameras.
They'll crush the economy. I mean, they'll crush the American car economy.
Yeah, but the tariffs are very high. Thanks to this pedophile Trump.
It keeps the tariffs high, and so that they won't be undercutting American cars, but American cars really are still shit. I don't understand. They have no comprehension of supply chain or anything like good manufacturing practices, anything crazy.
Toyota's doing a good job.
Toyota's like number one for
Honda. But the thing is, Honda interior accessories are shit.
Honda slipped. It used to be in the 90s and 2000s, really good. But I noticed, 2010s, it's still good, but it's like it's under Toyota. Toyota's, in the States, is number one. Resale value number one.
Honda's more expensive than Toyota.
No.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that. I mean, Toyota's like, there's so much money. So much.
Are you Shia yet? Huh? Are you Shia yet?
Why would I say Shia, bro?
What the fuck are you? Who's speaking? Is it Omi?
No.
Yeah, it is Omi. Bro, calm down. Try not to do Shia Sunni bullshit on Omi. You usually kick people out, bro. Calm down. It doesn't matter if and then, you're coming from Jewish background, look, no offense to you. According to my scripture, you guys have a track record of doing some crazy shit.
I Nobody said me though. I have not brought up Shia.
So I don't want to go down that path. I don't want to pull my scripture on.
I'm not pulling scriptures. I'm just pulling.
I pull it on my black rabbi, killing multiple prophets, spreading corruption. Yeah, that's what you did. Spreading corruption in my room. My room. We need to coexist.
Okay, Admiral General Aladdin. My mother got in an accident actually Friday, and
she's fine. She's okay?
Yeah, she's fine now. But she has a Lexus SUV, and it was a 2018, and she got hit on the side, the passenger side. Both the airbags on the doors on the passenger side deployed. Basically, we're arguing now with the insurance company, either fixing it or they want to do total the car because of the airbag deployment. I'm like, oh shit, right? Yeah, fucking. I was shocked, and they're like, and I talked to the dealership, and they're like, yeah, when you do airbags, they go off in the car. Generally, they'll total it because it's like a bomb going off inside the car, in the doors and shit. And to get it fixed, you have to go in and first off, new doors, obviously, new airbags, new everything. But then you have to go in and precisely align every sensor, every mechanical component with the for the airbags because there's so there's so many safety features in them or compliance or regulation shit. They have to have so many what do you call them? Not just the airbags. For example, I didn't know this, but the belts, seat belts, the tensioner. Once the airbags deploy, the tensioner locks up. Once that happens, that's a lot of money to replace the entire seatbelt system and have it integrated back into the car again. It's fucking insane. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So now we're looking for a car. She doesn't have a car. So, what are you going to do?
What you said, Edward. So, going back to the car thing, and then you heard about the 14-point proposal that Iran is pushing, according to Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this the third proposal? I think
Samoa was in here, right? The guy, I don't trust him, but he said that pull out the real one. There's another one, right? I looked it up on my thing, and it only gives me 5 or 6 reasons, right? First, it's the blockade part, and remove the aggression for good. No more aggression. How the same points on their original plan, right?
Yes.
And no more hostilities and no more blocking of the Strait of Hormuz. These 5 or 6 same points from before.
Yeah. So, it seems that every time, we don't actually see the exact communication that they have, when it comes to the, points like that, outlining a ceasefire agreement, even with the Palestinians. Remember, we never saw exactly what something was when we, leaks here and there.
He said the plan was leaked on Axios.
Yeah.
And I'm going to look for it. He said he was supposed to put a link. I don't think he put a link in the chat. Look it up. He said there was a leaked plan by Axios and maybe Al Jazeera. I don't know if they picked it up on this, but Axios always gets the leak part.
Yeah, I trust Axios. They have connections. U.S., Israeli, Middle Eastern governments. I don't know why they have or how they have such good connections, but they to the White House directly.
I think they're public. Vance always leaks to there.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because they always get spooked.
They get an envelope, JD Vance gets a small envelope, fill the money by X years by the end of the month. Cash money, not even credit, cash money, so nobody knows how much money he's getting.
Guys, I've been seeing some posts and I felt to voice my criticism on, mostly on Iranians. There is a lot of outrage. I think we all know there's a selective outrage. It's a real thing. And I think what's very funny, not funny, but it's just hard to comprehend is that every Iranian who is so pro-war is more concerned about the internet blackout in Iran rather than all the universities, hospitals, cultural sites, and civilians that were killed in the bombing. The one thing that they're complaining about is the Islamic Republic cutting down the internet, not U.S. strikes killing their own civilians, universities, hospitals, or cultural sites. That's absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah, we have CM Mike here as well. What's up, CM Mike? Long time no talk. CM Mike, you don't have to get mad just because Brother Fayaz put you down, man. You don't have to get mad.
You hear me well?
He's an older man, we do a respect out of age. Yes, CM Mike.
Yeah.
Why are your feelings got hurt? Like, I don't get it. You stop coming up out here.
Yeah, once in a while come in and listen to.
I know, I like Iranian voices. You need to come in and share your opinion,
Okay, I will do that. I usually don't come when Fayaz is here because I know that he will be shutting my mind.
He's an older brother, he's an older brother. Just give him some grace,
Yeah, well, I hope it will be mutual though. But yeah, good to see you guys. Good to be back.
Yeah, what's your take on this whole thing with what's going on? Straight Hormuz and peace plan, and maybe one or two minutes and tell me what your take is on.
I haven't heard much from the folks today, but my take is that we are in a temporary ceasefire at this point, and the war may break down at any point. And the reason why I see that is because we have to look at this war from another angle, not from the higher level, rather than looking at it from the day-to-day occasions and changes. What I see is that U.S. is in a point where it's thinking of the regime change in Iran for a longer term. Initially they were thinking about short-term change, but now it's longer term. But that strategy is not changing at this point. And there are reasons for that. I can get into the details later. But Israel is finding some mutual benefits with U.S. That's why they're there. And so I'm expecting the war to break in again. If I can respond to that, it's possible. I think I don't know. I think that just my only response to that would be is I'm not sure how far the U.S. is willing to go to restart the war, because if ground troops become a factor, an all-out war plus a commitment to an occupation, which is necessary for a regime change or nation-building state stabilization, it doesn't seem to me that the U.S. is willing to bear that high of a cost for it, especially if Trump went into this under the impression it was only going to be 3 days, 2 weeks at the most. So yeah, that's my. Yeah, Hugh. I was listening to podcasts actually today, yesterday, and I was listening to it for the second time today. It was about a book named Why War? And
and it's about the perspective is why wars start. When it looks at it, it doesn't go with the cost of the war as the reason why a war might start. Instead, it looks at the situation as if there are more costs to not having a war. That's the first thing. The second thing is it the right time to attack? It was having a lot of perspectives. I don't want to get into all of the details, but one of the reasons why one country might start a war, security. The other one is the timing, how weak the other opponent is. I think Iran is in a very weak situation right now, both from the leadership and internally, at least, where it would have support from its own people, I should say, where it's not having support from its people. And that is at least two reasons. The third reason that might be arguable is the army and how Iran is weaker in with an army perspective. That's not the right word, sorry, but military perspective. And with that, a war might break in because U.S. would find the right time right now. Definitely Israel was finding that time and would persuade the states more, but the states is also in that state. So my point is would U.S. look at the cost of war, or would it look at the big opportunity after a few decades, whether or not it's the right time?
Well, I think part of the perspective the U.S. had, or especially Israel had, after October 7th, Israel clearly used this as an opportunity to decimate through not just Hamas, but also the Patriot attack in Hezbollah, and then, the collapse of Syria. From the perspective of the Israelis, this was a weakening of Iran's regional posture. Therefore, which is why they started the 12th Day War. They believed this was the time to strike, and it didn't work in the 12th Day War, and now in February they got the U.S. on their side, and they always assume that all they need is just a little push for it to collapse. I think the assumption, thinking that yes, okay, Iran is in a weaker position, but the idea that they just need a little push for it to collapse completely, I think was very misguided and very miscalculated. And I think we're seeing that right now. I think part of the reason why Trump moved the war from the air to the sea is because he saw that he wasn't getting the results he wanted from aerial bombardment. So he assumes that he can get a better deal if he chokes, Iran's economic exports. Going back to war, it depends what he believes he can get out of it. Because for 40 days he did an aerial bombardment with Israel. They killed leaders. The regime didn't change. Well, actually, no, never mind. If you listen to Trump, the regime did change. But he still's not getting what he wanted. So I think the U.S. goals, or at least Trump's goals, have been consistently changing. If he could get regime change, he would like that. If not, he would be fine with Venezuela scenario. If he can't get that, he wants to see what he can get. He will take what he can get, essentially, so long as he believes it makes him look stronger. And it looks like he can get more than his predecessors. But as of now, I just don't see it. I don't see what else he can get out of it. And I think the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is going to end in a stalemate. I don't think either side is really going to win. I think some sort of diplomatic resolution is inevitable. But given the negotiation team that Trump has in his administration, it's clearly not going to be a clean negotiation by any means at all. It's most likely going to end,
boots on the ground, Americans. You think that the U.S. government will prevent that the Congress is going to pass these acts, that there will be enough political support to put the domestic population for attractive boots on the ground, because that's what's necessary.
Definitely, in terms of the American public, there was very little political support. I mean, compared to 2001 and 2003, America right after 9/11, there was a lot more public support. But in 2026, the American public, both on the left and the right, are very much opposed to it. Then don't get me wrong, Trump has his base of people who will support him no matter what. But on a grand scale, I would say the public support is just not there.
I agree. With regards to public support, I agree. But when it comes to like
political support, I would say it's the same. I would say it's the same because you don't have as many war hawks today as you did under previous administration. I mean, it sounds contradictory. I know.
No, there are quite a few.
There are, but I don't think they're as. I think there's more. I mean, like the fact that J.D. Vance and even Marco Rubio and John Ratcliffe told Trump that regime change was not going to be possible without a full-scale invasion, and many were worried about that at the beginning. I think the political support, some of it does exist, but it's not as strong as it used to be 10, 20 years ago. And if they're going to put boots on the ground, I think they're not going to go any farther than try to take Clark Island. If there is going to be boots on the ground, I believe it will be to try to get Clark Island. But
no, that's not really boots on the ground. What I'm saying is like
an actual invasion of mainland Iran, I think is highly unlikely. Because one of the things that triggered the ceasefire right now, like it just followed a whole firefight between Iran and the U.S. where the U.S. lost 3 aircrafts and was just barely able to rescue 2 pilots that fell into Iran. I think that was a very high-stakes situation for the U.S. It was unexpected. They were caught off guard, and it was too close for them, and that's what caused the ceasefire. I don't know if they're willing to go back and risk another operation that can end up in a situation where they do lose more pilots, they do lose more casualties, and then they can't rescue them because they were just barely able to rescue these 2 pilots. And I think if they lost not just casualties but pilots to Iran, it would be a national embarrassment, which is something Trump really wants to avoid.
You may do a raid here and there.
Maybe.
That's the furthest I would see boots on the ground going. And the troops that they have there now are optimized for hit and run operations.
Yeah. I think.
What is CMAC thing? I want to hear. Let me share my opinion as well. Actually, I don't look at the situation this way. I look at it again from a higher level. So thinking of, is it worth it for the U.S. To attack Iran with boots on the ground? Is it something that they need right now? This would be more important than thinking whether or not it's, that small operation that they had to rescue the pilots was a failure. Because if it is worth it, then they will come, they will have boots on the ground, and then they will attack with maximum force that they have. And believe me, we like it or not, they will win because they have maximum amount of weapons that Iran can even counter any of them. Not any of them, but a lot of them. So
that's not how that works, though. Just because you have superior firepower.
Exactly. But that's my point. So because they have the superiority in weapons, it doesn't make it reasonable for them to attack. And we have to look at the reason why they would attack. So what I see is that in the long term, during the past few decades, and that's how I look at it, the problem
because Iran has tried to change the rules, especially in the past 3 decades. They have tried to change the rules in the region. This is the reason why we have a war today. So we have to look at the situation as a very long-term game, and we are at the last chapter right now. So looking at the last chapter to figure out whether or not the war will happen, boots on the ground will happen, is not the right thing to, the right way to think. I believe that because Iran at some point has wanted to, and I think if we give them, they give them time, they will still want to become a hegemon in the region. And that is the reason why they have created proxies. They want to go after the nuclear weapon and nuclear power and so on and so forth. This type of change in this type of rule change that they will make would be the reason for U.S. to go against them. Now, looking at unlike Omid, I think Trump's words about regime change are actually accurate. He's not making jokes. He's not making fool of himself. Although everyone looking at it, including myself, in the first days when I heard that, I was like, God damn it, this guy is going crazy again.
Do you think regime change is capable without boots on the ground?
So, no, wait. We have to first define what is regime change. Okay, that's the important piece. To Trump, regime change is the stability he's looking after. Stability is not probably the right word, but having the peace of mind that that hegemon is not going to be created and it won't continue to be generated. That's the definition. I agree with you, but let's think Trump-wise, okay? Let's think Trump's mindset. And this is the mistake that we have made, I think, as people who have been analyzing the situation at the time when he said regime change. Pardon me?
Okay, don't listen to him. Go ahead.
I think you're kind of pontificating as to what you think Trump means by regime change. But it's actually pretty evident that Trump knows what regime change means.
Oh, no, to a certain extent. I don't think the regime change to him means changing the name of Islamic Republic Iran to Iran. That's not the regime change. That's the regime change we think is
regime change to him, evidently, is picking the next person that's going to be the ruler of the nation. Because the system of it. Okay, but he hasn't done that with me. Do you think that that's possible without boots on the ground? This is the guy talking about. No.
I don't think that. So you're again jumping to the last step rather than today. Today we are dealing with an Iran who has no leader. Right now there are a group of people trying to make ruling out of that group, and they cannot come to a conclusion how they can agree with the same with some specific terms with the states. If they could, Trump was happy, and he would have called this a final regime change. Right now, the way that I see it is that this regime, those people who are at the ruling, they cannot make their mind, so a face-off needs to happen, similar to what happened during the previous battle. I call it battle intentionally. I can call it operations as well. I'm not calling it a war, and I have reasons for that. But I would say that during that operation, they had a face-off. Khamenei was killed, Larijani was killed. Actually, that was a face-off by Israel, I think, not by the States. But anyways, some bases are gone. Now, the bases who are in power, they have to make their mind. Since they haven't been able to, there will be another face-off. So boots on the ground is not what Trump would need. I'm not saying it would change the regime. I would say it's not what he needs. When he says a regime change again soon, I'm expecting him to say that, is another face-off.
That's not going to work for Iran. I think we can agree on that, right?
Think about Iran.
I don't think Trump would think about Iran. Trump is thinking about U.S. Trump is.
I'm saying with regards to regime change, like that's not gonna like this. What you're describing as the Venezuela model is not going to work in Iran. Iran is more of like a Taliban, like an Afghanistan model. And that didn't work out at that. 30 years.
Compared to Afghanistan, but you're compared with Saddam, right?
Even with Saddam, same thing. And then they took out Saddam. Then you had a resurgence of all of the terrorists, right? And the Shia leadership that was in charge of Iraq was actually just loyal to Iran. So yeah, you made a power vacuum. That power vacuum was filled by forces that were not friendly to you. You're gonna have the same thing happen in Iran if you really do that. If you really dismantle the government, but that's not evidently what's happening. Evidently, what's happening now in Iran is you have basically the IRGC is in control. It's effectively a military dictatorship under the guise of Islamic Republic with a supreme leader. It's a fairly stable structure. And I'm not like a supporter of IRGC at all, but I'm just looking at this objectively and saying that if they want to accomplish this mission, even a Venezuela-style regime change, which I don't think that's sort of what they want, the Hawks mission. No, you're going to need boots on the ground. And
I don't understand still why you think the Venezuela model would not work with the mindset that Trump has. I get it that because of the regime change as the mindset that IRGC has. That's why. Can you explain?
The IRGC or the Islamic Republic, in its founding, was founded on the idea that it must resist the West, specifically the U.S., and therefore their strategy has shifted from not just U.S. out of Iran, but U.S. out of the region. The whole purpose behind proxy warfare has been, first of all, Iran has been under sanctions for 47 years, so Iran hasn't been able to keep up its conventional military capabilities. So proxy warfare was one that was much cheaper, and still, it kept Iran. It deterred war from Iran for the past 20 years up until now, up until October 7th. If their idea, their strategy is resist the U.S. and the West at all costs, then you cannot get a Venezuela model, because anybody who's part of that system is not going to at one point just capitulate to the West, which is what happened in Venezuela. Delcy Rodriguez agreed to, cooperate with the West or cooperate with the U.S., but in its founding ideology, where, for them, they believe resisting the West is not just an obligation, it's existential.
Yeah, I have an assumption, though. Your assumption is that IRGC is a single group. Well, no, you're okay. No, you're right. Well, let me explain that part for the others to get into the conversation as well. IRGC is split at least into two groups in Iran right now. One is led by Bahidi and Moshtaba. The other group is led by Ghalibaf and his group. These two don't have the same stakes. If a face-off happens, I believe that they will go after Bahidi and that group, not after Ghalibaf and his group. So basically, what we call Jabhat al-Muqawamat, or we can call it resistance or resilience. Front. Let's call it that.
Yes, you're right. I agree.
And that mindset.
Yeah, I agree with you. No, I agree with you very much that they are these two camps, the IRGC, and people who are in the Ghalibaf camp are much more willing to negotiate with the West. But
I'm sorry, I'm not doing interrupt you, but this is very important because you're thinking that the mindset of IRGC that shaped IRGC 48 years ago is the only mindset that exists today. IRGC is split into two groups, and if you look at it that way, if a face-off happens for the one that is more radical, then the other group is willing. That's the assumption. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying the assumption is that
the second group might commit to an agreement and some terms. That's fine.
No, okay, yeah. They will commit to an agreement, but they will not. I do not see them committing. The people who are in the second camp who are willing to negotiate and compromise, I have no doubt that they will make some compromises, but not to the extent, not the maximalist goals that the U.S. has, not the bowing down completely to the West kind of. They will make some compromises, but I don't believe they will make a full, capitulation at any cost. I don't think that at all.
I hear your point. That's correct. I tend to agree actually with your point here that it wouldn't be enough for a regime change, as in the whole. We'll end up with something new. But to Trump, I think that's new enough. That's how I see it.
Yes.
And let's look actually for the long term, going back to the first term of Trump and continuing that through Biden and now what has happened. If you look at it that way, the first round of Trump, it was a maximum pressure. And maximum pressure was to put the maximum economic pressure. My thought, if I look at it back, if I look back at that time, is that the first term of Trump, he was trying to weaken Iran economically so that in the second term that he was thinking that he would have power, he would attack Iran and finish the war. This is, whether or not it would happen and whether or not it would be successful, that would be a very different story. We have to look into a lot of what if questions. That's not necessarily possible. But that was how he was moving his pieces. Second term, he didn't win. Biden came to power, and now he's back to power. So he has a short term, and short term, I don't mean 4 years. I mean until September, when the elections happen again. For this period of time, and this is a very important question that we have to answer in order to go back to your point about boots on the ground. Is Trump willing to risk more against Iran at this point? And risk more doesn't necessarily mean boots on the ground, but what is that level of pressure that he would be putting in order to fulfill his mindset that he had at the beginning? He doesn't have that much time. Would he risk? I have some points about it, but I will leave it to you to make some more conversations. If I had time, I will come back to this one.
Well, I guess that is the $1 million question because, as we know, Trump is very unpredictable. And, the fact that this war started in the first place, I think many people, including myself, I was kind of off guard. But I think I think that there are many things working against Trump to restart the war again, and it could cost him his legacy. I think he's much more willing to, lower his stakes and, make something look like sell a win to the American people, or to at least to his base, and move on to Cuba. Because Trump has had his eye on Cuba, he's had his eye on Greenland, he's had his eye on China. As a matter of fact, the U.S. posture has been to prioritize China more and get out of the Middle East entirely. Well, not entirely, but lower dependence on the Middle East. So I don't know how much longer or more we're willing to commit to the situation in Europe.
I just really am on my toes all the time.
That's such a good healthy instinct, though, Sarah. But I say, but you walk into a space and you're like, okay, how's my child dying? Like in the back of your mind, not like, do you know what I mean?
No, I don't think that.
No, you don't think it. It's like you just realize it.
No, I think it's more just that, I'm really worried about, I'm watching people all the time, I'm looking for social cues, my gut says get out. I'm like, hey guys, let's get out of here.
I
I've learned that I can't trust that you can't log every danger with people. Like, you can totally think somebody is like, whatever, I don't let people babysit my kids that aren't related to me, I'm not intimately familiar with. Not because I think that it's traumatic, but because it doesn't seem like it's worth the risk.
Do you have any friends that are like family?
Are you saying you're not friends with my family members?
No. Do you have friends that you're so close with that are like family?
Oh, sure. I'm very close to my family, too. Oh, yeah, no, that's true. Like, I have, that's totally true. It's not a blunt thing. I've known you so long that I know that you're fucked up, but like, I'm comfortable with that you're fucked up. Because everybody be fucked up. It's more like I know your flaws and your strengths, and you don't need to my kids. Because I've seen you change over time, kind of thing. Does that make sense, sir? I'm pretty much.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not answering.
No, it's okay. I don't often leave my kids with anybody, but like my dad or my brothers. Yeah, I would trust a stranger. I would trust, like, other parents, privileges are like, not great with my kids. My parents, oh, like, you seem like you're great with kids. I'm like, I don't think I want to leave my kids because you're terrible to security. Like, if their kids are drowning and my kids are drowning, I'll let their kids drown just to make sure that my kids are. I got priorities, my God. Like, I like kids, but, like, only the ones that are mine. But that's, so, like, if my kids have friends, it kind of extends to them. I don't know, like, I don't get some parents, like, if I'm at a place where they do something, right, I won't leave the area with acknowledging with another adult that I'm going to do something, you please keep an eye on my kids. Not that I trust that adult to, like, jump in and just so somebody has some attention. Right? Other parents will just leave and assume that other parents are watching.
It's hard for me to process because I think you wouldn't do that with a dog. Why would you do it with your kids? If you were, with your dog, dog would like run around, you would like walk away.
No, so what is when you're in a group, there's shared responsibility. Everybody's looking after the kids. I go my way to make sure somebody knows I'm going somewhere, and I
understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, do you really think that that's the norm? Like,
no.
That most parents will walk away?
Yes, they do. When you're in a group, so as a single dad, I experience this. There's usually a mom, right? So I have to go out of my way to make sure somebody knows that their primary guardian is there. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, just a lot of these people are like couples. So there's like dual guardians. So I go out of my way for it. But like, people will walk away when not like either of the parents are there.
What do you do with all this stuff?
I still their my wallets. What do you mean? Well, you ask me. As the person that watches my class. Did I ask people to watch my kids all the time? What do you mean? If I go to the bathroom, I'm like, can you watch my kids for a second? My son and my daughter are sitting at a table and I'll run to the bathroom. This is such a protective measure. I would just never do that. I would just be like, all right, we're all going to the bathroom.
Facts.
My kid's young teenager who's all over 6'1", so he can take care of himself. It's more like not an adult that can step in.
stuff when you're in the bathroom.
Do you guys really hear how dirty I am?
Well, Emma,
Not sexually, Austin. Not sexually.
all right,
I mean, actually.
I was gonna say no then.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just derailed it. Please continue. You have a dust cloud in your hair.
No, I do. I have one of those carpets. It's like, buying my, still have a wood floor, and it's like, so it's like one of those carpets that you throw over the wood floor just to protect it. You know what I mean? And it's like really, really thin. So it's not like a fluffy one. It's like real thin. And anybody, I just can't remember when it was, and I got dirt all over. And I was sitting there, and I was just like, I had dirt all up. I said, I don't even. Usually, I like scoop it up like with my vacuum and my napkins. Like I have like these microfiber because I want to get it deep inside of it. But yeah, I'm really up to the point where I'm literally using a broom. I'm using a broom to do the first sweep because I have so much dirt on this carpet right now. Yeah, I'm sweeping the dirt on my carpet.
Hey, how are you doing? It's been a while. And you just, a meme that's so relevant. So, I never really understood. Yeah, now, okay, you sent me a video of your metaverse getting beat up, and I was like, oh my goodness. Wait, why does that sound like Monica? Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, do we know each other? What were you saying, Kristen?
I said we played a game yesterday. We played some directed, but we don't.
Okay, true. No, it's hard to keep track because everyone's been changing their username, and I just changed it back because people were just like, who's this guy? And I'm like,
We talked about Obsidian, and I was like, hey, can I call you Obi?
oh, you're the OG one. I don't see this OG.
So, what's up with this thumb thing? Because you're driving me nuts.
Oh, it's still there. Oh my god, yo, it went back. It's not my thumb.
It goes and then it's like, I'm like, oh, okay, nice.
It's not my thumb. It's
My thumb again.
I'm holding my phone like how a fancy person drinks tea. And it's my pinky that's holding the bottom because anytime I'm on Clubhouse, I have a baby in my hand that's sleeping. So it's easy to stress my hand.
Yeah, so you need like an elastic or something on the back of your phone.
Oh, wait. Thanks. I also have a burner set. This my phone got water damage on it, and it was $400 to fix it. Over about a $30 phone that looked just like my expensive phone. So I was like, it does everything the same. I'll get together. It doesn't have good like dynamic audio because obviously you put one little plug on that audio spot and then it's muffled. But on the other phone, if you did that, you just had other locations that would take input. So, my bad.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know because I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Sure. How bad is it? Is it like Charlie Brown bad? Oh wow. Is this the same house that Fury was in, or is this like a new house after whatever happened?
Oh, after the snatch that we usually have, yeah, that's after.
Was it really that bad?
No, it was over something really stupid, but I think that there was some
tipping points.
Exactly. There were some tensions before and people weren't being honest about how they felt about certain things, and that just kind of blew everything up. Yeah, I think we're like, I know certain people are like, this is the reaction we're gonna get over something stupid. Like, I'm not fighting for this friendship, and so that's just not it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the change in dynamics on the app because I came in when everyone was complaining about how the app used to be. It was still pretty booming. How many followers? Like 20 people. And that's probably a variable why I see not a lot of people on the app like it was before. Oh, hold on. Nice one. See you.
Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Bottles for $3 billion, you get your money on profits. The speech you is reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black flag socialist attack socialist. Taxation is the American gathering is a scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon
I know